Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live trial day with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime. I'm sure you know that already, hey? Maybe someone's new here. If you are new here, let us know. Today we are going to watch, of course, day 5 of Florida versus Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana. And I know we're going to see some cross-examination today of Special Agent Blythe, so hope you had strong coffee. I sure did. So are we ready to bring that up? Please like and share so others know we are live right now and they can come and join us over here. Also, a very happy birthday to Grizzly Cat. It is her birthday today. I know I mentioned it yesterday, but if you want to buy her a coffee, I'm sharing her coffee link now in the chat if you want to say happy birthday, or you could go to the community tab and wish her over there. All right, so, oh man, let me bring up the court feed. Ready? Let's go to where it all started, shall we? Okay, put the sound on, and let's see. So, here we go. Waiting for Mario to enter the courtroom. There he is. He looks awfully confident every day. You know? What do you think the strongest evidence is against him so far? Was one of my questions I had asked you guys earlier. Also, look, Instagram showed me this again. This time, it's an advert I saw on Instagram, right? And I keep saying he has spicy Doritos for lunch. So, you know, technology is always listening to us. Instagram, Google, whatever. Uncle Google's going to get you. It listened to me and what I say he's having for lunch. And this is literally Doritos loaded by KFC. Try Tex-Mex or spicy is what this advert is showing me. And I'm like, oh my. And remember I said yesterday he's going to have chicken for lunch. I was just joking. But damn, like, Uncle Google's definitely listening to all the things we say, isn't it? Did you get any adverts like that? Days by Susan said, I love that color green, Grizzly. Oh, thank you so much. I've got my court blazer on. I think mine fits a little better than his, hey? Does it? Yesterday's jacket that he had on was actually better fitted. Okay, so can we go forward now? Because holy crap, this takes forever. Go, go, go. Damn, it took a while, hey? Wait, here. Okay, let's see what happens here. Everybody stand. Please.
Good morning. All right, we're here on in the morning session if the attorneys will place their appearances on the record.
Christina Stifler, Alan Mizrahi, and Steve Siegel on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jesse Dreiser. I'm here with our client, Mr. Fernandez, Mr. Hill, Ms. Nepsat, and Ms. Day. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. All right, is there anything we need to take up prior to bringing in the jury?
Ma'am.
All right, thank you. Let's bring in the jury.
Everybody, bringing in the jury. Sojourner said, I think the cell phone tracking is stronger so far. I think so as well, and I think it's going to be... We heard the wiretap calls yesterday, you know, that he had with a friend. When they show the jury the handwritten checks to Henry, that's going to be interesting to be like, oh, man, yeah, he was a lot closer than he was implying. A lot closer to Henry Tenon, and also, damn, he paid him a lot more than he even verbalized he was comfortable paying for landscaping and roofing and things like that, right? Okay. So, no spoilers, please. You're like, did you hear? No, we don't want any of that. We're watching live right now. On a delay. On purpose. Okay? So, maybe I peeked. Maybe I know things. Maybe you do too. But let's just watch live right now and react to what we're watching live right now. Okay? Carolina, Charter, hello? Okay, let's go forward.
Everyone may be seated.
And if you're new here, we start late on purpose so that we have the absolute amazing benefit later of just skipping over lunch. That's the goal anyway. Sometimes things happen in courtrooms that will cause extra delays and then we can't do that. And then we're upset. But in general, it's so nice to just be able to not stare at the wall and just skip over coffee breaks and lunch breaks and all of that. So we don't need spoilers because we could have all looked in. We want to watch it live together now. Okay, on purpose.
All right, members of the jury, before we get started with today's portion of the trial, could you all please confirm and answer out loud that you follow the communication rules over the night's recess? Yes. Okay. To remind you where we are, Agent Blythe was on the witness stand. I'm going to ask that he be called back to the stand. Good morning, Agent. Since the night's recess we're into a new day, if you please raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Agent, do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. I do.
All right, this way.
All right, ready for Sir, was your coffee strong today? You had espresso? Like Italian. The Italian oh, that's so good. The Italian coffee is so good. Okay, anyway. You had something strong because it's cross-examination, and we know that could get quite lengthy.
All right, Mr. Dreiser, you may proceed with cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Blythe. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well. You?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking, and thank you for being here, okay?
Absolutely.
Yesterday, we had a little bit of an opportunity to get to know you and your background. And of course, you are an agent with the FBI, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have a pretty impressive academic background. You have a degree in, I think, business.
Yes, in accounting.
And then you have some experience in the real world and experience in law enforcement, combining all those skills, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy.
And
defense is buttering him up real good. It's like, you're good? Good morning. You're comfortable? You're right back there? And then you know. So this was like, oh, a lot of compliments there. You buttering him up for what? What are you going to grill him about now?
I think we can agree that well, let me say, the one thing you don't have, and I'm not knocking on you, but you're not an engineer, correct?
No, I'm not an engineer.
And you don't work for T-Mobile, correct?
No, I do not.
And a lot of what we're talking about is the engineering of cellular networks.
Yes.
Okay. So can we agree that the work that you do is important in cases like this?
Yes, very.
And can we agree that accuracy is important?
Yes.
And I don't know if you told the jury yesterday, but not only do you review these reports before they're submitted, you have a peer review. You have someone else look at the reports, right?
Yes, sir.
To make sure.
Stand by. A lot of you are talking about, okay, what happened to Kirsten Bridegan and her phone? It hasn't been dealt with yet on today's live stream. They deal with it a bit later. Okay? There you go. That's why we're not talking about it yet, because we're still going to get there. I know the judge said yesterday at 9 o'clock. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. This is what happened. This is the beginning of the feed. So we're going to watch some cross-examination. Then the judge will be like, all right, jury. And then that gets dealt with a little bit. Part one, at least. Right? So we're watching the cross-examination. This is the beginning of the feed. I didn't skip over anything. There's nothing we have missed. We're going to get there together. Okay, if you're watching the replay, thank you so much for watching the replay as well. Make sure to follow the timestamps.
Sure they're accurate, right?
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
All right, let me just and I'm going to walk you through everything. I'm not going to cherry pick, but I want to show you slide 56.
You're so going to cherry pick.
This is from March 5th between 9:12 and 9:50 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And yesterday you talked about the TA records associated with that. But if you look in the call box, those TA records seem to be from 2/17 of 2022, correct?
Yes, so there's a typographical mistake in the call-out box.
So that's a mistake that you made before you submitted this evidence to the government?
Yes.
And the peer review person, he didn't catch that either?
Apparently not.
And as you sit here today, is it a typographical error, or did you put the TA records from 217 inside of the PowerPoint?
I'm confident that it's a typo in the call-out box for the date. I didn't replace the date with March 5th. I apologize.
Okay. And while we're here, this is about a Pennsylvania trip that Mr. Fernandez took?
Yes.
Anybody ever tell you why it was important whether Mr. Fernandez went to Pennsylvania and came back?
I don't recall why that was important.
Important enough that you mapped it all and put it in your slides, right?
The investigative team thought that time frame was important to show the location of the target device, so I prepared a map as such.
Okay. Not your job to know or say why it's important, just map it if they tell you to.
So yeah, the investigative team it's their investigation. They're informing me about what times are pertinent that they needed to show movement or a location for the device, and so that's what I'm looking to as far as guidance about what time frames I look at.
Simply put, you mapped that Mr. Fernandez went to Pennsylvania. Well, first he stopped in North Carolina, right?
Yes.
And are you aware that the jury has heard from a friend of his that he stopped at his house in North Carolina?
I am now.
You are now, because I told you?
Yes.
Okay. And on the same dates that you mapped, and then he, if I understand correctly, he went up to Pennsylvania, and I think your testimony, these are my words, but he sort of hauled ass back to Jacksonville.
He wasn't there a very long time and came back.
Came back pretty quick, right?
Sure. Some people move at different paces.
Yeah, but I mean, I think what you were saying to the jury yesterday was he was up in Pennsylvania, and then he kind of moved back relatively quickly, like he didn't have a lot of stops, right?
Yeah, there was a 3-hour stop, was the biggest, most notable stop during the way back that I recall.
But just so I'm clear, Jacksonville is where this homicide occurred, right?
Yes.
And he came back to Jackson.
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's start at, well, I want to show you, did you notice yesterday when you were going through your slides, this is I think you did 5 drafts of these before you made a final?
At least.
At least 5 drafts, right? And every time you did a draft, you would provide it to the defense team through discovery, right?
So I provided it to the state, and they provided the discovery to you.
Then they provide it. So through the course of this investigation, every time you did a draft, we would have to do, at least you would think it's fair that we would do an analysis of your draft, right?
I would hope you'd review it.
And if we had an expert, which I think you know that we do,
Yes.
He would have to review it, correct?
Sure.
So I assume at some point in time during this trial, when the state gets up and asks questions to my expert about why we had to pay him so much money, would you agree that every time you did a draft, you would expect it's fair that he would review your draft, right?
If you ask him to, sure.
Sure. And it would be reasonable for us to ask him to review your drafts, right?
It's something that a layperson could easily misunderstand. So it's understandable you'd want to talk to somebody with knowledge of the profession.
Sure. And can we also agree that going back to you looking at these things and making sure that before it got submitted into evidence, it was up to speed? This is your final, correct?
It is.
Did you notice on about 1/3 of the slides that are in evidence, they're still stamped draft?
1/3?
No, I mean, let's go.
Man, so you're not going to cherry pick. You're going to nitpick. Don't worry, I'm not going to cherry pick. We've just got a couple of questions for you. I'm going to nitpick about the formatting. Is he going to do the font next? It's going to be a font problem. Okay, I get the date problem. They can challenge that. That's fine. It's a typo. That shouldn't be there. Okay, it's a typo. Doesn't change the fact that Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez's phones were largely moving and started kind of working together 2 weeks before the murder, the day before, all of that. So, oh, we're nitpicking now. We're talking about little draft stamps and, all right.
Go to page 21.
It's a review on how pretty the presentation is and if there's any words on there they don't like. Where?
Can you see that, Agent?
I do.
No.
Go to page 22.
Where does it say
See that?
draft?
Yes.
23.
Sorry, I'm trying to see it. Now I'm trying to nitpick. Where? Can you see it? You guys? Can you see? Can you see the word draft? I'm looking. I just see this Ask AI Assistant, free trial. Sure. Can you see it? Oh no, it says Janet, not Comic Sans font.
24. I mean, I'll let the jury, it's in evidence, but significant portion of your final is still submitted draft. Is that another mistake that should have been taken out?
In preparing over the past month or two, I noticed some things that wanted to modify somewhat. Didn't change the conclusions or the overall locations or anything like that. But I had somebody take a second look at them after I made some changes, and I forgot to take the draft stamp off.
Okay. You go to January 5th, please. Start slide 8. This is January 5th. You would agree that this is at 10:56 to 11:51, and it shows that Mr. Fernandez is in the area of his house.
Yes, same geographic area.
Not unusual for a person to be in the same geographic area of their home, correct?
It's this
No.
device
This
though.
doesn't tell you anything about Henry Tenon or anything about Mr. Fernandez other than he may be home, right?
Correct.
Next slide. All right, now we jump hours later, right? This is like 5 hours later.
Yes, 5:24 p.m. is when this starts.
Okay, and this is Henry Tenon going to the area of Jack's Beach, correct?
Yes.
All right, so now you don't have any information as to where Mr. Fernandez is on January 5th, do you?
No, not during this time frame.
You have no idea whether Mr. Fernandez saw Mr. Tenon when he came near the Jack's Beach area, correct?
I don't have any independent knowledge of that.
Yeah, you have no communications between the two of them on January 5th, correct?
Not that I've been made privy to.
You can't tie Mr. Fernandez to Henry Tenon on January 5th in any way using technical data or records that you have obtained.
Not with these phone records, with cell site and Gmail records.
Okay? And most importantly, on this day, Henry Tenon goes in the area of Jack's Beach near the Pablo Hamlet area, the Fernandez residence, right?
Yes,
You need to see that, or you agree with me?
I recall that.
Okay. But do you recall that he doesn't go anywhere near the crime scene?
I think that not on this date and time, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. On this date and time, January 5th, he doesn't go anywhere near the crime scene, right? And you do know.
Well, it's before the time, so he did do a dry run though. CT said maybe it shows draft at the top of your banner. Now you see my banner, but I see the screen raw, you know what I mean? And it's not there. I couldn't see it. If I could find it and see it, I'd move my banner. I'd be like, okay, I found it and there it is. But I really could not see the word draft. And I don't think that really matters or changes the evidence whatsoever. Right? Pixie Dust, thank you for spoiling the mods with 5 Big Bear coffees. I've changed the names of the coffees. Big Bear coffees for the mods. And I think it's Mama Bear coffees for me. That's right.
Even though you're not, I guess you're part of the investigative team, but you're more the mapping guy, right?
Yes.
But you do know
The mapping guy.
there is a connection between Mr. Fernandez and Henry Tenon because Henry Tenon was his tenant at that time, right?
I've heard that at some point he was his tenant.
Sure. That's not like a secretive fact. And if I understand your slides, Mr. Tenon goes to the area of Jack's Beach, and you think that maybe, and can you go to the slide of the Marsh Inlet?
Sir, Mr. Defense Attorney, Mr. Stryker. No, it's not a... This is not the guy to ask, what do you think it means? This is the guy that provides the data. The timeline guy. The COST, FBI special agent, COST team. That's what he's doing. He's providing the data, and you can ask him about the data, but you cannot say, oh, so what you're implying is... He's not implying shit. He's just
He goes
providing the
down,
data.
passes Pablo Hamlet, he passes Marsh Inlet, and he turns around and he comes back, correct?
Yes.
And if he is on the street Can you go to the one where it shows that he may be on?
Mr. Dreiser, if you would, just for record purposes,
Dreiser.
refer to what slide you're referring to.
I
Yeah.
should have done that, I'm sorry. This all is composed of states 190, 182, and specifically, I'm asking Agent Blythe about page 12.
Thank you.
Page 12, this is where, different than many of your other slides, you don't have any confidence level on any of these slides.
No, not on these four.
This entire slide, which is the one that zoomed in the most, has no confidence on any one of Henry Tenon's factors, correct?
No.
But nonetheless, you decided to map that you think, without any confidence, that Mr. Tenon may have gone on the street of the Fernandez residence, correct?
That was the recorded location. And throughout the duration of the analysis, I was able to see that these locations, with or without a known source, followed in line, stayed along roadways. They weren't errant off in the middle of nowhere or a place where there was no roadway or a place where a person and a phone could be. So looking at them in their totality, they all seem to be very reliable locations.
Even if you're right, which you may be, he's on the street for what, 30 seconds at max? I mean, if you're exactly correct, and your totality of the circumstances all added up, you can't put him on that street for more than 30 seconds.
Correct.
So, and you have no reason to believe that Mr. Fernandez was home.
I don't know.
You have no idea, right?
No.
And you don't know if Mr. Tenon was dropping off rent money in the mailbox.
I don't know that.
You don't know if Mr. Tenon was scouting the area because he planned to kill Jared Bridegan. You don't know that.
No.
You just know that
Neither do you, Mr. Defense Attorney.
he's in the area. And the one thing we do know is that the Marsh Inlet and the area of interest does have evidentiary value in this case, correct? That area has interest, right?
Sure.
Mario, and we're going to talk a little bit about this, Mario Fernandez's home is close to Marsh Inlet, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I did not say that correctly. Mario Fernandez's home is close to Pablo Hamlet, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's so close that it's hard to make any sort of data location because it's so close. It goes within the area of the bands that make it to where the technology just isn't that precise, correct?
That's fair.
Okay, and we'll talk about that later.
We'll
Let's
talk
keep
about it. We're going to nitpick that
Let's
later.
go to the next day.
It is that close, yes. How ironic. So are they trying to say that Henry Tenon tried to frame Mario? Is that what's going on here? What would his motive be? Money, you say? Wow, interesting, because Mario actually handwrote him some checks. Thereby, Mario's involved. Yeah, no. So, it's weird how he's so close to his house with that Ford F-150.
And that would be January 25th, correct?
Yes.
And on January 25th, I mean, this has so much data on it, but let's just break it down so simple so the jury knows what they're looking at. You believe on January 25th that Mario Fernandez went over to John Biggerstaff's house.
His phone moved to that area, used the tower closest to his house, and had a calculated distance, roughly the same distance from the tower as the house was, which is consistent with him being at the residence.
It's a great point. You don't track people, do you?
It's a great point. Jungle Mom, thank you for the 5 Big Bear coffees for the mods. We really appreciate your support. This could be lengthy. We knew it though, okay? Settling into this together. I'm just glad the jury gets to see this twice. Get to see all this movement, again. Good job.
Well, phones don't move themselves, but people have their phones. Research shows that we keep our phones within arm's reach the vast majority of the day. But yes, technically I'm tracking phones.
So Mr. Hill, in his opening statement, told the jury just that. He said that studies show that people keep their cellular devices within arm's reach. That's what you guys rely on, correct?
Yes, that's how we find people all the time.
Exactly. I don't want to jump the gun, but on the 29th. You don't have Mr. Fernandez's device anywhere except for the Potomac address, correct?
That area, yes.
Yeah, I mean, he goes from his house to Potomac, but the phone never leaves Potomac, correct?
On the 29th?
Right.
Correct.
So by the studies and by what you're aware of and everything you're trained on and how you locate bodies and guns and all the things that you say that you've been so successful doing, it's because people are generally within arm's length of their devices, correct?
Dude.
Usually, but some.
Okay, very condescending now. My goodness, tone that down, please, from the peanut gallery. We hereby, from the peanut gallery on the internet, on the YouTube streets, think, if you have anyone watching, sir, because they often do, you know what I mean? You never know who's watching with us. It's coming across as extremely condescending, and that's never a good look. The things that you say you are so successful at. Oh my word.
Sometimes people intentionally leave their devices behind in cases. Sometimes.
They do. And that's when you have to use what you said yesterday, which is other investigative efforts when you're doing historical cell site analysis to see if you can confirm whether people have done that, correct?
If you can.
All right, we'll get there. But on this day,
We'll get
Mr.
there.
Fernandez goes to what is known as an old friend of his.
Oh boy. An old friend. Don't say that. No ageism is allowed here. Listen, that's Mr. Biggerstaff. Okay? That's one of his besties. Because Mr. Biggerstaff had Mario banging his wife.
You know that
Bigger
you
staff?
Yeah,
My understanding is they are associates of some kind.
yeah. They've known each other for a long time.
Okay.
Okay?
Wrong
And
question.
on that day, you know that Mr.
Wrong line of questioning for this witness, sir.
Fernandez called Mr. Biggerstaff on his way over there. Because in all that data, it actually shows a call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Biggerstaff.
Please,
right?
can we hear that? I wish we could hear that call. It's probably like, hey, Daddy, I'm on my way. All right, I'll see you soon. I got everything set up, including the dirty, dirty tool bench.
Yes.
Before he gets there. Like, hey, I'm on my way, right? You don't know what it said, but that's not far-fetched that someone would call and say, I'm on the way to your home, correct?
No.
I'm on my way. Hey, Daddy, I'm on my way. Is your wife ready for me? I'm going to get her good today. He's like, all right, I got the cameras ready. Oh, sorry.
And then right when he gets to the house, there's a message or a call saying, well, you don't know what it says, but it's right when he gets there, not far-fetched to be like, hey, I'm here, man, right?
Yeah, I don't know why he called him, but
Okay.
could be.
All right, so he's there for like an hour or so, and then he leaves, right?
I don't remember how long he's there. I think it might be the next slide. Yes.
All right. This is slide 16, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And you don't know why he was there.
No.
You have no evidence what he was doing there.
No, sir.
We do have an hunch, though. We all have an hunch, don't we? What he was doing at Mr. Biggerstaff's house on January 25th of 2022. Okay.
Someone just asked you to map whether Mario Fernandez was going to a guy's house that he knows for a long time. He left. That's what you know. That's what all of this information tells you, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to...
They were just showing off their gun collection, okay? Maybe Mario left with a Glock.
January 29th. Okay, on this date, we're on slide 19. I want to talk about some ground information that I'm not sure that you said yesterday. Anytime the location of interest or the address of Potomac or anything on these slides, anytime, would you agree that your testimony, a golden rule, is it can never be farther than the bands?
Very rarely, and if it is, we're talking less than 2% of the time, it's usually explainable because, for example, if you had a huge building like this courthouse and the antennas for the cell site are on different corners of this rooftop, it's huge. So if the latitude, longitude for the tower is dead center in the middle of the building, the antennas are on different corners of the building, that timing advance band could look a little farther away than it really is. or closer, depending on that layout. So usually you can reconcile that if you actually find a phone outside of the band that was displayed. So
maybe not a golden rule, but a pretty good rule of thumb that it's never outside the bands, correct?
yeah, it's very rare.
But on the inverse, when there's one band, it can be one or two bands inside.
Yes, that's possible.
Of course, that's not only possible, you know that to be the case, right?
Yes.
If I say that the Mario Fernandez residence is right on the border of a band in some of these slides,
Yes.
you'll agree with me every single time that it's in the parameter of one or two bands, so it's in the timing advance bands.
Yes.
Okay. The other thing that I'm not so sure was clear yesterday, in these pink bands, and let's use slide 19 as an example, anytime you may have a dot inside the pink band, but you have no idea where in the pink band the device is.
So are we talking about these dots are from Henry Tenon 53. These aren't timing advance estimated locations.
Glad you pointed that out. I want the jury to be very clear. I'm not talking, and I didn't say this, so thank you. For these golden rules and concepts I'm trying to iron out, I'm not talking about the GPS stuff. That's different than timing advance, right?
Right. These are two different people's devices on this slide.
And two different technologies, right?
Yes.
So because you don't have any GPS for Mr. Fernandez, let me make it clear. When Mr. Fernandez's devices are in any of these pink bands, you have no idea where in the pink band it is.
Yeah, so when Mr. Tenon's device is inside that band, it doesn't, just because it's inside the same band where Mario Fernandez's phone is, that they could be together, they may not be together. It's potential co-location. Is that what you're asking me?
I really wasn't. I'm not asking you anything about Mr. Tenon at the moment. I'm asking you for Mr. Fernandez. In all of these records, you're using TA analysis because you don't have GPS for Mr. Fernandez, correct?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to do is just get some global ground rules so the jury understands this. That device can be anywhere in a pink band, like at the very, very bottom of slide 19, where the pink bands end, or the very, very top. You don't know. The technology isn't that good.
Yes, in isolation, the phone could be anywhere in that band, from one side of the sector to the other, to answer your question. However, if you have an intersecting timing advance, that's not the case here. But when you do, if it's close in time, you would look at that area of intersection to narrow that area.
For example, in this one, most of the slides, it could be anywhere in the pink band.
Yes.
Right. And the other thing that I want to make sure.
Anywhere in the bands that makes him dance. Go, Mario, go. Okay, you were there, though. Whether you're in that whole sector in the pink band somewhere, you're there. You know who else is there? Henry Tenon. And that's really the point.
It's crystal clear that if Mr. Fernandez's device is in his pocket, okay, and Mr. Fernandez is in
Careful
his
now.
driveway and he's sweeping,
Brooming.
you have no idea the movement of the device within the pink bands, correct?
No.
If Mr. Fernandez he walks from the kitchen to the end of the driveway to throw a bucket of water out, you cannot do
With a mop?
This technology doesn't work like that, correct?
Yes, no, it doesn't. It's not that precise. It's good enough to help us find people many times, but it's those bands are 78 meters wide. So that's the confidence of it.
So when you're showing all this information from January 29th and it's just like TA, it's not like you know that the device is stationary and not moving. You can't tell that.
So when maybe I say stationary, it's staying in the same area, defined area that we can define by those bands. It doesn't necessarily mean it's sitting still, perfectly still on one exact location.
That's exactly what I'm asking you. Can't do that, right?
Right.
Right.
Now,
Quick pause. Marentia Grief, thank you so much for the ZAR 1399. ZAR, you guys, means South African rands. Thank you so much. That's my home country. Really appreciate your support. Thank you all for being here, by the way. I see some people are tardy today. There's a couple of people missing so far. Listen, it's Friday. We're in this together, okay? You better go call all your Grizzly friends. Like and share, please. Get them all over. Wake up! We've got cross-examination to watch. I think some people are like, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it. You're going to see it. You're going to watch my shit. We're going to watch this together, okay? We're in it together through this cross.
We'll get to some precise stuff in a question. The other thing that I just don't think I heard this word come out of your mouth one time yesterday, and you correct me if I'm wrong. Did you ever say the words Wi-Fi yesterday?
Yes.
You did? Okay, thank you.
But he said he didn't hear it even once. He didn't hear it once coming out of your mouth, sir. Did you say the words Wi-Fi? Yes.
There's Wi-Fi, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Meaning that if a phone is connected to Wi-Fi, then there can be calls and texts that this wouldn't catch.
So the calls generally make their way to the call detail records if they're over Wi-Fi, but if a phone can also use data over Wi-Fi, and that could carry the data sessions rather than the cellular network.
Right, so it's possible that a person could be making calls or text messages or doing video gaming, and you wouldn't have a record of it if they're connected to Wi-Fi.
So the data sessions would therefore be carried by the Wi-Fi, the internet service provider,
Sure.
And it wouldn't show data throughput with the cellular network. If they made calls or received calls, those would make their way to the records.
They may make their way to the records. They don't always make their way to the records.
They usually do, but it's possible.
It's possible that they don't, right?
Sure.
Okay. And you know.
So, Mr. Defense Attorney, you're trying to say that that gap, on the night of the murder, that Mario just suddenly had out of nowhere? Like that time frame of what was it, 7... I scribbled it over here somewhere. It was like 7:11 p.m. to 8:19 p.m. He was just video gaming, you guys. That's all he was doing, okay? And it could have been a Wi-Fi, and maybe, while they usually could have records for it, maybe this time they didn't, all right? Mel B313 said, can't watch Cross without Gizzler and my Grizzlies. His condescending tone is the worst, right? And then he met us. No, we're not snarking at him. We're just like, damn, except for pointing out, that's very condescending, how that's coming across, right? My goodness. And I really like the way that this FBI Special Agent Blythe handles it. He's very expressive with his brows as well. We like that. Thank you so much for your support, Mel.
And we don't have to guess, even though we have photos, I'll show you in a second, that there is Wi-Fi at the Potomac address.
Maybe there is. I'm sure most people have home-based Wi-Fi.
Well, we don't have to say maybe, because you did the tracking of Henry Tenon's devices, and the data that you used at 2 o'clock for the geolocation of Mr. Tenon, and if you need your records to look, I'll be glad to, you used Wi-Fi. That was the source of the GPS at 2 o'clock.
I guess all I'm saying is I don't know if it connected to Mario Fernandez's Wi-Fi, but there's enough Wi-Fi access points around there that the phone was able to generate a Wi-Fi-based location.
All right, let me pause you for a moment. Members of the jury, I need you to go into the jury room, please.
Just like that. See, now we get back to the Shanna Gardner defense issue where they want Kirsten Bridegan's phone. See, we got to it now. Everybody be patient. The way the judge said that must have scared the jury. Wait, what? What's going to happen now? Who did what wrong now? Members of the jury, go to your room. We've got things to do. Okay, what is it? You're not allowed to know.
Agent Blythe, I'm going to ask you step outside the courtroom. Everyone may be seated.
Agent Blythe, go to your room.
Mr. Fernandez needs to go in the back. I need Miss
Look at him.
Bridegan to step up, Mr. Clifton to step up and get...
Whew, this judge is not playing today. Jurors, you need to step out now, okay? Mr. Fernandez needs to get the F out as well.
Kirsten Nelson on the phone. On Zoom, switch over. If the state would clear the way so they can have a seat.
Shame. There she is. Is she going to hand over her phone or what? Don't tell us spoilers. All right. So I say Shanna Gardner's defense motion. Hearing number 87. Or is it 873? Oh, my word. They've had so many hearings about this. They really, really want Kirsten Bridegan's phone. I hope that you guys know what's going on here. Do you? If you don't, ask me in chat and I'll see how many people say they don't know what's going on.
Do you want to call your appellate counsel? They can join via Zoom. Ms. Bridegan, you can sit down. It's okay.
Okay, briefing him on which dotty to nitpick on next when cross continues. Here's Kirsten Bridegan, the widow in this case.
Print a copy of the order of compliance.
I don't see anyone saying you don't know what's going on, right? We know what's happening. It's been happening throughout this trial. It's got nothing to do with Mario's trial. This is everything for Shanna. Okay, so True Crime Addict doesn't know. Why do they want her phone? Oh dear. Okay, for everybody that knows already, sorry about that, I'll do a very quick recap. So Shanna Gardner's trial is happening next, and so in preparation for that, her defense team, which the lead is Jose Baez, the one who got Casey Anthony off. Okay, expensive attorneys would like to have Kirsten Bridegan's phone. Why? Because they had sent a detective to go and talk to somebody by the initials of EF, and EF said, no, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm first going to ask Kirsten if I can talk to you. I support Kirsten. And the defense took that and said, well, that is in fact then witness tampering. She's influencing witnesses. She may have influenced the twins as well. So they, want all her communication, everything that she also did on Instagram, because she launched 2 pages, as in the widow in this case launched the Justice for Jared B Instagram page, and then the Bridegan Foundation Instagram page. So what the defense, Shanna Gardner's defense, wants in preparation for her trial coming up is to go through Kirsten Bridegan's phone. They literally wanted to hand in her phone so that they're sending a guy to extract the contents of her phone. Okay, and so that is this whole argument. Kirsten Bridegan has an attorney, and that attorney is objecting to this and saying we're not going to hand over a phone. The judge has ruled that you're going to hand over the phone at 9 o'clock, which didn't happen at 9 o'clock, but you're going to hand over the phone. And I have ruled that they may only look at a certain narrow timeline. So something like May of 2025, or, there's a little time frame that the judge has specified that the defense's expert can look at. We were saying yesterday, but who trusts the defense with that? It just is what it is. Who trusts, if they're going to download the whole phone, how do you trust that they're only going to look at that? But that is the judge's ruling, so they're not actually allowed to go. They can look, but they can't present other things. But it must feel really invasive and terrible for a person, Shanna Gardner, who's accused of conspiring to, and actually then accused of being part of committing the murder of Jared Bridegan. So Kirsten's husband was murdered by his ex-wife, allegedly. Right, she's on trial next. To have that ex-wife, through her attorneys that are expensive attorneys, say, we want your phone because you're not tampered with witnesses. And that's the main issue, right? That's why this is happening. The judge has ruled. Let's see what they do now. Because really at 9 this morning, Kirsten was ordered to hand over her phone. So that we already know that didn't happen, because this happened well into cross-examination. This happened around probably around 9:30ish. Which I understand how serious the implication is if the widow had affected witnesses. I get that, but at the same time, damn. She's the widow in this case. She's a victim. She's not charged with anything. They just want all the contents of her phone. And initially the defense wanted 4 years worth. Okay, are we there yet? What is happening? This is taking forever. Goodness me. Glad I can go forward, actually. Damn, that took long. Okay. Okay, here we go. Ready?
Are the attorneys from the Gardner firm on Zoom?
Good morning, Your Honor. Kirsten Nelson on behalf of Ms. Gardner. I believe Jose Baez and Ron Sullivan are also present.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good morning. Is Mr. who's represent Sam Solario?
Sam, if you can hear us, could you just announce your presence?
I can hear you fine. I'm not visible because I'm unsuitably attired for court, Your Honor, and
Yes.
I didn't want to appear poorly.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Why? You got your PJs on or what?
So, Mr. Clifton, for purposes of this hearing, I received, while I'm in the middle of the trial of the state of Florida versus Mario Fernandez Saldana, I received an email indicating that Ms. Bridegan is refusing to comply with the court order. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then Ms. Nelson is the person that notified the court. So, Ms. Nelson, I'll hear from you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I also apologize. I am not suitably attired for court, so I will keep my camera off. We are moving for a motion, or our motion is for an order to show cause why Ms. Bridegan should not be held in contempt for failure to comply with the court's August 11th order, as well as the order this morning and the order yesterday.
They're going to keep petitioning, objecting. So, you know, privacy.
Ms. Nelson, do you agree that it would be indirect contempt of court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Clifton, do you understand the nature of the motion for an order to show cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So it is basically non-compliance with the court's order that was entered in on August 11th. And for the record, the court had a hearing that was requested based on the subpoenas that were issued pursuant to a prior order. The court heard the objection of the party, the non-party. I then, after that hearing and after consideration of the side that was presented during the objection, the court overruled the objection and issued an order of compliance because it was not being complied with. That is the prior order. Then this morning at approximately 7:19, this court got notice that Ms. Bridegan wanted, well, counsel filed a petition for all writs. The 5th District Court of Appeal has docketed now the appellate process, which is the appropriate way to go if there is disagreement with the court's decision. In the trial court, I believe it was you, Mr. Clifton, that filed the motion to stay this morning. It was approximately, I think, about 8:15 or 8:20. maybe.
20 p.m. last night, Your Honor, but
It was 10:20. I didn't get notice of it until early this morning. Then defense counsel filed a response. The court then issued another order denying the stay and denied it within, I believe it was about 8:30ish, giving Ms. Bridegan 30 minutes to comply with the court's order. Additionally, in the prior hearing, in the prior order, the defense has gone through the expense of asking and paying for an expert to come up to take possession of the phone, to comply with the court's order, and then return the phone to Ms. Bridegan in short order so that she could have her phone basically selectively downloaded and then returned to her so that there would be as little time away from her phone as possible. And so that is what is not being complied with. Do you believe that this is sufficient notice, or I can write the order to show cause? I'm going to grant the order to show cause, and I can write down date and time. Pursuant to the rule, I believe that you are entitled to reasonable time to prepare a defense for Ms. Bridegan.
we would want reasonable time to prepare a defense.
All right, and I hope that this is not to wait out whether the 5th District Court of Appeal is somehow going to stay. But I will give you, right now, I stopped the trial at exactly 9:30. What do you believe reasonable time would be, Mr. Clifton, for you to be prepared for the defense of an order to show cause for noncompliance, which is indirect criminal contempt of this court?
Your Honor, looking to do this today?
Yes. Because the expert drove up today, and so I don't...
I understand, Your Honor.
Okay.
2 hours?
Can we...
I kind of like it. I kind of like... I kind of like the approach Kirsten Bridegan and her attorney are taking of no means no, and it's still no. I don't care if the defense has sent their guy here. And nope, privacy, nope, you're not going to take that. I know that they can hold her in contempt of court, and no, I'm not saying just be reckless and go to jail. I don't think so, but I think, you know what I always think about? Trajectory. If this is allowed, which they said it's a gray area and maybe law will be made out of this for future events, well, then you got to think about the risk of setting a precedent. Do you know what I mean? What if they do this to other widows or widowers, other family members, other victims? What if they victimize other victims through this process? I'm just saying. I don't know. I just feel like good, keep challenging it is my opinion from the peanut gallery.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will, if you require, I will. I will have something written up and filed for you to answer to. I can get it probably by 10:15, and then I would have the hearing, I would say, at 12:30. Is that reasonable?
Yes, ma'am. That would help.
Yes, sir. All right. And whatever counsel, if you all could get in, do you want Ms. Gardner transported?
No, Your Honor, we'll waive her presence. Thank you.
All right. I will see you all again at 12:30 for this hearing, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
12:30.
All right, thank you.
See, so it's gonna keep going. That's what I say. It's the hearing number 874 on this issue, and I kind of like that Kirsten Bridegan and her defense are just like, nope, still no. Grizzly Cat, happy birthday. You said I would have done the same as her. Kiss my writ, right? And it's going to the Court of Appeals. Imagine if Kirsten Bridegan stands her ground and the Court of Appeals agrees with her. Yeah, then you're going to learn today. I don't know. Defense attorneys, you like that, huh? Yeah, okay, well, let's see. We'll have to see how this all plays out, what happens. But we clearly are going to return to this issue at 12:30, which is in the lunchtime, you know.
It goes without being said, Ms. Bridegan, you need to be present again, okay?
And she handles
Go get
it
the jury,
gracefully.
to get back ready as soon as.
All right. Yeah, everybody get him back in. We're ready to nitpick his documents some more. We're going on to the cross-examination. It continues on. Samantha Lee said, so happy she's standing her ground. There's no reason for them to have a phone. She's a victim. Right? So I like it. Thank you so much for your Canadian dollars, right? CA $5, Canadian $5 sticker. I really appreciate your support. Okay, so let's see what you guys are saying. Standing with you, Kirsten says, more, Lisa Braden. Shell Teresa said, yes, it's the principal. Well done, Kirsten. You've been been through enough. Yeah, been through enough. Yes. Okay, let's continue with that. Friday morning, at least it's afternoon for me. Friday morning cross-examination. Ready to nitpick some more? What's next? Font? Okay. Mario's back. He wants to know what's happened.
All right, welcome back in, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Dreiser, if I could just interrupt you for a couple more seconds. Members of the jury, I want to apologize for the interruption. I want to make sure that you all understand that the interruption has nothing to do with either the state or the defendant in this case. Instead, I had an emergency issue that I needed to resolve prior to you all continuing because it's time sensitive. And so I apologize for any interruption. I believe that we're back on track. So if you thought anything, you should disregard anything. It was my issue, not the attorney's. Does everyone understand that? If you could answer out loud. Yes. Perfect. Let's go.
Yes. Well, they all sound lovely. It's lovely to hear their voices. Hello, jurors. I wonder if they ever watch the replay. They sometimes do. You can watch the replays here. Are you a Grizzly now, juror? Hello. Come talk to us. Sharon L., welcome to Grizzly Cub. Also, welcome to all the new members. Thank you to everyone who's becoming a member and or a patron. I think people who are members are also patrons because it seems to be the exact same Grizzlies. And if you are that, oh my word, thank you so much for your support. All right, so here sits Special Agent Blythe, ready to be nitpicked on a little more.
All right, we're back.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, thanks for being here. We're now on January 29th. That's a day that the government asked you to map, and you did that, right?
Yes.
Now, did you talk yesterday about the fact that you do sometimes, in other cases, review surveillance in conjunction with cellular data so you can form a better expert opinion, right?
Yes.
You did not do that in this case.
I'm generally, unless it's my own case or an FBI case on my squad, I'm not part of the investigative team, and so I'm not out doing video canvases. So any video surveillance that would be provided to me to use in conjunction with this would be dependent on the investigative team. If it was available for them to find it, get it provided.
I still have permission to walk around?
Yes.
I took the liberty without asking. Thank you.
Prance around
just for
or
example,
walk around? Strut.
They did provide you information that they thought was important, and I'm reviewing States 210. This is the vehicle, the license plate readers. Do you remember? Here, I can just put it down. Remember looking at that yesterday, Agent?
Yes, I do.
You didn't pull that information, correct?
No.
The investigative team gave that to you, correct?
They did.
And that was to help you, in your expert opinion, make conclusions as to where Henry Tenon may be located, correct?
See if that lines up or not with those locations, yes.
And it did. It
Yeah.
had some evidentiary value that a vehicle registered Henry Tenon's father was near the location of where Henry Tenon's cell phone was via its GPS, correct?
Correct.
So that's exactly what we're talking about. The ability to try to confirm otherwise, which is just numbers and data on pieces of paper that you received from T-Mobile, right?
So I use it as a technique. I call it layering. So if I can get more data sets, more locations, I'll use them.
Perfect. And I asked you in this case, did you review any surveillance as a part of your layering technique that you just described to the jury?
No, I don't think there was any other surveillance that I can recall provided to use in conjunction besides the license plate readers.
Would it help assist you in your expert opinion to know, and the jury has already painstakingly watched hours of compiled surveillance that law enforcement did, not at this time, but at the Potomac address? Meaning, would it help you in your expert opinion to know that Mario Fernandez frequents the Potomac address regularly?
I don't. I obviously can see when his phone was in that area from the records I reviewed. I haven't reviewed the poll camera or whatever kind of camera surveillance was in that area.
Let's try to do this together. This day, you have Mr. Fernandez's device at the Potomac address for a couple hours, give or take.
Yes.
In evidence is hours and hours of Mr. Fernandez at the Potomac address. Does that help you say that this data is consistent with Mr. Fernandez going to the Potomac address as seen in the surveillance that's been admitted into evidence?
Yes, that would be one more indication. If you see the vehicle or him on camera, that shows that might show that he moved there with his phone.
Consistent with the date.
I love this guy's face because it's very. You wouldn't say, "Are you smirking, sir?" But he is. His eyes are twinkling. His eyebrows are going. Smiling a little bit, and just handling it so well. Every time that the defense attorney is a little condescending or trying to make some kind of gotcha moment point here, he's like, "Well, actually." Just shares the data, Pernille says again, why don't they just bring in the person who made the comment that started the whole phone gate issue? We talked about that issue, right, with them wanting Kirsten Bridegan's phone. I mean, that wouldn't be revenge enough, is the answer, isn't it? Shanna wants revenge.
That you mapped, right?
Yeah, if there's camera footage showing him there, it's consistent with this map.
That's all I was asking. Now, this is where on slide 19, Mr. Fernandez is moving from the Jacks Beach area to his rental property on January 29th. That's what this slide shows, correct?
I don't know if that's his rental property or not. I know that address is associated with Mr. Tenon.
No one told you that Mr. Fernandez owned that place?
No.
This is the first that you're learning of that?
I don't remember that. Again, I'm not part of the investigative team. I'm there for phone-based location information and try to show where devices are around these circumstances.
Devices, not people, not relationships, not what they're doing, not if Mario's swinging around on a pole in a pink thong while Mr. Biggerstaff is filming it. Okay? None of that is this guy's business. Only the devices and where they were at what time based on the data. Okay, sorry, I just have to hear and they express it. It's a little cathartic because it's frustrating to listen to this line of questioning sometimes, right? Okay.
You're the expert in this case, or one of them. Let's make sure you understand, because I think it could be important. Mr. Tenon is alleged to have killed Jared Bridegan. You know that, right?
Yes.
So when you put, because someone told you to, on your legend, Tenon address, 5239 Potomac Avenue. Someone told you to put that?
It told me that that's the residence attributed to Mr. Tenon. They did, they're able to somehow verify that that is his address.
It's interesting because what's also in evidence is a lease agreement that Mr. Fernandez leased the property to Jeremy Ordway on January 27th of 2022. Did you know that?
No.
Would you like to
Why would he know that? What does it have to do with him? Why are you asking him, and in such a narcissistic, condescending tone? Sorry, I'm not saying he's a narcissist. I'm saying, damn, that reminds me of those you encounter. Oh, interesting. And then you're going to ask some other irrelevant question. Data, devices, data. Thank you. That's it.
See that, or you take my
Ask
word
more
for it?
technical questions and less emotional
I'll take your word
ones.
for it if that's an evidence.
And you would agree with me that this is 2 days after the lease agreement was signed, correct?
It is.
So you don't know why that law enforcement told you to put the murderer's name on this slide and not 2 different things. One, that it's Mr. Fernandez's actually owned property. I know you're learning that for the first time today, but would you take my word for it that he owns it? Or would you like to see the records and evidence that he owns it?
If that's an evidence, I can take your word for it.
It is. And secondarily, as the landlord of the property, he had already rented it to a different individual by the 29th of January. And you took my word for that fact already, correct?
Again, I don't have any independent knowledge of that. If that's an evidence, so be it.
But nonetheless.
Actually, you know, that puts the finger on it. Okay, so Evergreen said you've met your match, defense. You know what I like most about this witness is that you can't manipulate him. He's a data-driven guy. You're not going to catch him out. You're not going to manipulate him. You're not going to condescend him into saying something that he's going to trip on. He's just talking about data. You know? So it's just, oh, would you take my word? I mean, sure, whatever. But can we talk about the data? Because that's what I'm here for.
Whoever told you to make this slide decided it was best to put the tenant residence when you have taken my word for 2 facts that make this not the tenant residence, correct?
I don't know all those factors, if Mr. Tenon still had access to it, or what the dynamic there was.
And we know he did, because his boots and multiple pairs of boots and his jacket and things were there. He was still living there. The state also said it. Henry Tenon was living there, even though shady Mario removed him and listed him as a tenant after the murder of Jared Bridegan. He still lived there. Whether it's in the garage, in a room, whether he just, I don't know, but yeah. So, but again, that's got nothing to do, look at his face, with the Special Agent Blythe.
So the investigative team felt that it was a residence attributed to Mr. Tenon, and I took their word for that.
Sure enough. Because that's all you can do is plug in the data that someone gives you, right?
Smart.
It's more than that, but.
Okay. Let's talk about the movement of Mr. Fernandez's phone. You know that at 2 o'clock on 129, still looking at page 19 of your slides, at 2 o'clock and 5 seconds, Mr. Fernandez is not at Potomac, correct?
What time?
2 o'clock and 5 seconds p.m.
Not yet.
All right. Can you show the jury, so my question's more clear, when I say that he could be anywhere in the band, using that band as an example, can you show the jury where he could be?
Yeah, so this event, this phone could be anywhere in this shaded area of this band.
Mr. Dreiser.
I'm going to ask would you help me change the color? Is that what you were going to ask, Judge? I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I figured I knew what was coming.
And I say
Wait a second.
Sorry.
Gotta get a blue pen out
It's red right
for that
now.
pink band.
See what blue looks like.
Yeah. We know you want to choose blue.
Doing that again?
Sure.
There we go. I like that.
Do a doodle.
And
He likes
just to
that.
clarify-
He likes it. Mr. Dreiser approves of the blue pen. Doodle there, Special Agent. Show us the band that Mario could be in.
When you show movement of a device and you see these timing advanced bands, yes, in isolation, the phone could be anywhere in the shaded area of that band, but if, a phone is moving in a vehicle, the phone's going to be on a roadway. So you're going to look to where the roadways are as part of that overall route in that movement. to see where that phone would have been during that time.
I agree with
just
you.
to clarify.
There's one road and a swamp on both sides. It's likely on the road, right?
Yes.
People can't drive through a swamp. I think we all get that.
Right.
In this case, there's a lot of roads though, right?
There are several, yes.
You don't know what road he's on, right?
Not exactly, no.
So he could be pretty much anywhere in the band as long as it's not somewhere off the road.
I mean, based on the timing, I think it's most likely somewhere along Old Kings Road or an adjacent road, but there are several roads around there.
Okay? But we agree, under no circumstances, according to your expert opinion, is he at Potomac.
At 2:02, the phone is
I'm asking you very specifically.
on its way.
At 2:05, he is not at Potomac.
I don't think so yet, no.
Okay? At 2:12, using the geolocation call-out number, Henry Tenon appears to be at or very close to the Potomac address.
Yes.
And that's a confidence meters of 56 meters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if you drew the radius. That is an unknown source, though. And I thought we talked that you don't like to use unknown sources. Do you agree that's an unknown source, Agent Blythe? Mr. Fernandez, 2:00?
I don't recall that being an unknown source, but again, I looked at these locations in their totality. The reason I didn't show the radius for the other unknown sources that was so low, because they were less than 3 meters, which is unlikely a device could get a location with less than 3 meters, even with GPS. And so, 56 meters is a lot more conservative and reasonable than 1 or 2 meters.
Okay. Nonetheless, 56 meters, approximately 160 feet, somewhere around the Potomac address is what you think.
Yes.
At 2:12, right?
Right.
Now, at 2:06:53, Mr. Tenon is definitely not in the area of the Potomac address, correct?
No, he's moved to the area of Old Kings Road and Edgewood.
Yep. And we know he's on the move because he hits another tower at 2:08, and then he has geolocation at 2:10. So bear with me. We know that Mr. Tenon is on the move, 2:00, 2:06, 2:08, and 2:10, moving away from the Potomac address.
Yes.
And we know that Mr. Fernandez at 2:00 is not there, and then he moves closer to the Potomac address somewhere around 2:02:25, correct?
Yes.
You said yesterday that they could have been there for a short period of time together, right?
Potentially.
But potentially they were not there at the same time together, correct?
I'm sorry?
Potentially they were not there at the same time together.
So sometime between 2:00 and 2:06, I don't know when, Mr. Tenon's phone began moving from the residence towards Old Kings Road. So I don't know exactly when during that 6 minutes and some change that his phone left. It looks like it would probably take, a little bit of time to get that distance. I don't know the exact drive time, but they're very close to overlapping. So I don't know for sure that based on this data, that they were together, but they could have been.
And I really thought my question was really simple. I know you think they could have been. I'm asking you, they may not have been. And you gave a very long answer, but you agree with me that you can't say that they were together at that time period at Potomac, correct?
Correct.
And while you track devices and the studies show that people are within arm's length of their devices, can you tell me one time while Mr. Tenon is away from Potomac that you can put Mario Fernandez with Henry Tenon?
Based on this data, no.
Okay? And based on the data, not a shred of evidence that Mr. Fernandez was with Mr. Tenon during that time period, correct?
There's no location in data, during this time when Mr. Tenon's devices leave and then come back that I can show that on the 29th.
And there's not a shred of surveillance that has ever been provided to you that puts Mr. Fernandez with Mr. Tenon, correct?
I'm not aware of it, no.
You're not aware of any receipts or financial transactions that put Mr. Fernandez outside of the Potomac area during that time period, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
You're not aware of a single eyewitness that puts Mr. Fernandez outside of the Potomac address or area at the time that Mr. Tenon is gone, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And you don't know whether Mr. Fernandez may have connected to the Wi-Fi at the residence in which he owns, correct?
Could you repeat the last
You don't know if when Mr. Fernandez arrives at Potomac, he connects to the Wi-Fi there.
I don't.
I was putting that on the screen because it's like the defense is saying, so maybe they were together, but there's a chance that they weren't. So it reminds me of this GIF here. So you're telling me there's a chance that maybe they weren't. Maybe they weren't. They probably were, though.
And of course, if he was there and there were data sessions, it wouldn't be picked up on these TA records, correct?
If he's using cellular or using Wi-Fi based data instead of cellular data if and when he connected to that Wi-Fi, I don't know if he did. You can't tell that based on cellular records.
Exactly. And it's not uncommon for people to connect to Wi-Fi to places that they routinely go, correct?
It's not uncommon.
Thank you. You have a bunch of slides that reflect that Mr. Tenon went near the crime scene during that time period on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you even have a zoomed in slide. Can you find it for me, please? January 29th, where he's near. Like right here, right there. The long red line, there we go. We're looking at slide 26. This shows that you believe Mr. Tenon's device, and by extension of the studies, Mr. Tenon went to the crime scene on that day, correct?
Yes.
You have no evidence whatsoever that he went anywhere near Marsh Inlet, Mr. Fernandez's residence on that day, do you?
I don't think so, no.
Thank you. How do I say that? Vinci Town for the 5 Mama Bear coffee, so I appreciate that.
February 15th.
These pens are drawing all over the place now. The judge is going to be like, remove that.
On February 15th, you have reason to believe, using the data, that Mr. Fernandez may have gone to his rental property in the morning?
Yes, the Potomac Avenue address, yes.
Okay. Mr. Tenon wasn't there?
During this time frame, his device is over where it's indicated with the 9 events here.
We're looking at slide 34.
Correct.
Easy answer is Mr. Tenon's not there, correct?
His device is not there.
His device isn't there. Thank you. And did you know that the area that it is in is Modison Pallets, where Mr. Tenon worked? Did anybody tell you that?
No.
Okay. This would be an example where Mr. Fernandez is at the rental property and Mr. Tenon is not at the rental property, correct?
In this instance, no, correct.
Yeah. Just like on the 29th, right?
On the 29th, you're just talking about Mr. Tenon's device is leaving?
Exactly.
Yeah. Mr. Fernandez's device remains in the area of that residence.
Similar fact, right?
Yes.
Now let's go to later in the afternoon. And again, in your layering concept that you told me about, would it be important to know that in the surveillance that this jury has already seen, that Mr. Fernandez oftentimes goes to the Potomac address more than one time in a single day? Would that help in your layering?
Not really. I mean, it shows a pattern of life, right? That may be good for an investigator to know. But for me, I'm looking at finite periods of time, showing where the devices are and where they move as best as I can.
But you would agree with me, it gives the jury some perspective that he goes there more than one time in a single day, consistent with what you mapped, right?
I don't know that it pertains to my mapping. It's you can make whatever arguments you see fit.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that.
You seem to. Oh, my word. Then he says, thank you, sir. I'll do that. Whew, the tone. Tammy Ken, thank you for spoiling the mods with 3 Big Bear coffees.
And then later in the day, he goes back to the address for a short period of time, correct? Mr. Fernandez goes back to the Potomac address.
Yes.
Slide 35, Your Honor. But now, would you tell the jury, this time you believe the data shows that Mr. Fernandez gets to the rental property that he owns and Mr. Tenon is there, correct?
So between 4 and 4:29:25, Mr. Tenon's device is there.
I know, but let's break.
No. Mr. Dreiser, it's not you believe, because belief is a belief. It's not a fact. It's a belief. But factually, the data shows where the devices are. I know I just keep saying the same thing, but it feels like here and there, the record needs to be corrected. Because it's not what the special agent believes. He's not believing anything about the data. He's just offering the data that was analyzed, and that's it. But this defense attorney continues to make it. I mean, I'm pretty sure the jury would also be looking at this like, okay, but isn't this this is the map time guy, the timeline guy, the cell phone guy, the data guy, yeah? Special agent, FBI special. Why is he asking him that?
Break that down.
Okay.
Mr. Tenon leaves the property, doesn't he?
He does.
And he leaves before Mr. Fernandez leaves the property, correct?
Before his device does, yes.
Before his device does. Another example of when Mr. Fernandez is at the Potomac address and Mr. Tenon is not at the Potomac address, correct?
I would replace their names with their phones, but yes.
You would do the devices, because you maintain people are with their devices, right?
Usually, but okay. We talked about this earlier, yes.
Yeah, all right. On the evening, moving to the 16th, which is the day of the homicide, let's go around slide 39. Okay.
K. Kidsma said, the defense attorney is trying so hard to get this guy. But he is a true professional. He really is, right? He handles it like a boss. And also with a tiny little bit of snark in there, Because it's like, what are you trying to do, defense? But he just keeps it so cool and calm. It's awesome to see. Thank you so much for your $10 sticker.
There's a lot of data on these slides. Would you agree at some point in time, and this is real talk, simple, I'm not trying to confuse it, it looks and it appears that Mr. Fernandez left his residence in the early afternoon or late, the early evening, around 5 o'clock. He travels west on Beach Boulevard. He turns around, he travels east on Beach Boulevard and drives home. Would you agree that that's pretty consistent with all of the slides from that time period?
That's a good way to put it.
I'm sorry?
That's a good way to put it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Lap
now,
up that compliment. Thank you.
Again, no one's ever provided you any evidence that Mr. Fernandez left his home on the evening of the homicide, correct?
Left his home at what time frame? On the 16th?
Yeah, during the homicide. After he gets back from the Beach Boulevard, he goes west, then he goes east, he comes home. You have no surveillance that puts him outside of his home.
No.
You have no eyewitnesses that put him outside of his home.
No, not to my knowledge.
So you talk about TA records and that there could be a gap in the TA records and that it could be that his phone was off during the time of the homicide. That's what you told the jury yesterday.
It's possible.
It's possible. You also told the jury that these are all just snapshots in time, correct?
They are.
You also know, and I'm going to use your words, there can be blocks of time where network engineers just don't record timing advance for a particular market area.
That's true.
And you also know that when you got all the records that you've used to compile this data, it came with a warning, correct?
Yes.
If I just may have a moment, Your Honor, I got to switch gears.
Got to switch gears now. Oh, okay, we're going from nitpicking to cherry picking, are we? All right, let the cherry picking begin. Pokemama23 said they aren't claiming Mario did the murder, right? They are. He's charged with first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. So while not claiming that he pulled the trigger, it's much like the Adelson case where they all went down, except Wendy. Oh, when is she getting arrested, you guys? Oh, sorry. Because if there's a conspiracy and all of that, which it was initially, now it's solicitation to commit murder is what this charge of state and first-degree murder. If he planned it, paid for it, he's involved, it's as if he pulled the trigger. So Shanna Gardner, Mario Fernandez, and Henry Tenon are all charged with first-degree murder and solicitation to commit the murder. They were previously charged with child abuse and conspiracy to commit murder, and they dropped those two charges for all of them. Henry Tenon, in fact, got a plea deal. He accepted it, pleaded guilty, told the cops everything, was going to get sentenced to 15 to life after these trials, right? Because they were going to have a joint trial. That's what he would have gotten, 15 to life. That was the deal. But then, before Mario trial started, he was like, nope, you know what? Actually, it wasn't actually that soon. It was earlier this year. He decided, nah, I'm not going to testify against them. I'm going to take it back. I want a trial now. So he's charged with first-degree murder and solicitation to commit first-degree murder as well. Sassa, Sweden, ooh, the land of Swedish fish, says, Mama, thank you. Just supported you with the Mama Bear coffee. Thank you so much. I need to buy Swedish fish again sometime, don't I? Ooh, have you ever had that candy? So good. Thank you so much. There's a side note. Got some water ASMR for us there.
This is the warning that you received from T-Mobile?
It's a note on interpreting timing advance records. Yes, I've seen it or read it.
Would you read the first paragraph to the jury, please?
Your response includes timing advance records. TA records are not call records. TA records are specialized historical location records. They are based on tower registrations and are not dependent on a voice call, text message, or data session. TA records are stored by market as defined by T-Mobile Engineering. TA records are retained for 0 to 90 days. Retention varies by market. Timing advance data may not be available in every market, portion of a market, or for every IMSI, which is an account-specific number for a user on their network. And even if call records are found, there may be times when no timing advance records are available. Please exercise caution in using these records for investigative or prosecutorial purposes.
You are, in fact, using these for prosecutorial purposes.
Absolutely. And what they mean there is you need to know, understand them, and they're gracious enough to come and provide training directly from their network engineers to FBI CAST and other units.
And in their training, because you've already testified to it, you tell the juries that there are times where, I'm going to use your words, there are blocks of times where the network engineers just don't record timing advance for a particular market area. Those are your words.
Yes.
And this is what we're talking about, one of those times between approximately 7:10 and 8:20 p.m., right?
It could be, but I don't know that for sure.
Of course. So now let's go to the slide where it it sort of shows the desolate time period that the prosecutor talked about at great
The
length. yesterday
desolate.
evening.
Of course they talked about it at great length yesterday evening, because it's friggin' weird that Mario's phone suddenly has zero activity. It's turned off on flight mode in the hour when the murder was committed. You know? Weird that. Ironic. Yet another coincidence, and thank you for pointing out that the state spoke about this at great length. You're not belittling that or minimizing it, Mr. Defense. You're actually pointing out to the jury and us, the peanut gallery over here. Hi, we're Grizzlies, Grizzly True Crime. How important that was to the state, the ones where the burden is on them, right, to prove the case. Yeah, this was real important to them. So let's go over it one more time, Mr. Defense Attorney, and do show those pink bands and just this location of interest and Mario's house. Just show how close they are again. Yeah, one more time from the top. February 16th of
This
2022,
is showing that there is activity.
the night of the murder. Mario's phone had no activity from 7:11 p.m. until 8:19 p.m. No timing advanced records. And then it came back on for a little bit at 9:11 p.m. I think it was. And then it went off again for 45 minutes. And then it came back on. Ooh, the only night his phone is doing that. How very interesting.
ETA records around 209, 210.
709, 710.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 2 being the month, 709 to 710, and then there's a gap
Yes.
between 820. That's what you were talking about. That's what T-Mobile's talking about, right?
Could be, possibly.
Okay, so now let's go. And this is it. This is the slide they showed you yesterday, where it just slide number 42, where it just shows like no pink, and it looks like nothing happened, right?
It shows like no pink, you guys. There's like no pink, which means no Mario, which means no timing advance records for the defendant. Right when his buddy's riding around, and all of that is there. Looked like, wow, in that time, 7:11 p.m. to 8:19 p.m. Is that what I said? That is what I said. Thank you to my chicken scratch.
This is a representative that there's no TA records during 7:11 to 8:19 p.m. That's the slide that you developed, correct?
As well as the note shows there's no outgoing or incoming text messages during the time frames noted.
You know what's going to be interesting is when we watch Shanna Gardner's trial, we have to pin this in our minds, because if hers also has no timing advance records in that time, oh my word, because we only seen Mario's trial. Then we're going to see Shanna's. It's going to be so interesting to compare notes, to be able to see, you know, the angles the state takes with her case, what they're going to show. I'm sure some things will be repeated, but I think we want to see more, you know, like the messages between her and her friend, Kim Jensen. Those are going to be interesting.
Again, you don't know if he's connected to his home Wi-Fi, correct?
I don't know.
And let's go down to the slide that shows a bunch of TA records on the night of the homicide.
Bunch of them.
Slide 49. So on this exhibit that you put together, different than the desolate one where it just shows nothing, you put all these TA records on the right-hand side, correct?
There are a lot of timing advance records, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But let's focus on the top.
Okay.
There's a timing advance at 9/11/04, correct?
Yes,
There's not another one until 10:02, correct?
that's correct.
That's approximately a 52-minute section where there are no timing advance records, correct?
Thanks for pointing that out, and also matching it to when Henry Tenon is still dawdling around, waiting to get back to Cheddar Road so that he can get his truck and get the F out of there, while Mario's probably idling there, waiting for him in the gravel lot of the Discovery School, allegedly. So, thanks, defense. Thank you so much. You know what? I want to be condescending back. I want to be in the courtroom, please. Me. I want to redirect. Thank you so much, defense, for pointing that out. That is weird.
Yes.
And if you made a slide, if you wanted to, which you didn't, but if I asked you to, and I'm just going to ask the jury to visualize it.
Visualize the desolate
If the
45
crime
minutes.
had occurred at 9:30,
But it didn't.
just for a moment, are you following me?
Yeah.
Yes.
If the crime occurred at 9:30, you could make an identical slide to the one I just asked you that say between 9:11:04 and 10:02 p.m., and it would look identical. There would be no TA records.
True.
Correct?
Correct. There's no calls or text messages during that time frame either.
Yes, correct. It's weird that there's two gaps, though, and that Mario just quickly turned his phone back on between his video gaming on Wi-Fi, quickly turned it on while Henry Tenon at the same time is dawdling around and heading towards his house, right past the police station. Interesting. Just quickly turns it on and then, whoop, turn it off again. You good, buddy? You almost here? Yeah, I'm almost here. Oh, okay, turn it back off. 45 minutes later, here's your track. Thank you so much. I know we promised you $150,000, but you're only gonna get like 10,000. Okay.
So when the government asked you yesterday, and Ms. Stifler said something to the effect of, and it just happens to be that during the time of the homicide, there's no TA records. It was based on the slide that shows nothing, correct?
Weird question.
That is what it is. There's no records during that
It's
time.
the data.
And it is what it is, that there's no records between 9:11 and 10:02 p.m., right? This is what it is. There are no records between that time period. And that's not something Mr. Fernandez can control, is it?
So potentially, yes. In some respects, you can not make phone calls. You can not use data. You can turn the phone off and not have connectivity. But there is this other potential reason with the network not recording time in advance, which it would explain lack of time in advance. It wouldn't necessarily explain the other data sets, but that's why I pointed out reasons for both yesterday, and you're pointing them out again. And those are the possibilities and the reasons behind them.
Okay. You just don't know, right?
No.
It's just providing the data. He looks at the jury. Jurors.
May I just have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it was on day 2 that they showed us all that surveillance. A lot of surveillance footage focused on day 2. And we saw Henry Tenon, what appeared to be consistent with who we believe to be Henry Tenon, walking past the police station on Cheddar Road towards where the Ford F-150 was before. Meaning he's not in the Ford, he's walking towards where it would be. And that, if I remember, was at around 9 p.m. 8:50 to 9 p.m. Something like that. Do you remember that? So if Mario's turning on his phone quickly there at around 9:11, but then turning it off again for 45 minutes, right? 8:50 to 9, turns it on, maybe checking where is he, how far is Henry? I don't know. We don't have those because he wiped his phone and the cloud. So it was when Kirsten Bridegan arrived at the police station and Henry Tenon was in the background kind of walking past. And the blue truck went past. So that's interesting. Mario, you think it's going well? I don't know. The crime occurred at 7:52 p.m., February 16th of 2022. And at 7:52 p.m., okay, the homicide occurred. When was Mario's phone showing no timing advance records? Between 7:11 and 8:19. But then quickly his phone is back on for a moment at 9:04 or 9:11, whatever they said there. 9:04, I think it was. For 45 minutes, off again. Then back on. That's weird. Especially given where Henry Tenon was headed. Where he was walking towards his house. Which is also there by the Pablo Hamlet area and the Discovery School.
Agent Blythe, do you see that there's a timing advance gap starting at 12:43 a.m. on the 17th?
About a 30-minute time frame.
Yeah, between 12:43:32 and 1:16 a.m. 14, and I'm referring to the same slide, Your Honor, slide 49.
That sort of gap in or lack of timing advance for a short period of time, 30 minutes, let's say, could be the phone being somewhat idle. Text messages, voice calls, using data, cellular data can generate those, as well as signaling when the phone's moving. But while the phone's just sitting there idle, there may be a little bit less.
Or I guess it could be argued that he turned his phone off and back on again, right?
It's possible.
Did you know law enforcement was there at approximately 12:36 that night? That's when they arrived?
I don't know when they arrived. No.
Okay. The jury heard and they'll make their determination, but I'm going to represent to you it was somewhere around 12:36 that they arrived to give the death notification to Ms. Gardner and Mr. Fernandez, okay?
Okay.
And they were there past the 12:43 hour. So again, if Detective Burrell has testified that Mr. Fernandez wasn't playing with his phone, he wasn't fumbling with his phone, it would be likely that Mr. Fernandez did not turn his phone off at that time, right?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he had access to his phone, had it in his hand, in his pocket, or if it was sitting on the nightstand. I don't know.
All right, and then we talked about Pennsylvania.
I like that clapback. The data-driven clapback.
So I'm going to move on. And then you put some graphs together at the end that show a few different ways to visualize what you thought were some important historical pieces of information about when he uses his phone and when he doesn't. Is that a fair description?
It's just pattern of life is showing in a benign way just when the device is used more by frequency when the device is in use based on the call detail records.
That's what I was going to ask you about, based off call detail records, right?
Yes.
None of these charts factor in Wi-Fi whatsoever.
No.
So.
Well, yeah, so text messages are indicated in the records. Calls go in the records even if they're over Wi-Fi. It's not including data sessions.
It's not including data sessions. You didn't factor in Wi-Fi into this equation whatsoever.
Well, a lot of the records are there, whether the phone's using Wi-Fi or not, in the call detail records.
I think my question was you did not factor what's happening when he's connected to Wi-Fi during these time periods at all.
So again, that's why I was clear. It's based on the call detail records, and it doesn't necessarily account for other usages of the phone that aren't incorporating the cellular network.
So, Mr. Dreiser, are you trying to imply that Mario used his phone 24/7? He's so superhuman, he doesn't sleep at all? Okay.
Gaming.
Oh, like gaming?
Gaming, like data sessions.
Correct.
The jury's learned that Mr. Fernandez was a big gamer. Did you know that?
No.
Maybe he was a little gamer. Did you know that?
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, may I just have one more moment with my colleagues?
Yes.
Mr. Hill, did I hit all the points? Did I nitpick and cherry pick everything? Okay, good. Getting ready for that redirect, I see. Okay.
I have no further questions for the witness at this time, but I just need a minute to clean up my mess.
Sure. Ms. Stifler, do you have redirect?
Just 2 questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you want to do it from counsel's table?
That would be fine.
Okay. Did you need the?
I might use just one of the slides quickly.
All right.
They don't have to wait
If
for
you
me.
could give them a moment.
I'll just use the Elmo. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Joe Hoffman says, was he playing Candy Crush? He might have been. Stefan's like, a gamer? You know that? Really? He was a little gamer. He loved playing Super Mario. Mario loved playing Super Mario. Where'd the sound go? Joanna Toledo, thank you for the $5 sticker. We don't have sound. Where's the sound gone? Sir? Ma'am? Camera person? Hello? Oh my
Types
word.
of...
That's so crazy. They effed up the sound. They're asking, but there's no sound. Anyway, we're grateful we have cameras in the courtroom and sound most of the time.
I'm trying to show a fair and accurate, reasonable representation visually of where the location of the phones were and the movement of those devices with the level of precision warranted by the data set.
So you speak for the data,
Yes.
and you don't have a position when it comes to the data. You map it as it's provided to you.
Yes.
One last question. You had a couple different types of data, in this case, timing advanced, cellular location data, and Google location data. In your career, have you ever mapped location data that you obtained from the download of a cellular device?
Yes.
What types of location data are available on a cellular device itself? Not from the provider, but right from the phone, plug it in and download it.
Right, so it's the same source that Google's getting the locations from. It's just transmitted to Google, like with the Henry Tenon 53. But the phone has several options to generate a estimated location. It could be the GPS receiver on the phone. It could be what's called Wi-Fi based locations, or the phone can see Wi-Fi access points around it, see the signal strength, and then estimate where its location is based on the location of known Wi-Fi access points around them. Third, it could be Bluetooth technology or cellular technology. The phone can see what cell phone towers it gets a signal from around it and can estimate a location as well.
Is that type of data more precise, similar to the Google location data you had for Henry Tenon 53 at Gmail?
Certainly the GPS, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth sourced locations, yes, those would be typically more precise. Cellular is just going to be similar to cell site in that it's a broader estimated location.
So if you had the ability, if data was available on Mr. Fernandez's phone, with location data, it's possible you could more precisely map the location of his device during some of these time periods.
Yes.
If that data existed and was available to you.
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further for this witness? Just on those points, correct? Okay.
Do you know if on the night of the homicide, when they gave a death notification, they asked for Mr. Fernandez's phone?
I don't.
Do you know when his phone was collected via a warrant?
I do not.
Certainly law enforcement can get warrants, they can stop people, and they can collect their devices, correct?
Yes.
And generally,
If they have evidence that leads that way on the night of the murders, no. They're not going to be like, Mario, give us your phone. They don't have anything yet.
the suspect doesn't know when that's going to happen, correct?
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope.
Now, this is directly to her asking questions about other people's phones and other investigations, what information he could use if he
All right,
had it.
stop. I'll overrule the objection. You can ask.
Thank you, Your Honor. People don't generally know when their devices are going to get seized.
No.
And in this particular case, a warrant was issued 11 months after the homicide for Mr. Fernandez's phone. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
And that's when they got it, 11 months later, right? If that's true. That's when you would have had that ability to look at that phone when law enforcement seizes it, right?
Yes.
And in your expertise, nowadays, people are extremely reliant on their cell phones, correct?
Yes.
New cell phones come out regularly, correct?
Yes,
And people get new cell phones fairly often.
every couple years.
Some people more than that, right?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Ms. Stifler? May the witness be excused or
Be excused.
subject to recall or no?
Sure, we'll do him subject to recall, just in case.
Right. Agent, you understand what that means?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you can step down now. Please stay in contact with the attorneys.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
The next witness, is it a longer or shorter witness?
Probably going to be about an hour.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-morning break. We'll give, the court will give you 15 minutes, so we'll return back at 10:50. Leave your notepads on your chair, please.
Everybody buckle up. Don't spill your coffee now. Ready to teleport? Lee Hilliard says, Guten Abend, Grizzly True Crime. Greetings, Grizzly fam. Good to see you all. Guten Abend, Lee Hilliard. Wie geht's es Ihnen? Okay, let's skip this now. Let's see if did they say anything between the attorneys? Anything? No. Okay, they're just going to take their break. Cool. We're going to skip right over that. Off we go. That was a long-ass break. I could see this was a long-ass break. Oh, my word. Okay. An hour, you say. Now, who we got? Let it be someone spicy. Come on, put Mr. Biggerstaff on the stand. Oh, he's going to see screenshots or what?
Exhibits with defense this morning, and we're entering these into evidence by stipulation of both parties.
Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. And Ms. Stifler, if you could go over them.
Yes,
All right.
States 9G coming in as 213, Google deletion markers, secondary database. 9F coming in as 212, Google deletion markers, primary database.
So basically, Uncle Google's gonna get you, Mario. Even when you deleted your shit, they're gonna get you. Because Uncle Google's gonna say, huh, he deleted things here, here, and here. Oh, okay, and what remnants of that did they find, and where did it lead? Yeah. Pernille's like, why is it spicy? I like that. Sorry, you have to say it in that voice. If you don't know, you might be like, why is she talking like that? You got to see that meme.
States I coming in as 215, Google deletion data by process data bar graph. And 9H coming in as 214, CDR mediations, Mario Fernandez Saldana with highlights.
Thank you. Are both sides ready?
Yes, Your Honor. May the state and I approach briefly just for scheduling?
Okay.
Okay, scheduling, you say.
Right, let's bring in the jury, Ms. Gordon.
Bring in the jury.
Welcome back in. Everyone may be seated. Ms. Stifler, if the state will call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Lindsay Butler.
Lindsay Butler, please.
Lindsay Butler. The name rings a bell. Sounds important. Who is it again? Who is it again?
Will you please raise your right hand to be
Just tell
sworn
us
in?
everything.
Ma'am, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Right, this way. Watch your step, please. There's an incline. Can you get rid of that cup, Ms. Gordon? Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Butler. Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
Good morning. My name is Lindsay Butler.
And Ms. Butler, what is your occupation?
I'm currently a physical security analyst for the North American Electric Reliability Corporation.
And who was your previous employer?
I was previously employed by the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, or the ATF.
And could you speak up just a little bit? You're a little soft-spoken. I want to make sure we can hear you okay.
Yes.
How many years were you with the ATF?
I was with the ATF for approximately 5 years.
And what was your position there?
I was an intelligence research specialist.
Can you describe for the jury what an intelligence research specialist does?
Sure. So we receive data, we interpret the data, we analyze the data, and we assist investigators who are investigating a variety of crimes, both state and federal.
Was your position with ATF a civilian position?
Yes, it was.
You're not sworn law enforcement?
Correct.
And can you give the jurors a brief outline of your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in criminal justice from Virginia Commonwealth University and a master's in criminal justice from the University of Cincinnati.
Very
and
well
can you describe
spoken.
for the jurors, today you'll be testifying about your analysis in this case involving cell phones, Google data, and toll records.
She's going to tell us all about Uncle Google. Love that. All right. Jules W. True Crime Addict, thank you for your 20-pound sticker. That's amazing. You said thank you for the ad-free Grizzly Snark Entertainment. Snarkertainment. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your support. Are we ready? I feel excited. What you found with Uncle Google, tell us.
Can you give the jurors an idea of the training and the training and education you've had in those types of data, the analysis of that type of data?
Sure. So when I started with ATF, I attended a virtual IRS intelligence research specialist basic training program where we covered toll records in our software called PLX. I also attended an advanced IRS techniques course in August of 2021. I attended a PLX advanced course, which covered the analysis and review of toll records in December of 2021. In August of 2022, I attended a 4-week in-person academy, Intelligence Research Specialist Academy, and then I also attended the FBI's CAST cell phone analysis training in the summer of 2023.
You're trained in CAST, in PLX, and utilizing Cellbrite and other applications to review different types of data.
Yes.
I want to talk about your involvement in this case. Back in 2022, were you employed as, and I'm going to call it IRS for short, as an IRS with the ATF?
Yes, I was.
And were you assigned to the Jacksonville office in 2022?
Yes, I was.
How did you become involved in the homicide investigation into the murder of Jared Bridegan?
I was notified by an ATF special agent that the homicide had occurred, and I was asked to assist in the investigation.
Can you describe for the jury what your role as an IRS is in an investigation like a homicide?
Sure. So I would review various types of records, assist investigators with interpreting those records, provide investigative leads, things of that nature.
And in this case, you did some preliminary cell site and timing advanced mapping to assist the investigators.
Yes.
And then later coordinated with Agent Blythe with the FBI regarding that mapping and data.
Correct.
Do you participate in investigation to the extent of a sworn law enforcement officer, like going out in the field, interviewing witnesses, collecting evidence?
No, I do not interview witnesses or directly collect evidence.
And you don't write any reports about your work?
Correct.
You mentioned something called toll records, which is a big portion of what your testimony is going to be today. Can you tell the jury what toll records are?
Sure. So toll records are essentially kind of like the call log that you all have on your phones. It's records that we receive directly from the cell phone provider, and it provides information such as date, time, the number that the phone is communicating with, the duration, the direction, things of that nature.
And in this case, where you provided toll records for several different individuals to include Henry Tenon, Mario Fernandez Saldana, Shanna Gardner, John Biggerstaff, among others, but mainly the focus of what we're going to talk about here today.
Yes, I was.
Where you also provided Google data returns for Henry Tenon, Mario Fernandez, and John Biggerstaff in this case.
Yes, I was.
Let me pull up my PowerPoint for everyone.
Yes, please.
I'm starting with what's been marked and entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 214. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at here on your screen? And it's really hard to read. Don't worry, we'll explain what it is.
Okay.
This is a Excel spreadsheet containing the toll records for the telephone number 904-566-2633 for the time frame January 1st, 2022 to August 23rd, 2022. Those dates and times were pulled in UTC time, so that's why there's a little bit of a difference when you get down into the data.
So this is a spreadsheet. You did some conversions for UTC time.
I did.
And are these the same records or substantially the same records other than you've included highlighting and a UTC conversion as the toll records from Mario Fernandez received through T-Mobile, which is State's Exhibit 179?
Yes.
And the jury's going to have both, but for ease of interpreting them, they've heard briefly what UTC is, but could you give them a refresher?
Sure. So UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time, and it's the standard used to establish time zones across the world. So UTC is at UTC 0. In order to get to Eastern Standard Time in the winter months or Eastern Daylight Times in the summer months, you have to subtract hours from the UTC time. So when we need to get to Eastern Standard Time, we subtract 5 hours from the UTC time. When we need to get to Eastern Daylight Time, we subtract 4 hours from the UTC time.
So looking at State's Exhibit 214, as an example to the jury, the first entry for January 1st, 2022, column A is going to be the date of the transaction, meaning some kind of communication on your cell phone, cellular device with this phone number. And this time here, can you explain the difference between columns B and C and what you've done to make this easier to interpret?
Sure.
In order to protect my channel from YouTube's ever-increasing, changing community guidelines, I do want to tell the Gemini bots you're listening. Hello, YouTube? Okay, this is public record. It's an exhibit or evidence shown at a public trial, and it includes, yes, phone numbers and things, but it's public record. Very important to this trial.
Took the date and time represented in columns A and B. I combined them together. Then I adjusted the date and time so it would reflect for January 1st, Eastern Standard Time. So it's UTC minus 5 hours.
So later, if the jury's looking at these records and they want to know the correct date and time for Jacksonville, Florida, our time zone, would they look in column C?
Yes.
So for example, on transaction line 2, we see 1/1/2022, 1/30/06, and in column C, we see 12/31/21, 20/30/06. What is the adjusted time for the correct time zone?
We subtracted 5 hours.
And we ended up with 20/30/06, which is going to be 8:30 p.m.
Right, on December 31st.
And those are in military time, so hopefully someone knows how to subtract 12 in that jury room. Call type, what is call?
I know I say it almost every time. It's so weird though. In the rest of the world, we don't call it military time. We all just use that time. We use 24-hour clocks, you know what I mean? So it's just like, that's just the time. But like, yeah, in the States, you guys call that military time, right? Interesting. Always so different, right, around the world. Telly's mom, thanks for being a member for 15 months. And while I'm yakking over here, let me just quickly thank... Wait. LaSusie said, Uncle Google's gonna get you, Mario. Yes, Uncle Google is. Thank you for your support.
Column E going to show us?
The call type shows the type of communication represented in that row. So SMS would be an SMS message. There would be calls represented as well. MTC is a mobile terminating call, so that's a call that's coming into the device that we're looking at. MOC is a mobile originating call. That's a call that's going from the device that's we're looking at. And there's also RCS messages, which is rich content messages, which is kind of just more of a modern text service.
So when we look in the column E, we see MOC and MTC are going to be calls, incoming and outgoing. SMSC and that rich messaging, if I can find one. Here we go. RCS, IM chat. Are these just different ways to indicate a chat or text feature like you use when you're texting?
Yes.
And then there's also a column here, column D, for duration. For our calls, not text messages, there will be indicated in seconds the length of a phone connection.
Yes.
Column F, what is this going to indicate?
That indicates the direction of the voice call.
For voice calls, and sometimes we can get that on chats, but not text messages.
If you keep scrolling down to the RCS.
There we go.
Yes, so the RCS IM chats are all going to reflect as outgoing. It's just recording the existence of an RCS chat at that time.
And then G, column G is going to indicate what?
That's going to be the calling number, so the number who initiated the communication.
So for example, in transaction line 4, we see the calling number is 904-566-2633, which is attributed to Mr. Fernandez. So that means he is making the call. The call is originating from his phone number.
He is sending the SMS chat, SMS message.
Yes. And then here, a called number is at the receiving phone number for the SMS or the outgoing phone calls or the RCMS.
Yes.
For example, in this one, line 4, we see the called number at 708-4571. They will have a chart of phone numbers back there, but is that the phone number for Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
And you've done some highlighting here also for ease of interpreting these records relevant to this investigation. We have a cell color coding, so all the calls highlighted in green are going to involve an individual phone number attributed to a Shanna Gardner.
Yes.
The blue calls are
the one with the pierced genitals there, Shanna Gardner. Okay, it's green. Okay, John Biggerstuff, the swinger man, is blue. Okay, Henry Tenon, the alleged shooter, is yellow. And then, wait, who's Janie Deal? Who's that? Who that? Janie is purple. Where's Mario? Oh, that's who he's messaging. Okay, we got it. We're on the same page. Let's go.
Going to be attributed to the phone number for John Biggerstaff.
Yes.
Yellow for Henry Tenon.
Yes.
Purple for Janie Deal, which we'll get to later in your testimony.
Yes.
And then here, we've got 3 phone numbers listed from Mr. Fernandez's toll records. A secondary phone number for Henry Tenon, a phone number for Kirsten Bridegan, and a phone number for Jared Bridegan. And there were no transactions in these records for those numbers.
Correct.
Okay, so I want to talk about some specific dates of interest within his toll records. Beginning with January 29th, 2022. And everyone's got to be a little bit patient with me trying to scroll through all these records.
January 29th, 2022. The murder happened.
So we have
on February 16th of 2022. Oh my, Stefan said pierced Biggerstaff. Oh my, pierced Biggerstaff and his tool bench.
Beginning on transaction line 1402 through transaction line 1451, all the tolls attributed, well actually I'm going to do this the other way. We're going to look at the UTC conversion in column C. We've got 1453 as the last transaction on the 29th, and 1407 as the first transaction on the 29th.
Yes.
I'm interested, one, these yellow highlights, what does that indicate about who these transactions are occurring with on January 29th, 2022?
Those are communications with the phone number attributed to Henry Tenon.
Yes.
And the adjusted time on these in column C is, these appear to be SMS. Would that be text messages?
Yes.
The adjusted time appears to be 13-1302, 13-13-13, 13-15-13, and 13-15-26.
Yes.
We can see here that these messages, three of the messages originated from Mr. Fernandez's cell phone to Mr. Tenon's phone. One of the messages originated from Mr. Tenon's phone to Mr. Fernandez's phone.
Correct.
And what is the time in converted time from military to, or how we Americans like to say it? What are the times of these communications and transactions?
1:13 and 2 seconds p.m., 1:13 and 13 seconds p.m., 1:15 and 13 seconds p.m., and 1:15 and 26 seconds p.m.
And we see here that there is some activity initiated by this phone number, meaning presumably initiated by Mr. Fernandez to send text messages.
Correct.
I'm going to call that active usage by the phone holder or the phone subscriber. Between this 1:15:26 p.m. text message outgoing from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon, is there any other active cell phone usage on the part of Mr. Fernandez or whoever's holding his phone in the time frames between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m.?
No.
So there's no indication that this phone number, Mr. Fernandez's phone number, actively was utilizing cell phone towers to send messages or to make calls during this time frame?
Not based on these records, no.
And here we see at 15:43:16, 17:10:14, and 18:38:22 on lines 1444, 1445, and 1446. Incoming text messages from a 2300 number. Based on your knowledge of toll records, as best you can, what does this show?
Based on my understanding, this could mean a number of things. This could mean some sort of network routing that's being done through the device. It could mean a notification of some sort. It could be a short code received. There's a couple of different things that it could mean.
Does it indicate?
You mean like he had signal? He had something encrypted? I don't know what that is. 2300. Okay, it could be anything, really. Was he gaming?
Any active use or activity by the cell phone belonging to Mario Fernandez to somebody else?
Not based on my understanding, no.
And then the next contact after these texts with Mr. Tenon and these unknown notifications, we have a text message coming into Mr. Fernandez's phone at 18:41 on the 29th, which would be 6:41 p.m.?
Yes.
And who is that text message from?
Ms. Gardner.
So on the 29th, just to recap, there is no active cellular usage by this phone number during the time frame between 2 p.m. Well, actually, the last active we have would be what? 1:15 p.m.? And then the next outgoing text from Mr. Fernandez is going to be 6:55 p.m.
That's correct.
I want to move ahead to February 16th of 2022. And by the way, here, as I'm scrolling, did you notate every single transaction that you observed between Mario Fernandez and the phone numbers ending in 7612 belonging to Henry Tenon in yellow?
Yes, I did.
So as we scroll through, we'll see, and I'll get to that in a minute, but did you observe transaction and communication activity between Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon in January, February, March, and April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
And why are they focusing on January, February, March, and April of 2022? Of course, the murder happened February 16th of 2022, and after that, 3 lovely handwritten checks were given to Henry Tenon from Mario himself. So they were sequential. They were also in February, March, and April, I believe, right, of 2022. Let me just quickly check. Hold on. Oh, I've still got it here. There. 28th of March, and 4th of April. Okay, so they're going to tie that in at some point, right? Excellent.
So we're moving ahead. We see some highlighted transactions on February 15th, 2022 between Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenon, beginning in lines 2, 3, 6, 4, and continuing on. And on that same date, we see highlighted in blue a number of transactions, and whose phone is indicated by the blue highlights?
That's the number attributed to John Biggerstaff.
So on February 15th, we have communications with Mr. Tenon, and then communications with Mr. Biggerstaff.
Yes, indeed. Deborah McGee, thank you for the 3 Mama Bear coffees for me. The blue, I've made little notes here. I'm scribbling notes for color coding as well. Oh, a lot of communication with Mr. Biggerstaff. Why is that important? The state would allege that obviously Henry Tenon is the killer, the shooter, the hitman hired by, allegedly, Mario and Shanna. And then Mr. Biggerstaff is allegedly where Mario would have gotten the gun.
Correct.
Moving to the 16th, I want to talk about a time frame. So beginning with our corrected corrected from UTC to Eastern Standard Time in column C, the first transaction for 2/16/22 here on 2419. And we'll go through this date. Can you give me the times of the communications here in blue on February 16th with Mr. Biggerstaff?
Sure. 3:43 p.m., 3:43 p.m., 3:46 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:23 p.m., 4:26 p.m., and 10:46 p.m.
Here we see an incoming call to Mr. Fernandez's phone on February 16th. What time did this call come in?
6:08 p.m.
And then we have an SMSC originating from that 2300 unknown notification. What time did that notification come in?
6:29 p.m.
And lastly, we see an incoming phone call. And what time did that come in?
7:09 p.m.
Interesting. On the night of the murders, John Biggerstaff communicating with Mario right before Mario's phone suddenly has no timing advanced records.
Ms. Butler, you had mapped data previously. Have you had the opportunity to review Agent Bobby Blythe's slides regarding timing advanced data mapping for Mr. Fernandez's phone on February 16th?
Yes.
And we have here on States Exhibit 182, slide 41. Have you seen this slide previously?
I have.
And it shows here a timing advanced transaction at 7:09:53 p.m. And does that generally correspond with the last cellular activity on his phone during this time frame here in line 2441?
Yes.
Is there any cellular transactions between 7:09 and actually, I'll just ask you this. When is the next cellular transaction in the records after that 7:09 p.m. on February 16th?
10:46 p.m.
Are there any cellular activities between those two time frames in these records?
No.
And you've reviewed Agent Blythe's slide that also indicates there are no timing advance records for an overlapping portion of time to the toll records that you reviewed.
Correct.
I want to talk about, I'm showing you a chart that you made for demonstrative purposes for today's testimony. Can you explain to me what we are seeing here in this chart?
This is a chart of the number of communications between the phone number attributed to Mr. Fernandez and the phone number attributed to Mr. Tenon between January 1st, 2022 to August 23rd, 2022, and this reflects the adjusted time zone from UTC.
And when you are including communications, what are you including in this tally as to the total amount?
Love that. Because in August of 2022 is when Henry Tenon was arrested for driving with a suspended license. It was in March of 2023. He was charged with murder. Yeah, okay, so look at it. Look at it. January, a lot of record. Look at February. Look at February go. I like charts like this. Between Mario and Henry Tenon. Wow, okay. January, February, March, and April, a lot. And then it just almost nothing after that. Very interesting.
I'm including any record that was present in the toll records that were returned from the cell phone provider.
That include incoming calls, outgoing calls, and text messages or chats?
Yes.
We see here in January of 2022, there were 26 communications between Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez, or at least those phone numbers associated with them.
Yes.
And in February, how many communications were there between the two of them?
37.
In March?
32.
In April?
21.
In May?
9.
In June?
5.
In July?
2.
In August?
0.
I'm showing you, as for demonstrative purposes, Mario Fernandez Saldana's communications with John Biggerstaff for the same time frame. And similar to the last one, did you include all incoming, outgoing calls, text messages, and chats?
Yes.
And here, how many communications between Mr. Fernandez's number and Mr. Biggerstaff's number were there in January of 2022?
27.
February?
70.
March?
0.
April?
42.
May?
55.
June?
84.
July?
91.
And August?
45.
And your toll records for Mr. Fernandez only go through August of 2022?
For this exhibit, yes.
I want to ask about one more date in these records. Actually, two more dates.
0 with Mr. Biggerstaff in March. What about Mrs. Biggerstaff? Stefan said no Biggerstaff production in March.
As I'm scrolling, we're seeing there's a lot of transactions in green for Ms. Gardner. I want to ask about these transactions here for March 10th of 2022. Highlighted in yellow, beginning on line 4185 through lines 4192. These are transactions with Mr. Tenon, and can you go through them, just these few highlighted ones, line from line, and say what time they were and what type of communication, and from whom to whom?
Sure. The first one was all on March 10th at 3:16 p.m., a text message from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez. The second was at 3:17 p.m., a text message from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez. The third was at 3:28 p.m., a text message from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. The next one was at 3:36 p.m., a voice call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. At 3:48 p.m., another voice call from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. At 4:12 p.m., a text message from Mr. Fernandez to Mr. Tenon. And then finally at 4:36 p.m., an incoming voice call from Mr. Tenon to Mr. Fernandez.
And we see some of these calls include duration data. For this call on line 4188, how long was the duration of that call?
4 seconds.
And then here at this call on 4192, what was the duration of this call?
1,638 seconds.
About how long is that? How many minutes would that be?
I believe it's approximately 27 minutes.
And I ask about that date specifically because as part of your investigation, did you pull those records and provide them to detectives based on a specific date being of interest to you all?
Yes, I did.
And what was the date of interest to you when you looked at these records and pulled those March 10th phone calls?
Based on my understanding, on March 9th, the Jacksonville Beach Police Department released images of the suspect vehicle, the blue Ford F-150, to the media.
Do you know the total duration of minutes total from these records between Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenon for these transactions from January through July of 2022? How many minutes total did they speak over this 7-month time period?
It was over 10,000 seconds, approximately 176 minutes, which is approximately 3 hours.
And then here with Mr. Biggerstaff, on Mr. Fernandez's phone, the tolls indicate that they were in communication in January, February, and April of 2022.
Correct.
What happened in March?
All right, I'm going to move on to Mr. Fernandez's Google return.
Oh, yes.
And I'm going to, this is going to be State's Exhibit 185. Did you receive a return from Google for Mr. Fernandez's Google account linked to his Gmail address?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what a Google return is? Is it like a cloud?
Sure. It could be considered equivalent to the iCloud for Apple devices, but it contains a ton of records, quite frankly, for the Google account. So it'll have search history, YouTube history, sometimes it has location data, email content, messages, photos, just everything having to do with that account.
I want to talk about some exhibits that you thought were of interest that you pulled for investigation purposes in this case. Beginning with, when you receive a Google return, is this how it looks to you when you're viewing it through your Axiom program?
Yes.
And we see here evidence sources 2, and there is one return here and one return there. Can you explain to the jury what this screen indicates?
Sure. So the return on the left was the first return received, and it covered the time period from January 1st, 2022 to April 15th, 2022. The return on the right is the second Google return that was received, and that covers the time period from November 1st, 2021 to March 27th, 2023.
Do you remember when investigators, first of all, do you have to obtain these by a search warrant?
Yes.
Do you remember when these returns were returned from Google?
I don't know the exact date, but it would have been after the end date listed in the return.
Was there a time gap between law enforcement's receipt of the return number 1 to return number 2?
Yes.
I'm starting with the first return you received in States 185. When you were reviewing it, did you look in the contacts to see if Henry Tenon was a listed contact in Mr. Fernandez's Google Cloud?
I did.
And here we see, is this how you search? This is a screenshot. Is this how you search and find those contacts in that Axiom report?
Yes.
And there's a highlight there, and it says Henry at Potomac, and over here we see the artifact information. Whose phone number is that so that we can attribute it to whoever Henry at Potomac is?
That's Henry Tenon's phone number.
And he has him listed there as Henry at Potomac. Moving on to the return number 2, law enforcement received this return after the first one. Did you also review to see if Mr. Tenon was a contact in the second Google Cloud return for Mr. Fernandez?
I did.
And then?
And here is the contact list. Was Mr. Tenon a contact in Mr. Fernandez's Google return in the second return law enforcement received?
No, he was not.
Interesting.
I want to talk to you about some analysis you did of deletion data in Mr. Fernandez's Google account. Are you able to go into someone's Google return and see if they have deleted data from their Google account?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury where you look and how you find that?
Sure. So within the Google return, there's a folder called My Activity that contains information about activity associated with the account for different Google products. So there'll be Chrome data in there, search data. There's also a folder titled Deletion Markers. And within that folder, there is a file that contains the records of the deletions process from the account.
Did you pull spreadsheet reports of the Google deletion data in Mario Fernandez's Google returns?
Yes.
I'm going to start by showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 202.
Show us what it deleted.
And this looks like Greek to me, but can you explain to us what this shows?
So this primary file, based on my understanding, contains information about...
Okay, I'm already seeing a few things. Oh my, what are we going to see here? Okay, we got Facebook, YouTube. Better not be watching Grizzly True Crime, Mario. iCloud, eRome. Get a F2night.com. Oh my goodness. Okay, Mario, get a F tonight. You won't get one. Susie said, let's see his Google deletes after wiping his phone. Thank you so much for your $2 sticker.
Bulk deletions of data or mass deletions of data. So this would be if a user requests the entirety of their search history to be deleted, the entirety of their YouTube history to be deleted. Google refers to them as corpus deletions.
And these specific exhibits, did you pull Google deletion for a specific time frame?
I reviewed all of the Google deletions that were available.
In coming to understand and learn how to interpret these records, have you personally yourself had training or conversations with members of Google in order to understand and interpret these records?
I did speak with members of Google's law enforcement team, yes.
I'm going to turn your attention to States Exhibit 213, which is the secondary database of Google deletion records. Can you explain to the jury what is contained in, based on your experience and your conversations with the Google law enforcement team, what's contained in this database?
So column A is going to be the date and time in UTC, that's what that Z means, that the deletion was processed from the account. The column B has the original event timestamp, so the date and time of the original record that's being deleted. And column C has the product associated with the deletion in that row.
And here in the secondary database, we see that there was a total of 11,511, well, 510 if we take out the top deletion markers. But I want to ask you about specific time frame. Did you look at deletion markers for a specific time frame in this case?
I mapped all of the deletions, and when I did that, it allowed me to focus in on a more specific time frame.
Was there a statistical, I won't say outlier, but something of statistical significance to you when you mapped the deletion of the Google records?
Yes.
And have you prepared a chart showing that deletion rate over time?
Yes.
And does that chart fairly and accurately show the data when it's mapped out in terms of the volume?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 215. This is a Google deletion data by processed date chart. And can you explain to the jury what we're seeing here?
Sure. So this is using the secondary database that we just viewed, or the secondary spreadsheet that we just viewed. And it is breaking down the number of processed deletions by date for the entire time period that we had records for.
And as a data analyst looking at this chart,
Damn, look at all these deletions here on what? March 1st of 2022. This is the 21st of Feb. This one is the 7th of Feb. Okay.
what stood out to you as being of potentially evidentiary value?
March 1st of 2022.
And why did that date stand out to you?
Because there were over 5,000 processed deletions on that date.
And was the date, did you look at the time and date range of these deletions?
I did.
When they started and when they ended, and can you give the jury idea of when they began?
Sure. So for the March 1st date specifically, the deletions started early in the morning, approximately 06:11 hours. And I'm not sure exactly when they ended, but the bulk of the deletions on that day were at 06:11.
And during your work on this case, was there something significant in the investigation that occurred on March 1st of 2022?
Yes.
What was that?
That was the date that Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner were interviewed by Jacksonville Beach Police for the first time.
That's crazy. I was just thinking, wait, what else happened on March 1st? The police interview. So when he's about to go and, voluntarily say, police, we can talk to you today, March 1st. Okay, good. And then talking all that petty crap that he did. That same day, already from 6 in the morning, he's like, you know what I'm going to do? Mass delete things. Okay, I love these charts. I love how they're doing this all together.
And to your knowledge, Mr. Fernandez spoke to Jacksonville Beach Police on February 28th to arrange to come in on March 1st for his interview.
I believe that the contact was made through Ms. Gardner, who then contacted Mr. Fernandez.
And are these deletions prior to when he would have arrived at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department for his interview?
Yes.
Speaking of February 28th into March 1st, 2022.
Hold on. It's just another coincidence. That Henry Tenon and the Ford F-150, they're right there by his house at Pablo's Hamlet, though. Just stone's throw away, okay? Before the murder and after, but also a dry run done in January, okay? It's just coincidence. And then that Mario and Henry's phones are just sort of moving together quite a few times. Coincidence, man. It's coincidence, okay? And then also that on the day that Mario is going to talk to the police, then, it's a coincidence that on that same day, he's mass deleting things on his phone.
When you were reviewing Mr. Fernandez's Google return, did you also find internet searches that appeared to be of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Can you explain what those were?
Sure. So in the evening of February 28th, this would be at approximately 6:02 p.m., around that time there were multiple records that indicated that there were searches or viewing of maps associated with areas in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, as well as North Carolina.
And did you also review and obtain evidence related to cell site data from Agent Blythe that Mr. Fernandez had driven to North Carolina and then Pennsylvania after his interview with police at the Jacksonville Beach Police Department beginning March 2nd?
Yes.
Did you do any investigation into the nature of that trip and look up any toll records or financial records related to his trip to North Carolina and Pittsburgh?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe for the jury what records you reviewed?
I reviewed toll records. I reviewed financial records that came back. I reviewed receipts that were obtained by the detectives, among other things.
And what stood out to you from your review of those records as being potentially of evidentiary value?
In North Carolina, it appeared that Mr. Fernandez visited a Walmart and purchased what could be described as toiletry items.
There it is. You're definitely going down now, Mario. Now they have paired together charts, coincidences, and Walmart. It's the end for him. It's the end. Welcome, Walmart. You have entered chat once again.
And then as he continued his trip up north, there were multiple phone calls to hotels in the Pittsburgh area and ultimately a reservation that was made.
And how many nights did he make a reservation for at a hotel in Pittsburgh?
2 nights.
And how many, according to your review of toll records and the cell site records, how many nights did he actually stay?
1 night.
And let's talk about a little bit about the phone activity during this time frame. From March 2nd to March 6th. Particularly on that March 6th, that day that he came back, was he communicating with anybody of significance in the investigation?
He had multiple communications with Miss Gardner.
Was there anyone else's phone number that stood out to you as being potentially of interest to you in reviewing his toll records during that trip?
Mr. Fernandez communicated with Miss Gardner's father, Sterling Gardner, as well as Miss Gardner's sister.
Since the jury hasn't seen it yet, I'm going to show you the documents that you recovered as part of the investigation. Is this a receipt that members of Jacksonville Beach Police Department obtained for Mr. Fernandez at the Walmart you spoke about in North Carolina?
Can't see a damn thing. Now we can.
Hold on.
Yeah, show us.
States Exhibit 195.
Oh. A receipt, you say? What do we have? Hair care, body wash, men's sport, Glassau, Aveeno, floss swords. Okay, sorry, let me move that. He got floss swords, everyone. And little micro swords, you know?
Yes.
And you said that he purchased some, what you would consider to be toiletry items.
Yes.
Why were these records, the toll records, the financial transactions, the searches, and the cell site data, why was that significant to you?
It seemed that the trip might not have been planned very far in advance, and it also coincided with the CPT interviews that were being conducted of the 2 juvenile children in this case.
I want to talk to you next about the Google return you received for John Biggerstaff. This is going to be contained in States Exhibit 187. Did you receive a Google Cloud return for John Biggerstaff similar to the one you received for Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
And was that received via search warrant?
Yes.
So here on States, I'm going to publish to everyone. Here on States Exhibit 187, we see a extraction report for a Google return, and this shows user accounts. Can you explain to the jury what user accounts are?
So these are accounts that are associated with the Google account that the search warrant was obtained for.
And we see here we have biggerstaffjohn904@gmail.com and a user ID for a Google account.
Okay, and?
Were you able to search through Mr. Biggerstaff's Google Cloud, including his web searches and web browser history?
Oh, dear.
Yes.
And in doing a web search, did you find some searches involving firearms and ammunition?
Yes.
Before we get to that, was the date of those searches significant to you based on cellular data that you had mapped and that later Agent Blythe had mapped?
Yes.
And what date are we talking about?
January 25th of 2022.
And what had the cellular data shown about January 25th, 2022?
It showed that Mr. Fernandez's device was in the area of Mr. Biggerstaff's residence from approximately 1500 to 1630 hours, so approximately 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m.
And when you were going through Mr. Biggerstaff's search history for that date, January 25th, 2022, what type of searches did you find?
I found searches for 10 millimeter, the search says 10 millimeter Glock pistol, and that was at 8:15 p.m. on January 25th.
And these...
On the day he was there. I told you they were comparing guns, okay? Wow. So Mario was at John Biggerstaff's house. Mario was maybe attending to Mrs. Biggerstaff. I don't know. And then at the same time, you know, Mr. Biggerstaff had important things to Google, like guns, of which one of them that he Googled was used. That type of gun was used in the murder. So this is brilliant.
These are not converted out of UTC the way that Google has them here. So it's when it says UTC, does that mean the jury needs to subtract 4 hours?
Subtract 5 hours.
5 hours. So we're still in Eastern Standard Time.
Yes.
Subtract 5 hours. So explain to the jury, is this how the data appears to you when you look at the Google records?
It is.
We have on our slide here 3 searches. The first one, Glock 20 Gen 4. Second is 10 millimeter Glock pistol, and third is 10 millimeter Glock pistol. And then the next slide, we see in the same time frame a Chrome search. And what does this indicate?
It's indicating that the account visited the website listed here, so guns.com, looking at Glock G20 Gen 4s.
And are you able in the return to actually see a screenshot of the page that was visited captured at the time that it was visited?
Yes.
And so moving through the slides we have here, is this what Mr. Biggerstaff would have visited at guns.com when he clicked on those Chrome searches?
I cannot say that this is exactly what he would have seen, but this is what pulls up when you click that link.
And we see a couple photographs of Glock G20 Gen 4 10 millimeter pistols. What else did Mr. Biggerstaff search for? And can you give us a date and time of these searches?
Sure. So this one has the bottom 2 are the searches that we talked about on the last slide. The top one is a search on January 25th, 2022 at 8:17 p.m. For a 9 millimeter Smith & Wesson pistol.
And then for the following slide?
These are searches for 10 millimeter pistols.
And then on this slide, can you give us a date and time and what he was searching?
Sure. So this would be January 24th at 9:03 p.m. for pin on hidden gun case. The middle one says that he visited, or the account visited Willa Hyde, introduces all no hidden storage furniture line, and then additional searches at the top for pin on hidden gun case.
Okay, the last date I want to ask you about of being of some significance is August 18th, 2022. Was that a significant date in the investigation?
Yes.
And why was that a significant date?
That was the date that Henry Tenon was initially arrested for driving-related charges.
And starting August 18th on line 19722, this is at 7:57 a.m. That's the first contact that day. At the next line, 19723, can you tell us what time and date this call was?
That was August 18th at 8:33 a.m.
And was Mr. Tenon already in custody at that point?
Yes, he was.
And this is indicated in purple as an outgoing phone call from Mr. Fernandez to this phone number, duration 7 seconds. Whose phone number is this in purple?
That phone number has been attributed to Janie Deal.
And who is Janie Deal?
She is Henry Tenon's girlfriend.
was this the last and only phone call to Ms. Deal and Mr. Tenon's toll records for this time period from January 1st to August 23rd, 2022?
Yes, it was.
Last thing I'm going to show you is State's Exhibit 207. As part of your IRS duties, do you also do research on individuals, obtaining photographs, background information, associated addresses, that type of
Yes.
information? And did you find a photograph of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner that was taken after the death of Jared Bridegan?
Yes.
Show
Is
that,
this the
show that.
photograph here in States 207?
Show it to us.
Yes.
Oh, we know that
Where did
one.
you obtain that photograph?
I obtained this photograph from a blog, soshelly.com.
And who is Shelley?
Shelly Gardner is Shanna Gardner's mother.
And do you remember approximately what date this photograph was posted?
Let me check my notes. I believe this was posted in March of 2022.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. I have no further
The happy alleged murderous couple.
questions, Your Honor.
That was well done from the state. They showed charts, Google searches, deleted searches, all the things are just tied together real nice. And we haven't even gotten to the handwritten checks. You know? Like right now, that's why I'm asking. So we can definitely see Mario and Henry were working on something together, hey? A little bit bigger stuff. They got immunity at some point, right? Why are they not arrested? Maybe they just don't have enough. I don't know. But you can definitely see Mario and Henry working on something together, right? So for that, the jury, it will be clear for them. Wait till they see the checks.
All right, members of the jury, you all wanted to take the break, correct? Is that right? Yes?
Correct.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch recess at this time. We will return back in session at 1 p.m. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Damn. That was their lunch, right? Yeah, okay. So now we're going to get to back to the Shanna Gardner versus Kirsten Bridegan issue, right? Didn't they say that? They're not showing any of that? Okay, that's weird. They're not showing any of that. I'll look through it one more time. Otherwise, buckle up, everybody. We're about to teleport right over the lunch break. You ready? I'm just making sure we're not missing something. Interesting.
Is there anything we need?
Okay. They talked about 12:30, right? For the issue with the defense of Shanna Gardner wanting Kirsten Bridegan's phone. Maybe they did that off camera. I don't know. So we don't have an update on that right now. Let's quickly see something. We skipped lunch. We're going to get to another courtroom now. Just quickly leaving it there for a second. Let's quickly read the summary from East Idaho News where they said, January 29th. So the murder happened on February 16th of 2022. January 29th, 3 messages from Mario to Henry and 1 message from Henry to Mario. At 11:31 p.m., observed activity between Mario and Henry in Jan, Feb, and March. Feb 15th, Mario, Henry, Mario, and bigger stuff. Feb 16th, Mario and bigger stuff. A lot throughout that day, actually, which is interesting. And then the Google return from, and it says MF's account. Mofo, Mario Fernandez, right? First return of Google records, Henry Tenon listed as a contact. Second return of Google records, Henry Tenon not listed as a contact. We saw that, right? And we saw how many messages Mario deleted on March 1st of 2022, the day that he went to go speak to the police That was interesting. I'm trying to summarize what all we just learned, because wow. Okay. And they said at 11:52 a.m. between March, 2nd and the 6th. John Biggerstaff's records. Extraction report for Google return. Did you search his growing history? Date of search is significant. January 25th of 2022. What did cell data show? It showed Mario Fernandez was in the area of John Biggerstaff's house from 3 to 4 p.m., 4:30 p.m. And they found searches of a Glock, 10mm pistol, 3 searches for a Glock pistol, a Chrome search, account visited, guns.com. Okay, we learned a few things there. Okay, now we're ready to get back in this courtroom. And we'll be live now. There you go. Pretty much live. We're like just 3 minutes behind. Thank you so much all for being here and understanding why we like to start late. This is why. So we don't have to sit looking at the wall for an hour. Not even the wall in this case. We look at that blue court is in recess. Oh no. I'm sure we'd find things to do, but we do like it when we have the choice and we can skip over lunch, right? So nice. E1's app said, I'm confused about his travels north while the kids were supposed to be interviewed. Maybe he was nervous. Maybe he was just hanging out somewhere where he thought, oh crap, they are looking for me. There's a warrant for my arrest, and then he'd flee. I don't know. Interesting, because Shanna did something similar as well. After Henry had been arrested, then Mario was arrested. I mean, Shanna was already like, ooh, Henry's gotten arrested. That's it, I'm moving to Washington. So, I don't know. Maybe he was just hiding out a little bit in case. Bianca T said, what was the total of the checks? $10,000. There it is. $3,000, $2,000, $5,000. Even though they offered him $150,000 according to him. That's what he told police, right? All right. All right, Bart, are you staying yet? It's going to be cross-examination, isn't it?
Your devices over the line. All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. All right, before we get started, I want to confirm with the jurors that even though you had your devices over the lunch recess, did you follow the communication rules? If you could answer out loud. Yes. All right, thank you. Mr. Hill, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh, it's Mr. Hill. Here we go.
Good afternoon, Ms. Butler.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Hill. I didn't get to meet you during your deposition. It's nice to meet you this afternoon.
Nice to meet you as well.
My understanding, you're now in the private sector. Is that correct?
Yes, I am.
In this particular case, you specialize, I believe that it was IRS.
Yes, that's the abbreviation for my position.
And that was your primary and only duty in this case?
Yes.
You reviewed thousands of records, countless hours working, in essence, to help the investigative team try to narrow down to specific suspects. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And in that in particular, with regards to Mario Fernandez, is it your understanding that he was in essence a person of interest almost starting on day one?
I can't classify what law enforcement classified him as, but I was told about Mr. Fernandez on February 17th. Yes, sir.
So immediately after the homicide, you began to at least research into him?
Yes, sir.
This also included Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
John Biggerstaff?
I didn't begin to research into Mr. Biggerstaff immediately, no.
But ultimately John Biggerstaff and Henry Tenon, correct?
Correct.
Among other people?
Yes.
I know that the state presented a photograph to you of Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner. That was located on a blog by Ms. Gardner's mother?
The blog is run by Ms. Gardner's mother, yes.
Did you also do investigation into Shelley and Sterling Gardner?
I wouldn't say that I did an investigation into them. I became familiar with them through the course of my investigation.
Was it only the blog?
Damn, they would have if the money came from Dan. If Shelley had written any handwritten checks, but she didn't. She didn't pull a Donna Adelson. They just let Mario do his dirty work.
Blog that you were investigating?
I believe I might have done some social media searches, but as far as documentation, the blog.
And I'm kind of going out of order, but you would agree nothing in the blog where you pulled that photograph provided any further relevant information regarding Mario Fernandez and the homicide of Jared Bridegan. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
That was just a photograph of husband and wife together that was posted on Mr. Fernandez's mother-in-law's blog.
Right. The purpose was to understand the activities before and after the homicide.
And you were able to learn through that research somewhat about the Gardner family and their finances. Is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically, Sterling and Shelley Gardner, that they're wealthy individuals.
Yes.
Would you agree that primarily through your research, the finances that Mr. Fernandez had were primarily tied to his marriage to Shanna Gardner?
I didn't do enough financial research into Mr. Fernandez to be able to answer that definitively.
Were you able to determine he earned an income from his rental properties?
I don't recall looking into that specifically now.
Now I want to draw your attention back to the actual night of the homicide, February 16th. You provided some testimony that you made a determination that his phone was not communicating with the network during certain times.
Correct. There were no cellular transactions during certain times.
And that was information that ultimately was utilized by Agent Blythe?
It wasn't utilized by Agent Blythe. I discussed it with Agent Blythe.
But you're not an expert in that particular area, correct?
I am not, no.
So you're not able to draw any type of opinion from an expert standpoint as to what the lack of records or the presence of records actually means?
Correct. I conducted preliminary analysis to provide investigative leads.
And there's no dispute that there was also network data gaps at other points in that same evening?
That's correct.
My understanding is that that could be for several different reasons. A person could have their cell phone powered off, would be one reason.
Yes, sir.
Their phone could be placed in airplane mode.
Yes.
Yep. And for other reasons.
That's correct.
And that could be pretty broad. You would agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Some of that entirely out of the control of the person that actually possesses the device.
I would say that's fair.
For instance, T-Mobile, as it applies to Mr. Fernandez, whatever T-Mobile may be doing from a network standpoint would be outside of the control of someone with a T-Mobile device.
That's correct.
So if there's no timing advance records for a particular time period, and it's not because the phone is off or in airplane mode, that would be outside of the control of the user. Would you agree with that?
It could be.
And you're not able to testify specifically as to that first gap, as to whether or not it's off, airplane mode, or other. Would you agree with that?
That's correct.
And I believe you were also asked about some other gaps that were later that evening. Would you be surprised to know that law enforcement has testified in this trial that they made contact with Mr. Fernandez and Ms. Gardner during one of those timing advance gaps?
I would not be surprised. I know that law enforcement did make contact with them.
And further, that they made no observations of Mr. Fernandez fumbling with his phone, turning it off, turning it on, or otherwise?
Sure.
Okay. And would you agree that that could be evidence that, in fact, there is a networking issue, at least during the time period where law enforcement is watching and seeing him during one of those timing advance gaps?
I would say based on my understanding it's possible, but I can't say one way or another.
So with any of the gaps that the state has elicited and that I brought up, you're not able to actually offer any testimony as to what the actual reason for that timing gap is?
No, I'm not.
And certainly you can't say that any of those timing gaps specifically implicate Mr. Fernandez in the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I can only say that there are gaps.
Only say that there are gaps.
Yes.
As to why there's gaps, you cannot say.
Correct.
Now, my understanding, you did further analysis 30 days prior to the homicide, the day of, and 30 days post-homicide. For a total of 61 days, you looked to compare to see if there were other gaps in network connectivity. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the specific gap that was referenced was 1910 to 2019, which is what people refer to as military time, but that would be 7:10 p.m. to 8:19 p.m. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And that's the time gap that the state had referenced that they believe is that Mr. Fernandez had his phone off during the homicide. Whether that's true, you're not able to testify that, but that is the time period in which you researched. Is that correct?
That's the gap around the time of the homicide.
Yes, ma'am. And as you just mentioned, you did somewhat of a historical analysis for pre-homicide and post-homicide for that exact same time period, correct?
Yes, I did.
And because that particular time period is significant, you wanted to see if that ever occurred at any other time before the homicide or after. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And it's accurate that you did find other occasions that took place.
I did.
You found approximately 4 of those, correct?
I did.
And just so the jury understands it, I would imagine every single one of them has a cell phone. In order for someone to power their phone down, depending if it's an Apple or Android, they press or hold down a button, the phone shuts down. Fair enough?
More or less, yes.
Same way with starting it back up, correct?
Yes.
You would agree, though, for someone to have 4 identical gaps, they would have to be able to shut their phone down at precisely the exact time. You would agree with that?
Based on my recollection of the analysis, the gaps weren't identical. My analysis was just about were there transactions during that time frame on other days.
And you found 4 exact duplicate transaction periods. And that 30 days before and 30 days after for the time period you were researching.
It did not reflect that the cell phone stopped communicating with the network or the gap started at the same time on all 4 of those days. No, it did not.
It was a lack of transactions.
Correct.
Okay. Which again, you relate back to saying that if there's a lack of transactions, it means that it is not communicating with the network. Is that my understanding?
That is one possible reason, yes.
But there's multiple possible reasons as you testified.
Yes.
The cell phone could be off is one.
Yes.
Which is what the state has tried to elicit from you, that they believe the cell phone was off, correct?
I was not asked that by the state.
But that's what's being presented to this jury. But your testimony is very clear. You cannot make that determination at all.
No, I cannot.
And you found 4 other occasions with 0 transactions during the same time period you researched for that 61-day time period.
That's correct. When I did my preliminary analysis, that's what I found.
But you did not research any other time periods in that 61-day time period to see if there were other network gaps, did you?
No, I did not. I focused on the time period surrounding the homicide.
And that cell phone information has been provided in evidence, so the jury will be able to review it. But would you be surprised to know that there were other network gaps throughout that same evening?
I do know that there were additional gaps, as we're calling it, throughout that evening.
Other than me telling you this afternoon, did you know that law enforcement spoke to Mr. Fernandez during one of those particular network gaps? I may not be using the right terminology, but a gap in transactions?
I knew that law enforcement spoke to him that night. I don't recall ever putting the 2 together that it was during one of the lack of transactions.
I don't know if it was.
And is
I
that
don't think
because
so.
you were more of a, and I don't want to diminish your role, but you were more of a data analyst as opposed to a law enforcement investigator?
That's correct. I was an analyst and I did preliminary analysis.
And with regards to Mr. Biggerstaff, I understand you did a similar analysis on his device?
I did.
Okay. And are you aware that there has been testimony that Mr. Biggerstaff was present at a location far away from Jacksonville Beach during the same time period?
Yes.
And he actually operates at the time an AT&T device, is that your understanding?
Yes.
Could that be for the same reasons as a T-Mobile device as far as off, airplane mode, or other?
Based on my understanding, yes.
And certainly you wouldn't be able to offer any testimony as to which of those particular options it would have been to cause that lack of network transaction.
That's correct.
Is your understanding Mr. Biggerstaff's gap actually encompassed from 4:25 p.m. till 10 p.m. that evening?
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it was longer than Mr. Fernandez's gap.
And it was different?
Yes.
You don't have any evidence that there was any direct communication that said turn your cell phone off in a particular time period?
I'm not aware of any evidence to that nature, no.
Could have been expressed verbally, you know, when they met up at Biggerstaff's house or the Potomac residence in any of those times leading up to the murder. I'm sure a plan was discussed without texting it.
In fact, you don't have any evidence at all that you've reviewed from your data analysis of Mr. Fernandez trying to communicate with other people to coordinate powering down phones, putting them in airplane mode or other.
I just have records of communications. I'm not aware of what the contents of those communications were.
And specifically with Mr. Biggerstaff, you did a similar analysis 30 days before and 30 days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And in his particular device, you found approximately 10 occasions with a similar type of activity or lack of activity.
That's correct.
And since you've been involved in this case since, in essence, day one, you would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And when there's major breaks in the case, you're made aware of those, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that the truck was found?
Yes.
You're aware that Henry Tenon was arrested?
Yes.
You were made aware that Mario Fernandez was arrested?
Yes.
As well as Shanna Gardner?
Yes.
Okay. You've not been told that John Biggerstaff has ever been arrested, correct?
Correct.
Juan Biggerstaff never been arrested?
Correct.
Now, the state also asked you with regards to some of your financial analysis. The date of the homicide occurred on February 16th. No dispute about that, correct?
Correct.
You found no evidence that Mr. Fernandez paid Henry Tenon any money related to this homicide or otherwise prior to February 16th, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked for that?
I did review Mr. Fernandez's financials. I can't speak to exactly the start date and the end date.
But certainly if you had found something to evidence a payment prior to the homicide, we would expect to hear that today.
Yes.
We would expect there would likely be a picture of a check or cash or otherwise that you would be testifying to on direct examination.
Not sure what the evidence would have been, but I likely would have been testifying to it if I found
We
it.
can agree none of that testimony was elicited to you earlier this morning.
That's correct.
Why would they pay him before the time? There was certainly checks afterwards. That's when you pay the hitman, allegedly.
Now, you did testify that there were 3 checks that you did find.
I did not testify about checks.
Have you identified those in your financial analysis?
I have seen the scans of the checks. I was not the one that identified them initially, no.
When you reviewed the financials, did you come across them at all?
I remember seeing the checks in the financials, but I was not the one that initially located them.
Why is the defense bringing up the checks now? The state hasn't even brought them in yet. Okay, thanks, defense. Bring it up.
No dispute that those were after the homicide.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's normally when you pay the hitman. Thanks again for pointing it out to the jury.
And that was approximately March and then April of 2022. Is that correct?
Late March, early April, yes.
Yes.
No evidence that there were any payments after that April date.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And certainly you would be the one to likely assist or be the one to find those payments based upon what your role in this investigation was.
I might have. I would say that I would be aware if there were.
Now, this question is going to sound almost common sense.
Okay.
But you would agree a check, which not many people use anymore these days, has the name of the person or the company that's issuing the check.
Correct.
Okay? And someone in a position such as the ATF, the FBI, JSO, or Jacksonville Beach, they can certainly track down by way of the name of a person or a business to find out who wrote that check.
Yes.
Okay. And what else would be on there is the person's signature that actually signed the check.
Correct.
Okay. Wouldn't be hard to find because you have the person's name and their business or their address listed on the check.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the state has somewhat alleged that this is hiding in plain sight, but it certainly could be the opposite. It could be for legitimate purposes. Would you agree with that?
Well, we didn't get there yet, sir. We haven't even got... We're waiting for the state to show all that. Don't steal their thunder, but actually go ahead, steal their thunder. Thanks for bringing it up for the jury. Are they trying to, like, get ahead of it or something? I don't think it's going to help.
That?
It could be.
None of those checks, and you've seen copies of those checks, correct?
I have.
They certainly don't say murder of Jared Bridegan on there, do they?
That's correct. They do not.
Okay. They say landscaping for one,
Yes.
tree work for another, or excuse me, landscaping and tree work and then roofing for another.
I'm not sure about the exact wording of the first one. The second one does say roofing.
Right. And then one said Kickstarter.
Kickstarter, good luck.
Okay. And were you made aware that once the truck was recovered in the search of the Potomac property, they actually found a business plan for Mr. Tenon?
I remember hearing about that. I'm not sure. I don't know that I knew that it was found in the Potomac house.
If I represent to you that law enforcement recovered that, would you take my word for it?
Yes.
Okay. No dispute that a handwritten check with a signature and the writing in the memo line with the name of your business is a pretty identifiable instrument.
It's identifiable, yes.
Much easier to trace than cash.
That's correct.
Certainly better than crypto.
That's correct.
All ways that people committing crimes and issuing payments may utilize to avoid having it traced back to them.
Yes, there are a number of ways to accomplish that.
But in this case...
But Mario thought he was smart. No one would know. Even though on the wiretapped call he told his friend, damn, I got a estimate for someone to come and, you know, tree fell, and they say like $3,000. No way. So I offered Henry Tenon the job. He even said, you want to come here and chop this tree down and mow this mother effer. Remember that? Okay, so wow, you wouldn't... An estimate of $3,000. That's way too much. Let's get Henry Tenon in here for a couple of hundred. Okay, but then what's this? $3,000, $2,000, and $5,000? And in such a short space of time? And check number 27, 28, and 29? Wow, the 28th of March, two of them. So $5,000 on one day. Oh, damn, but I thought you had a problem with like 3,000. Okay, and then it says keeping up with the roof, landscaping and clearing. And then we have another one on the 4th of April. Kickstarter. Good luck. All right.
The only payments that you found or were found by law enforcement with your knowledge was by way of these 3 checks.
To my knowledge, yes.
And you assisted in the location of the blue F-150?
I did.
And that was by way of your cellular data investigation?
Yes.
And that was specific to Henry Tenon, correct?
We reviewed Henry Tenon's records, different types of records to find the blue truck, yes.
You didn't find any evidence that Mario Fernandez or his devices ever went to that particular location, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
No connection to that location that you're aware of, correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And certainly, as you mentioned, you have knowledge of the major breaks in the case.
Yes.
Had there been a connection between the property where the F-150 was found, you would expect you would have known that.
If it was determined, if there was a connection determined to exist, I believe I would have known that, yes.
Was ist das?
Going back to that particular property where the F-150 was found.
Yes.
Were you able to identify anyone other than Henry Tenon that had a connection to that property?
The individual who was spoken to by law enforcement?
Do you know that person's name?
Jimmy Jones.
Did you ever find any connection between Mario Fernandez and Jimmy Jones?
I did not know.
Which is what Mario wanted. That's why the vehicle was parked there. It was towed to there rather than anywhere else, like where Henry was living. Nope, you stashed that somewhere else. Well done, Mario. And well done, defense, for pointing that out.
After those 3 checks, which was March and April, no disagreement that there was no evidence of payments November of 2021 from Mario Fernandez to Henry Tenon.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
None for December of 2021.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Nothing in January of 2022.
Not that I'm aware of.
And nothing in February of 2022 when the homicide occurred.
That's correct.
You would agree you found no evidence, Mr. Tenon, a text message between him and Mario Fernandez with regards to payments for a homicide?
That's correct.
You've never been made aware of a jail phone call from Henry Tenon to anyone complaining that he didn't get paid for this homicide?
No.
No other information related to Henry Tenon getting paid for this homicide other than the allegation that these 3 checks may have had some significance?
I don't have information that I can speak to now that there was these 3 checks were anything other than what they said on the memo line, but I can't speak one way or the other.
Certainly you're not convinced, as you see here today, that those checks were for the homicide or for the work that's written in the memo line.
I'm not sure that it's appropriate for me to speculate about that.
You can't draw a conclusion either way.
Not with the information I have.
Understood. Now you reference these data deletions.
Yes.
Now these data deletions, the state brought those up on what has been marked as states
Read them all
212.
out, nice and slow.
Can you tell me if that's displayed on your screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, read them all out, ma'am. Is he going to make her do that?
Big spreadsheet, all from what you received back from Google. Is that correct?
What law enforcement received, yes.
Okay. Some of these have more data than others, correct?
That's correct.
Now, the state didn't highlight this in their direct examination, but I'm going to start
You're going to, right?
item number 4.
Okay. What we got there? What kind of YouTube video was
You would
watching?
agree if you go to the far right, starting at P, for number 4, it indicates facebook.com. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Sounds pretty elementary, but you would agree that that appears to be something deleted related to Facebook.
I believe so, based on my understanding and what the records show.
No information that there's ever been anything posted on Facebook by Mario Fernandez as it relates to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Not that I'm aware of, but if it was deleted, I wouldn't have been able to review it.
But certainly, law enforcement can get a subpoena to send to Meta to collect data of Facebook posts and stories.
That's correct.
Okay. Something that the ATF can do.
That's correct.
Okay. JSO could do that.
That's correct.
Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Yep. Yes.
And certainly we had the FBI involved as well. They could do that too.
Yes.
Okay. So if someone thought it was significant that Mario Fernandez deleted things from Facebook, there are mechanisms that law enforcement can employ to go and find out what it was.
That's correct.
Okay. But as you sit here today, you don't even know exactly what that Facebook deletion was.
I do not.
Okay. The state just wanted to elicit that there were a lot of deletions on the date that Mr. Fernandez went in for a voluntary interview.
That's
Agree with that?
Yes.
Is that a little sidebar while leaving this up? Oh, man. Kay Wilson said Shanna had more to gain than Mario or Henry, so I don't think she will walk. I don't think so either. But it's going to be an interesting trial for sure, I would assume. I think it's going to be interesting. That'll be happen. Opening statements September 8th. Okay. That's a long sidebar. Now we're all caught up again. We're 2 minutes behind. Here we go. Wait. Yep, we're live. Okay. Court looker's like 5,000 deletions. The defense is out here trying to minimize that. Oh, it's just like on the day that he, voluntarily went to speak to the police. Okay, he made more than 5,000 deletions. So what? Yeah, just another coincidence. What is the judge saying there? Radical Blue, that's not true. They've all got private counsel. I don't know who's funding that. This is Mario's private counsel. You said, but Shanna has her parents' money and Jose Baez. It doesn't mean that just because she's got her parents' money and Jose Baez, that because he got Casey Anthony off, that he can get her off. That doesn't mean that. I mean, she's got a good lawyer, I think, a good defense attorney, but we shall see. She got better chances than most, sure, but I don't think she's gonna walk either. Especially when they show just a little bit we know already. It's just the messages of her saying that she fantasizes about slitting Jared Bridegan's throat. Things like that. Now one could say, well, those are just messages. She's expressing herself. It was a contentious divorce. Right, but she was the last person to see him, before the last person was Henry Tenon. Allegedly, because now he's still going on trial too, right? Bianca T said, will be interesting to see Shanna's interview in her trial. Yeah. And her advanced timing advanced records, right? To see hers. Imagine if her cell phone also had no records in the same time frame. That'll be weird. That'll be interesting.
Mr. Hill.
And Ms. Butler, we were talking about some of those Google deletions, and I think we were talking about number 4 on the spreadsheet that's in front of you.
Can I request that you
go to number 5?
Expand it so I can see the timestamp. I believe the Google deletions were not on the date that we were talking about, or I'm sorry, the Facebook deletion was not on the date that we were talking about, but I can't see the timestamp.
Can you let him know what column it is?
Oh, I'm sorry, column A.
So go up to the top in the middle. Yeah, there you go.
Now, this is a spreadsheet that you produced, correct?
This came from the Google return. I did not create this spreadsheet.
But you offered it in testimony this morning, correct?
That I reviewed it and it came from the Google return, yes.
And I understand when you were testifying on direct examination for the state attorney's office, you didn't request to see the date of any of these deletions.
We weren't referring to specific rows. It was just more of a general overview of what the spreadsheet contained.
About the number of deletions for that particular day.
Not based on this spreadsheet.
It appeared that it was represented by way of your testimony. When it was presented by Ms. Stifler, there was 5,000 some odd deletions on the date of Mr. Fernandez's first voluntary interview.
That's correct.
Okay. And this spreadsheet was produced by you in anticipation of your testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, the spreadsheet is not the spreadsheet that details every single deletion made on a specific date.
Are you testifying to this court that you would include deletions that have nothing to do with the deletions that were referenced for the date of Mr. Fernandez's voluntary interview?
In order for me to do a sound analysis, I need to look at all of the data. So that's what I did in this case.
I understand that. Can you tell me why you didn't make that same statement to the state attorney's office on their direct examination showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 212?
This spreadsheet, to my recollection of my direct examination, was brought up to show that there were 2 different spreadsheets. This spreadsheet contains records of bulk deletions of data, and I believe that I stated that the secondary spreadsheet, the spreadsheet titled secondary, contains the line-by-line records of everything that was deleted from the account.
We'll get to that one in just a moment.
Okay.
Yes, let's look at that one.
But since your testimony is you don't know, or if I recall, you're not aware of exactly what was deleted from any of these particular deletions. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Leaving a jury with no information as to what possibly could be deleted. You would agree with that?
I can tell you the Google product that was affected by the deletion.
But you would agree on this particular spreadsheet that is the state's evidence that you testified to this morning, it includes, whatever so they can see, includes items such as Facebook. You would agree with that?
It includes URLs.
Okay.
Yep, yes.
But my question was Facebook.
URLs for Facebook, yes.
URLs for YouTube.
Yes.
You've not found any evidence related to the homicide as it relates to Mario Fernandez and YouTube, correct?
I have not, no.
Never found any searches of how to dispose of a firearm, correct?
I did not, and I wouldn't be able to see them if they'd been deleted.
But the answer is no.
Correct.
Okay. Then we have iCloud photos.
Yes.
Okay. Found no evidence that Mr. Fernandez took any photographs that were related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Read it again. Read more.
erome.com, have no idea what that is.
Really?
Okay. Just because my mother's probably watching this, I'm not going to read out loud what the next item is below that. But you would agree that that particular website doesn't appear to have anything to do with homicide, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Get a puck tonight. Damn, I actually typed in I don't know, that's okay. erome.com is an adult community that contains sexually explicit material. You must be 18 years old or over to enter, and then there's a button to click. I am 18 or older, enter. Should I click on that? I don't want to click on it, you guys. Don't make me do it.
Appears to be several entries for that particular website.
That's correct.
And you would agree there's numerous entries for Facebook, YouTube, and iCloud photos.
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a lot of data that doesn't have what the URL or what exactly was deleted.
That's correct.
So certainly you can't offer any testimony this afternoon or ever, as it stands today, that any of these deletions relate at all to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I can testify that the deletions were processed on the same day that Mr. Fernandez had his interview.
You would agree deletions could include Gmail accounts, like emails.
They could, but that's not the case in this incident.
It was Google Chrome.
The upwards of 5,200 records the morning of March 1st were Google Chrome records.
But no idea what those are.
That's correct.
They could be something as simple as websites.
That would be what's contained in Google Chrome records.
Just like what we reviewed. Facebook, iCloud, pornographic websites, anything.
They could be, yes.
And by could be, meaning you're not convinced that any of those deletions are actually related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
All I can say is that they were processed on the same date of the first interview.
Let's go to the secondary. This is the one that you mentioned that was line itemed?
Yes.
Okay. Similar to my previous question, nothing to indicate exactly what was deleted.
Just the Google product affected.
Okay. Google Chrome.
For what's on the screen right now, yes.
As to what that is, you could never testify it has anything to do with the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I can just say that it's Google Chrome.
And that it happened on a particular date.
Correct.
What are you trying to say, Mario?
You made mention in your direct examination that there were some map searches on February 28th for Pittsburgh.
Yes.
And that's a location that Mario Fernandez went to, correct?
To the area of Pittsburgh.
You would agree February 28th is several days prior to that trip.
Correct. The searches were made on the evening that he was notified about the interview.
But you have no information as to whether or not he was already intending on going to Pittsburgh.
I can just speak to what the records reflect, that there were searches that evening.
Sure. The way you presented that testimony was to make a connection that his trip to Pittsburgh had something to do with his interview. But you have no evidence of that, correct?
I can only speak to the dates that the searches were conducted, compared to the date that Mr. Fernandez was notified, compared to the date that the interview happened on the following day.
We're back on I can say what the data is. We're not making, conclusions about that. This witness, just providing the data.
Did the search prior to going on the trip.
That's correct.
Okay. And he didn't go to Pittsburgh and avoid going in for his interview, did he?
No, the interview happened before, yes?
Voluntarily, and sat down with law enforcement and gave a lengthy interview.
Correct.
Okay. He could have, if he had chosen to, declined that interview.
I believe he could have.
Right? He wasn't under arrest.
Correct.
It was voluntary.
Correct.
He was a good boy.
Everybody knows what that word means. It means that he walked in under his own accord and sat down consensually with law enforcement.
That's correct.
Okay. But several days prior, he did a search in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Okay. So you have no evidence one way or another has anything to do with the fact that he was going in for an interview.
I can just say that it happened the day before his interview, and the trip ultimately coincided with the CPT interviews of the children.
But again, whether one thing has to do with another, you have no evidence.
I can only speak to the dates.
It's not about having no evidence. It's just that's the data, and conclusions are not being drawn about it.
Only speculate.
I can speak to the dates.
You testified that he went on his trip north. You guys were able to track him by way of his cell phone data, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't appear that he purchased a burner phone or anything to try to not be tracked. You would agree with that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
He used his debit card or credit card?
I don't recall which card he used, but there were records of his financial transactions, yes.
You mentioned, I believe it states 195. Your Honor, may I approach the evidence?
Yes.
States 195. Bear with me 1 second, please. Can you see that on your screen?
Not yet. I can see it now.
This was a receipt gathered by Walmart? From Walmart?
I believe so, yes. Can you scroll up so I can see the top of it, please? Thank you.
No dispute, this is what Ms. Stifler showed you on your direct examination.
That's correct.
Okay. Floss swords?
Yes.
Any idea what that is?
I believe it's floss picks to floss your teeth.
Like oral hygiene?
Yes.
That doesn't relate to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, does it?
It's a purchase of toiletries.
Sure. Aveeno dial? What is that?
I believe it's Aveeno Dale, like daily, possibly a moisturizer or a soap of some sort.
As you said, toiletries.
Correct.
Okay. The next two don't really relate to me, but hair care products.
Yes.
Okay. Nothing to do with the homicide. You would agree with that?
It just says hair care.
Exactly. Body wash and some other men's product. And just normal toiletries.
Correct.
Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary for somebody that may be going on a trip. Right?
People need supplies, yes.
Exactly. There's entire aisles at places like Walmart that sell travel containers of various hygiene products.
That's correct.
That's not...
And other things, yes. And yes, Mario was there, shopping it up.
Unusual.
There are those sections in stores, yes.
Now, Walmart sells a lot of things. No disputing that, right?
Correct.
Okay. You don't see anything on this receipt or any other receipt that Mr. Fernandez bought a tent, like to hide out in the woods?
There's no tent on here.
Okay. He didn't buy any type of makeup products or fake mustaches or anything to try to disguise himself?
I can only speak to what's on here.
Right, exactly. But certainly if you had found evidence that Mr. Fernandez was gathering any type of items to go on the run and to hide from law enforcement, we would expect you would testify to that, correct?
Somebody would have testified to it.
Certainly.
Yes.
Somebody, yeah.
But all you're able to testify to is this receipt from Walmart that Mr. Fernandez bought hygiene products.
That's correct.
Okay. You would agree that that's not going to help this jury in any way decide whether or not Mr. Fernandez is involved in a homicide.
I can't speak to what might help the jury or not help the jury. I'm just speaking to what the receipt says.
Okay. And on this particular receipt, it does say credit card approved. Were you able to determine that that was Mr. Fernandez's credit card?
I believe it did ultimately match the financials we had available for Mr. Fernandez, yes.
So again, there was no effort by way of financials for him to try to mask where he was going and what he was paying for.
He used a credit card, yes.
You also found evidence of him having dinner at a Ruby Tuesdays?
I believe the Jacksonville Beach Police Department found those records.
Again, Ruby Tuesdays, you know what that is, right?
Yes.
Well-known little restaurant?
Yes.
Nationwide chain?
Yes.
Okay. Law enforcement was able to determine that's where Mr. Fernandez went and had dinner with a friend?
Yes.
McDonald's?
I'm not aware of a McDonald's
Wouldn't
purchase.
surprise you though, would it?
It's food.
Things people might do on a road trip.
Correct.
Go through a drive-through and pick up a Big Mac or something.
Correct.
Okay. You made mention of the hotel in Pennsylvania.
Yes.
That he booked 2 nights but only stayed for 1.
Correct.
Okay. What time, from your own experience, is the normal checkout time at hotels?
Approximately 11 a.m.
Okay. Do you know what time, based upon the cell phone records, Mr. Fernandez actually left the Pittsburgh area?
I believe it was later that evening.
Okay. So if you wanted to extend your stay, you weren't ready to leave yet, you might have to purchase a second night.
The 2 nights were booked at the same time.
Sure. But if he decided, I'm going to leave later in the evening, I'm not actually going to stay the night, in order for him to stay in the room past that 11 a.m. checkout time, he would have to have it booked for 2 nights. You would agree with that?
Why are you asking this witness these questions? Oh my word, it's getting so frustrating. Oh, it's too much. This is too much for a Friday. Defense, stop it.
I can't say that he would have had to have it booked. I can say that he had 2 nights booked and he ultimately only stayed for 1.
He stayed for 1.5 days.
I can't speak to exactly when his cell site data shows that he left the hotel.
But you understand he left later that evening from the Pittsburgh area.
From the Pittsburgh area, yes.
You can't tell this jury that he didn't stay in the room later throughout the day and decided to leave that evening.
I cannot right now based on my preliminary analysis that I did.
Certainly can't say whether he decided to leave earlier or later has anything to do with the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
I, again, can only speak to the dates that it occurred.
Exactly.
Exactly. Gotcha.
You understood at the time, Mr. Fernandez.
It's like gaslighting at this point. Exactly. Sir, what is your point? The state could maybe speculate on redirect. Well, we don't know if he was out there getting rid of a gun, do we? We don't know what he was doing.
Fernandez had access to a lot of money.
I think that's fair to say.
So it wasn't going to break the bank, so to speak, if he were to book a second night and not end up staying the entire night.
He had financial resources.
Again, it wasn't going to put him out on the street by having a second night that he didn't stay for.
That's correct.
Now, state mentioned Mr. Biggerstaff.
Yes.
And that Mr. Fernandez had gone to Mr. Biggerstaff's on February 15th as well as January 25th.
Yes.
Okay. On January 25th, you have no idea why Mr. Fernandez was at John Biggerstaff's. You would agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. And you do know that they've had a long-term relationship for decades.
I can't speak to the length, but I do know that they've been familiar with each other for an extended period of time.
Did you know that Mr. Fernandez went to high school with John Biggerstaff's daughter?
Yes.
Did you know that John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez would sometimes work out together?
I did not know about workouts.
Did you know that Mr. Biggerstaff would do some handyman work with Mr. Fernandez at his property?
Yes.
So
Yeah, he would. He would do handyman work.
no disputing that they had plenty of legitimate reasons to be together.
That's correct.
So as far as why Mr. Fernandez was there on January 25th, you're not able to say that personally to Mario Fernandez it had any relation to the murder of Jared Bridegan.
I can say that Mr. Fernandez was in the area of Mr. Biggerstaff's house, and then approximately 3 hours and 45 minutes, Mr. Biggerstaff searched for the 10mm Glock pistol.
Sorry, who searched for it?
Mr. Biggerstaff's account.
Okay. Mario Fernandez was not there at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. His device, which we heard from Agent Blythe, generally is within an arm's reach of the person that owns that device. Any dispute of that?
I can't speak to where individual people have their devices, but
Sure. But no disputing, based upon your analysis, Mario Fernandez was not present with John Biggerstaff whenever whomever was searching for a 10mm.
that's correct.
And you understood that John Biggerstaff was a convicted felon.
Yes.
And I know some of the searches you pulled up included places you could purchase a firearm, correct?
A website, yes.
Any evidence that a firearm was purchased from any of those websites?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And you would agree, if you go on Google, you type in any type of item, sometimes in the search results, it brings up places where you can purchase those items that you've searched.
Yes.
So, for instance, if I were to Google right now on my cell phone, Glock 40 Gen 4, 10mm, some of those return results might be places I can purchase that firearm.
That's correct. In the case of Mr. Biggerstaff's account, there was indication that he visited the website.
Sure. But there's no indication that he purchased anything.
Correct.
Whether he wanted to go in and look at a firearm he used to own because he had an affinity for firearms, you're not able to testify one way or another.
I believe it was a different firearm than the one that he owned, but you're right, I can't.
Sure. You worked for ATF. Are you aware that there's 3 different models of a 10mm?
Of the Glock 10mm?
Sure.
I'm not, but I believe you when you say that.
Okay. So whether or not he's clicking on the exact one he owned or a newer generation, you're not able to testify to that.
I can testify that the one that he owned, based on my recollection, was a 10mm Glock 40 Gen 4, and the one that he clicked on was a 10mm Glock 20 Gen 4.
Okay. So now we have 2 different Glock 10mm that have now been brought up in this case. You understand that?
One that was...
My word. Marincha Greep, thank you for your $6.99 ZAR. Yeah. Marincha, she's throwing poop at this point, not even just tomatoes. Oh, man.
Owned by Mr. Biggerstaff.
Sure. And what your testimony is that he actually clicked on a different model of that 10mm.
Yes.
Okay. And again, no evidence that anything was purchased.
That's correct.
Are you aware that the allegation is it was a Glock 10mm 40 that was used in this homicide?
I'm aware.
Okay. So you would agree a Glock of a different model is unrelated to this homicide?
I will say that the search did not specify which was which.
But you just testified that he, tell us again, which Glock did he click on?
He clicked on the G20, you're right.
Okay. And it's alleged that it is a 40 Gen 4.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree those are 2 different models.
Those are 2 different models.
Caliber.
Yes.
And you would agree the one he clicked on is not what is alleged to be used in this homicide.
That's correct.
Did you review all the searches that Mr. Biggerstaff made, or at least were made on his device?
I can't say that I went line by line through them, no.
You brought up a 9mm
Yes.
Smith & Wesson?
Yes.
Not used in this homicide, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Would it surprise you that he searched various military bases in South Carolina?
I don't recall that in his search history.
Do you recall searching for a resort in South Carolina and a particular band that plays there?
I don't recall those searches.
You recall handmade flour tortillas being a search that Mr. Biggerstaff made.
I do not recall that, no.
Would you agree in your own experience, people Google all sorts of things?
Yes, I would agree.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Please, no further questions. Oh my word, please. Stop it. Maybe they don't have a case to present themselves and they're just going to absolutely go wild on the cross-examinations. We've seen this strategy before. The burden is not on them, I understand, but like they might just be like, when it's time for the, whenever the state rests, defense, what you got? Oh no, we rest as well. That could happen. I could imagine that.
Ms. Butler, I'm going to come back to some of those searches in just a moment.
Okay.
Bringing up the trial exhibit from the state, I believe it's Exhibit 214, which is the CDR call logs of Mr. Fernandez. There's one in particular that the state highlighted in purple. You see that on your screen?
Yes.
And who did you determine that that was a call to, or at least to the device that was possessed by a certain person? Or
Henry Tenon.
That was the phone number that was used by Janie Deal.
And that was Mr. Tenon's girlfriend?
At the time, I believe so, yes.
And this was the date of his arrest?
Correct.
Did you know that Mr. Tenon had like a black dog?
Yes.
Okay. And that it was actually in the vehicle with him when he was arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any evidence as to whether or not Mr. Fernandez was calling to make sure Henry Tenon's girlfriend had his dog?
I didn't listen to the call. I do know that there was a conversation about the dog with somebody else.
Did you ever review any of the poll cameras in this particular case?
I might have looked at them. I don't remember specifics about the poll cameras.
You don't know whether or not there's poll camera video of this Mr. Tenon's dog running around the Potomac property?
I don't recall seeing a video like that.
But as to the significance of that call, it's just that it occurred on the date of Mr. Tenon's arrest to Mr. Tenon's girlfriend.
That's correct, and it was the only one.
Whether it's for a dog or any other reason, you can't testify.
Correct.
Now, Ms. Butler, I was asking you questions about some of the other searches by Mr. Biggerstaff on January 25th. And you didn't recall some of those that I mentioned. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'll approach. Ms. Butler, what I'm showing you is a composite exhibit. Defendant's Exhibit 53. I'm going to give you an opportunity to look at these and see if you can identify them for the jury.
Sure, so the one I'm...
Just please, Mamushka also saying, please not the poll cams. Do not put everyone through that again. Please, please, defense. Oh my word.
Holding right now appears to be a record of a search for Charleston, South Carolina military base that in UTC time was January 26th of 2022 at 1:51 a.m.
And doing that math, can you tell us what time that would have been in Eastern Standard Time, either with daylight savings or otherwise, whatever would be appropriate?
Sure. It would be January 25th, 2022 at 8:51 p.m.
Okay. This would be around the same time period of the other searches you testified to, correct?
Around the same time, I believe the other searches started at 8:15 p.m.
Okay. But within the same hour?
Correct.
Okay. And there's another one I'm going to show you. And if you could do that same somewhat UTC analysis?
Sure. This one is a search for Randy Reap, and the converted time would be January 25th, 2022 at 3:05 p.m.
And these appear to be similar to the same searches that you recovered as far as the way they look.
Yes.
And the same device that you were referencing.
The same Google account, yes.
And that was related to Mr. Biggerstaff.
Correct.
Okay. You would agree that a search for a Charleston, South Carolina military base doesn't appear to have any relevance to the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Randy Reap, a local attorney, no information that that has any relation to the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Your Honor, may I publish to the jury?
Yes.
All just normal things on normal days, just coincidences. You know, between Mario, Henry Tenon, and Mr. Biggerstaff. And we're yet to see all the things, the coincidences with Shanna Gardner. Okay. Even Mario's shaking his head. I wonder what they're saying.
No, Ms. Butler, after reviewing those, you would agree there were plenty of other searches from Mr. Biggerstaff's device that didn't have anything to do with firearms?
Yes.
And didn't appear to have any relevance to the homicide of Jared Bridegan?
Not that I am aware of, no.
You had an opportunity to review the Google searches of Henry Tenon?
I likely did. I can't recall the details of them.
If you had an opportunity to review some of those searches, would it refresh your recollection?
It might, yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, you may throughout. Is that something in evidence? No, ma'am. Okay. Is there an objection?
Yes, Austin answered.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon break, okay? We'll come back in 15 minutes.
Okay, and we are live. Yesterday's start time was better. Then we could have skipped over this. Are they going to deal with the phone issue now or no? Nothing like that? What's happening with that? With Shanna's defense wanting Kirsten Bridegan's phone. Yeah. That is just, it's tiring. We're all going to sleep well tonight, hey? But we're getting there, slowly but surely. We're getting there. I really feel like there's a lot of suspicious coincidences that happen, don't you think? Quite crazy. Okay, I don't really plan for this break right here. Catching me off guard over here. And we've got so many documents and things that I could show you that it's hard to choose what. Let me try to find something. Hold on. I want to go to, what is this? This is Henry Tenon's one. Okay. Oh boy. Wait. Stop it. I don't know why there's music like that on his interview. And most of this interview is redacted. It's 5 hours long. Wait, this might actually make my OBS crash. Stand by. I'm going to rather play it elsewhere. Hold on. Let me just get something smaller like this. Okay, cool. Mario, that's what I got. I got him. something smaller where he had said, the problem is I'm running out of F's to give and I am very petty. Remember that? Okay. So, what I want to show you, wait, let me just get it like this. Also, thank you to Grizzly Cat for obtaining a massive amount of files for me. Holy crap. In this case, all the FOIA files. I am happily overwhelmed. Thank you, Grizzly Cat, and again, happy birthday. All right, so let me quickly go here. Henry Tenon, hello. Okay, there, I can see it. Stop it. Okay.
Well, once you got another drive, a little thing. 0716. Some
904.
some driving issues, you know, that have gone because you were formerly a habitual.
Okay, this is on the 18th of August of 2022 when he was in fact arrested for driving with a suspended license. Okay,
Driving,
yeah. I got my license back.
Yeah, so that's what we are. That's what HOT, you asked what HOT stood for, Habitual Offender Traffic Task Force. So we work with habitual drivers, okay?
Okay.
So that's why we got called in to talk to you. And truthfully, we probably should have talked to you the other day when you were involved in hit and run, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
to them.
yeah, I know. I read the report. It was nothing. It was a little minor deal. Let's know. But they should have probably contacted us then. But you didn't even get a ticket for that, did you?
Yes, I did.
No, I mean, but not for your license stuff.
No.
Okay. But I want to talk to you about all that. Let's go over this form real quick. Just because you're here in this room, I know they brought you down. So I know your first name's Henry. How do you Henry common spelling?
Correct.
What's your middle initial, Henry?
A.
Tenon?
Tenon.
Tenon. What's your date of birth, Henry?
2961.
261. That makes you how old?
61.
60.
Public record. All public
really?
record.
Gotcha. I thought you were repeating your birth year. I'm half asleep, I reckon. I'm usually, math's my specialty, so we're in trouble.
Oh, man.
Yeah. What's your cell phone number, Henry?
904.
Oh, wait.
80.
Just muting that pod. Even though we've seen a lot of his cell phone.
All right.
It's got
so right now, you're at 311 West Monroe Street. It's not jail, it's not the police station, it's actually the state attorney's office, but that's what we do. We work, there's some programs we work through with the state attorney's office on these license things I'll tell you about. That's why our office is here, just so you know. 311 West.
Yeah, because when I saw the state attorney office on the door, I said, now what else I'm involved in?
Yeah. Well, it's good and bad because we get to stay away from the police station downtown where no one gets to see us. But if we need anything, we gotta go to the police station. so we get to kind of hide here, but we gotta go there just to get something, you know. So it's got its ups and downs.
Understood.
Today, what's today? 18th? Is that right?
It's 18th.
And this definitely wasn't unusual for him. He's got lots of DUIs and DWS sales and all sorts of arrests in his past. So I think for him, this was like, okay, just another one. But damn, did that escalate quickly, hey? Because this was in August of 2022, and by March of 2023, he was charged with murder and conspiracy to commit murder. That must have made the others crap their pants when it's like conspiracy to. There are others involved. They're like, oh, crap.
So today's August 18th, 22. It is now 7:16 in the morning, 0716. I'm gonna ask you a couple questions. Some of them might sound silly because I can tell you're a smart guy, but what's the last grade of education you completed?
12th.
12th grade. Was it here in town?
No.
Where were you?
Georgia.
Georgia? Was it high school?
High school.
Do you remember the name of the high school?
Yeah, Viana High.
Oh, what is it? How do you spell it?
VIENNA.
See, I thought you said violent high, like you went to a violent high school?
Vienna.
Vienna, okay.
Vienna.
Because I went to violent high.
Yep.
No.
I'm like, I never heard of that.
And so you graduated?
Yes.
Okay. So you can read and write? You can read and write?
Yes.
I told you some of these questions were going to sound silly, so are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
None.
Okay. Do you take prescription medications for
No.
anything? Okay. Have you ever been diagnosed with any sort of mental disorder?
No.
Okay. So I know you can read and write. Just need you to demonstrate that by reading this very first sentence out loud that starts with you and ends in Constitution. If you just read that one sentence.
You
out
have
loud.
to follow the rights under the United States Constitution.
Yes. And I'm going to read the rest of it, okay, and you can follow along. You do not have to make a statement or say anything. Anything you say can't be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before you make a statement or before any questions are asked of you, and to have the lawyer with you during any questioning. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you do answer questions, you have the right to stop answering questions at any time and consult with a lawyer. Do you understand the rights I just read to you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you just sign there, just indicating you understand your rights, it's not any sort of admission. And I'll tell you what's going on with this hot stuff. Did you?
You got me confused already.
Well, you've been arrested for a driver's license charge.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I have to read these to you.
Okay.
It's our departmental policy.
Right.
You have a dog in the car with you?
Yes.
I think I heard. What kind of dog was it?
Lab
We're just going to sign it as
chow
witnesses. Lab what?
Yeah.
How old is he?
14 months.
Oh, puppy. Oh, yeah. See, a stray? You adopt him? How
No. I got him. My daughter was living at my dad's place in Georgia, and she was leaving to go to somewhere in Indiana.
Okay.
I think it was New Albany.
Right.
And she called me up one Thursday and told me that she was leaving a dog in the yard, tied up, and it might starve to death. I said, why you gonna do that? Why you give me a heads up on it, right? She said, well, you get it? I said, yeah. So I got me and my partner, Jared. We got together that Friday night, went up and picked the little thing up out the yard.
Up in Georgia?
Yeah.
It was just a stray wandering around in Georgia, still hanging out in the same spot?
He was actually on a leash in the yard.
Really?
Yeah, with water, but the food bowl was empty.
Okay.
So she wasn't lying. She just tied it to the tree and
Yeah,
left.
she was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Wow.
So I got him.
I just really want to, I forgot, I overlaid this over the court feed, so then I'm not able to monitor it. I'd like to monitor the court feed so we know when to switch back, right? Okay, hold on. I'm almost done. All right, back to it we go. We're just watching this because the court is on a break, right? This is Henry Tenon. Yeah, thanks, Grizzly Cat. His trial is next year. It's scheduled for March of 2027. We'll see what happens there because he initially had a plea deal. He accepted, he pleaded guilty. He was going to get sentenced after Shanna and Mario went trial. He was going to testify against them, and then he decided to change his mind this year. Okay. So this is
been a good dog too, huh?
This is the hitman. This is the alleged hitman. I mean, he already confessed a lot, but that's why this interview is 5 hours 58 minutes. But there's so much redacted. You know, especially since it was already redacted. He was going to testify against them with all of this, but they redacted it also because he's going on trial. You know what I mean? Because he confessed a whole lot to them.
Everywhere I go.
Yeah. They said it had a good. I talked to the guys when they were out there. They told me they got a dog with them. They said they should send him to animal control. I said no. Can he? I said, what kind is it? A friendly dog? They said, oh yeah. So I said, see if there's someone that'll take it. So I think they took it back to your house.
No, I took it to a friend of mine.
Okay.
Also, one correction. So he was arrested on this day, 18th of August of 2022, for driving with a suspended license. It was in January of 2023, not March, January, when he was actually charged in connection with the murder of Jared Bridegan. And it was in March, on March 16th of 2023, that he decided to plead guilty. And on that same day, Mario Fernandez was arrested. And then, of course, it took until August of 2023 to arrest Shanna, right? That's that timeline. So from August until January of 2023, that's how long it took them to charge him with murder and conspiracy to commit murder.
Where do you stay at?
I'll be in between places, put it like that. Between 8701 Old King Road and 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Okay, what was the first one again?
8701.
Is that your house? No. Are you just staying with friends or family or?
No, out there, hang out when I can't go nowhere.
Okay.
Or get tired of everybody else.
I got you. Who's at the other location on Potomac?
That would be Jared Bridegan, a friend of mine.
Okay. So the car you're driving today, it was a Crown Vic, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Same car you were in the other day when you were involved in the little fender bender?
Correct.
So I read the report on the fender bender, and it looked like you just made a mistake, kind of said, hey, I got nervous, drove off. I'm guessing...
Actually, I don't know what happened. I panicked. I'm like, oh, man, what? Then I went around the block, stopped, and sure enough...
Because you knew the police were coming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just stopped and just chilled out from right there. I thought I got my senses back together. Just waited. I said, oh, I'm going to jail.
Because you knew
they're going to put you in impound.
Because you knew about your license, you shouldn't be driving, I guess.
They had me for my ID. I gave them my ID.
I know, but you figured you were going to jail because you knew your license you shouldn't be driving. I mean, bottom line.
Good. Well, on that, yes and no.
Okay. Explain that.
Because I have made some steps in the process of getting my license back, like taking the DUI class, which I just found out it's still on record as not being completed, which it is. Did a defensive driving course.
Okay.
All right. On the other two factors is paying the $210 reinstatement fee to Georgia.
Okay.
He really does think this is only about driving with a suspended license, right?
And getting a SR22A, whatever that is.
Okay. So, how much do you think it's going to cost you to get your license back?
Let's see, $210, $211 to Georgia reinstatement fee. And I think I got a court cause here from 2017 that's probably got me on a suspension on that side there too. So that's $600 right there.
Mm-hmm.
SR22A, I have no idea what that'll cost yet. Because everybody I call trying to get a quote on it.
Right.
Tell me about, I need some case number or something that I can't find in my paperwork. I said, you got my name and everything else.
Right.
So y'all got the computer on your side.
Right.
I don't want a quote on what I got to come up with to get this SR22A for 6 months paid in full.
I got you.
You know, and you want the case number. I said, contact Georgia like I did to find out that I needed this.
Yeah.
You know,
you're a little more motivated than they are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know, stuff
He definitely doesn't like to tie his shoelaces.
like that.
So, with the license, well, you said yes and no, so you shouldn't have been driving that day. Did you figure they would have wrote you a ticket for it that day?
Yes.
Yeah.
Or take me to jail.
Right. And so they didn't give you one. So,
they gave me a citation to make arrangement with.
Got to make a court date, like 10 days.
Street, yeah,
that's
within
courthouse,
30
yeah.
days. To,
So part of what we do, there's lots of things. You know, there's some programs. Have you ever heard of the Florida Amnesty Program?
No.
So there's some programs that help people get their license back, and they'll actually pay.
I need some.
Okay, they'll actually pay part of the money towards getting it done. As long. Do you work?
Yes.
Full time?
Well, due to lack of business, I think I average 30 hours a week.
Okay. So almost you're getting. I mean, you're willing to work full time, but you're just getting 30 hours.
Right.
Okay. So, but you're making an effort to work.
Yes.
Okay.
Every day.
Where you work at?
Munison Pallet Incorporated.
Where's that at?
Our division is on 3160 West 45th Street in Jacksonville.
Okay. How long's your license been bad?
Since 2014.
Okay. So the only way you can make money and earn a living is you got to go to work.
Yes.
Okay. So the sacrifice for being able to put food on the plate, have a place to live and all that, you got to drive.
Yes.
Okay. So
I ain't finna do nothing else to try to make my money.
no, I understand. I've looked at I know a little bit about you because your name popped up on our desk 4 days ago when this happened, and we should have been notified to talk to you that day after the traffic accident.
Okay.
But because they didn't write you the ticket, we weren't notified. So the reports started coming in, and we saw it, and we run things. So then we found you were involved in that incident afterwards. Because all we do is track habitual offenders or previous habitual offenders that are still living. Because right now, I know this is going to sound crazy, but right now the biggest problem in Jacksonville is homicides. Well, they include traffic homicides in that too.
I get my news, excuse me, okay.
Yeah.
My news break on my phone is always bing, 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 bing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, mother found dead, body found in auction, something like that, or murder on the west side, murder on the east side.
So you know that these deaths are happening around the city. Well, they've lumped all homicides together, including traffic homicides, and they figure, people would be dying out on the street if people that weren't supposed to have guns didn't have guns. Well, they're also, now their philosophy is people wouldn't be dying in these traffic crashes if people that aren't supposed to be driving aren't driving. You see how it kind of ties together? So, but there's different levels of that. You know what I mean? There's different, is it just somebody that's had 7 DUIs and just a menace to society driving, or someone who just doesn't have the money to get their license reinstated and they continue to get, because it's an endless cycle. You get a bad license, you miss court, you fail to pay, fail to appear, another ticket, fail to pay, fail to appear, another ticket. Now you've got all these tickets. Now next thing you know, you cannot afford to get your license back. Next thing you know, you got another driving on suspended license charge. Next thing you know, you're another one. Now you're habitual. And I'm sure that's probably something similar to what happened to you.
That's one I've been trying to avoid re-entering.
Well,
because one, since everything's, it started right around the time of COVID-19 first coming to my knowledge. But I don't know how long it was in effect before I knew anything about it.
Right.
But our business went down so that it's taking everything I can do, because during that same time, that was when I completed the DUI school, the defensive driving course, and was trying to get the SR-22A quote thing and go through it and come up with the reinstatement fee money.
Right.
And this court cost money that I got from 2017.
Right. So I think that's part of why this program, that when I mentioned the people that qualify for it can get assistance, because they recognize that there's some people that are really trying to do the right thing and just don't have the money to get it done. But so there's different levels, different parameters to get qualified. So, and like you said, you're no longer habitual.
Right.
So the why we're here to talk to you is, so the problem with your license is that we need to try and figure out is, so even though you're not habitual, today's traffic, your license charge today is actually a felony. Did you know that?
Say that again.
It's a felony.
It's a felony, and we want to know where your two-tone Ford F-150 is. Just check your pockets there. Damn, you got a key for a Ford F-150. Where is it? I like how they're just making sure they're just, keep the conversation flowing. I mean, he sure is relaxed until now. It's like, what, a felony? You sorry, what?
Because of how many convictions you've had. So it's considered a felony offense. So once that activates the felony portion of it, we have the discretion to go back through your driving history and look to see if you should be reinstated as habitual. But there's a lot of factors that we weigh into that, and one is, who are we talking to? What kind of guy is he? Do we need to do this? Does he deserve to be habitual again? Is he going to be honest with us? Is he telling us I only drive because I need to put food on the table? Or is he driving because he's going to the club and picking up prostitutes and buying dope and selling dope around town? You know what I'm saying? Well, from looking back at you, I don't see that. And matter of fact, those kind of people we normally don't even come talk to, because they ain't worth our time. You know what I'm saying? We usually come to the ones that we're trying to decide, is this someone that, would fit some of the needs of these programs? Is this a productive member of society that needs to go to work? Mm-hmm. He's contributing to society. You know what I mean? And so far, that's what we see. I understand you picked up some people to take them to a methadone clinic today. So, I mean, that tells a little bit about your character right there. So we're willing to do this, but what and how that works for the habitual, where you could be reinstated, is now because of this felony charge, your previous status, and this new initiative, the HOT initiative, we're able to look back at your driving record retroactively. So we can go back through things that you might not have even been charged with, things where your name popped up in a report, where you weren't issued a citation but could have been issued a citation, things like that. All kinds of things.
Yeah, you're a naughty driver.
How we decide to move forward is really going to be up to you. I'll be honest with you. is, if you're going to be straight with us and you don't lie to me and you tell me, and you're straight with us, we'll see about how we can help you where you're still a productive member of this society, because we're not trying to arrest our way out of this problem. Some people just legitimately need help. Okay? And I don't see you as someone out there driving drunk at 2 a.m. through a school zone in the morning, things like that. But we do need to just talk about your driving history.
A school zone,
okay?
You say.
So the car you're in now.
Like the Discovery School, like the gravel parking lot? Oh, my.
Crown Vic, is that right? How long you had that car? And let me...
it don't belong to me.
Okay.
To a friend of
and
mine.
before and
Yeah, let's talk about the cars you had. So you got a Crown Vic, okay, but what about any other cars you got back there? Okay, they're coming back to the courtroom. Let's listen just a few more minutes here.
You've seen crime TV shows, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you know that I know the answer to most of these questions I'm going to ask you. I'm trying to see what kind of man you are, if you're a man of character, and you're going to be straight with me, okay? Because I'm willing to work with those kind of people and willing to have a discussion with them about how we move forward, okay?
Okay.
But,
Got really serious now.
So tell me about the Crown Vic. How long you been driving it?
Since
Please can we watch just a few more minutes just to see if they get to, I don't know how far this goes, how many minutes now, really, I can't remember, but like, before I switch over, I just want to see how they ask these car questions together with you.
March, February.
Of this year?
Of this year.
Okay. And whose car is it?
Joseph Wardley.
Okay. That's who it's registered to?
Yes.
Okay. That's the guy you live with on Potomac? So stay with sometimes?
That's his father.
That's his father. Is his father still alive?
No.
Okay.
Where's your car?
Because the car is registered to his father still, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you've been driving that since March-ish?
February, March, somewhere around there.
Okay. And is that what you used to get to work?
At that time, I was using a bicycle.
Okay. Well, once you started driving the car, I mean.
Yeah. And that was when I was having trouble cause one of the passengers this morning was my, long time acquaintance, friend, girlfriend.
Kind of girlfriend
lover,
there. Yeah.
And we started having trouble with her getting to the clinic, getting somebody else to go by to get her to the clinic, because I didn't want her to be dope sick or anything to miss that. So I started making sure that I stay on point to get her there. And then a long time childhood friend of
let's
hers,
talk about the cars, sir.
they happened to move back to their neighborhood. Needed to go, so I started picking both of them up.
Okay.
Then once they go to the clinic, then I go to work.
Wow.
Have you ever had to go to the methadone clinic yourself?
No.
Okay. What's your motivation to get these people to methadone? I mean, I appreciate it. I think it's a great thing you're doing. I'm just wondering what brought that out in you.
When it first started, I guess you could call it love and concern of the one that you love.
Okay.
And making sure that they get what they needed.
Okay. Are you in a relationship with one of the individuals, the female?
Yes.
I'm guessing.
Yes.
All right. Well, that's good. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but okay. So that's good. I appreciate that. So you started driving back in March, drove it around, and like I said, I know the answer to this. I knew you were driving the car, and about when you start, because we should have talked to you the other day and didn't. We've had 3 days to do our homework on you, 4 days now, I guess, since you kind of we're driving today. We were going to come talk to you. We were going to come see you probably tomorrow.
Saturday.
Was it Saturday? Okay, so it came in on desk on Monday because we were off we don't work weekends.
Okay.
So we got it on Monday. So we were going to come talk to you tomorrow. We were going to try and track you down tomorrow and talk to you about this. But this may work out better for you, even though it doesn't seem that way.
We're almost going to switch over.
It doesn't feel that way right now.
This is hard to tear ourselves away from this now and grow.
So that car, you've been driving it for 4 or 5 months now. How often do you drive it?
Yeah.
Like every day to work, stuff like that? Is that pretty much your car to get around in?
Pretty much.
Okay. Did you buy the car from the other guy, or is he just letting you use it? What's the status there?
No, he let me use it.
Okay. Do you take it to the other house? You said you stay at Potomac, and what was the other one again?
8701 Old King Road.
Okay. Do you sometimes take it there, and when you stay the night?
No, when I go out there, I would leave my buddy, which is my K9 friend, with him.
Okay.
And I would back it out on that side.
I got you. So, how many times have you Where's the furthest you drove the car? And I know the answer to this.
I drove it all the way to Georgia.
Okay.
A little place called Drayton.
Okay.
He's
See
chill,
my
guys.
older brother out there.
When was that?
That was April.
Okay.
Yeah, April.
Okay.
And then, at least when we switch over, I'm gonna, and then I can speed up to 1.1 speed, the cross-examination, okay?
Where in Georgia again?
Let's go a bit
I
further.
know the answer to this too.
Yeah, what is it?
No, you're in a different vehicle. You're on these real-time cameras, and I have pictures of all this too.
Okay.
And I'll show you. So you were in you drove a different car before that.
Yeah, the one you stashed away.
And you've been out of town in that car too.
Uh-huh. Look at him.
It's not a trick question.
No car.
Yeah. Look at him. What do they know? Oh.
I mean, you've been doing really well up until this point.
Oh my. Up until this point. Look at him.
Is there? Now I'm starting to get concerned why you wouldn't want to talk about this other car you drove. Is there?
Oh, the legs are getting
I'm not
crossed.
sure. You've been so.
He's protecting his precious, as the behavior panel says. He's like literally protecting his balls. He's protecting his precious. He's feeling threatened now.
Doing so well. I don't have any red flags against you in these programs that we speak of. But now I'm nervous. Did you drive this other vehicle like a madman or something? Are you worried that you were speeding all over the place in it?
Yeah. What were you doing in it?
Okay, because I don't necessarily have that.
The only piece of that aggravating ass truck I had.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
Now we're getting
You had a
two-tone.
The blue truck.
Yes. Say it.
Right? Is that the truck you speak of?
Yeah, it was a blue truck.
Okay. So how long did you drive that truck?
Shoot, what? Probably about.
Ooh, you're frowning now.
8 months maybe.
Okay. We'll get to the truck.
Started having trouble with that regular. No.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to go. I don't want to go too far back with your driving. I can go back. I'm allowed to go back 5 or 6 years if I want to, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't need to
let's
do
just
that.
go like
But
6 months.
Before that, before the truck, what was the car before the truck?
No car before.
Okay. Nothing. Didn't drive at all for a while.
That's why I couldn't remember a car. You kept saying car.
Okay. Well, vehicle. All right. Vehicle.
Okay.
Vehicle. So prior to the truck, so you had the Impala since March. You had the truck for about 8 months prior to March.
No, Crown Vic, no Impala.
I'm sorry. I meant the Crown Vic. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Crown Vics are police cars. You know that, and now we drive Impalas. So that's not. This is me. I told you, you had more coffee than I have. I need coffee. So you had the Crown Vic, March. Truck 8 months prior to that, and you're saying you didn't drive any other vehicles prior to the truck?
No.
Okay.
No, I must have used one or two bicycles I had.
Would you borrow a car from time to time, perhaps?
No.
Okay.
Not doing that time.
So you weren't doing much driving. So the last 14 months, I figure about 5 months was with the Crown Vic, about 8 months with the other. So about 13, 14 months, you were driving those two cars, but you didn't drive much prior to that? Okay. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
How come you...
Wasn't nothing available.
Okay, you just didn't have anything you could drive.
I just didn't have the desire. And plus, at that, Papa was too small to keep with me. So shit like that.
Okay.
You know?
So whose truck is it? Whose truck was it?
Yeah.
It was my father's truck.
Was your father's truck? Is your father still alive?
No.
Okay.
He dead.
Was he alive when you got the truck?
No, he was dead.
He was already dead. Where's your father? Where's your father from?
Georgia.
What part of Georgia?
He lived in Vienna, Georgia.
Vienna, where you went to high school.
That's where I went to high school.
That's right. Right. See, I remember that.
His brain's kicking.
Yeah. It's just so close to the high school name I went to. So your dad lived up in Vienna, Georgia, and he passed away and left you the truck, or just the truck was there for you to use?
He passed away, left me in the truck.
When did he pass away?
He passed away in 2019.
Okay.
Was it COVID or?
Huh?
Was it because of COVID?
No, I didn't.
No, your dad. What, did he pass away? Was it? Did he get sick from COVID or?
No, he had a aneurysm in his stomach.
Oh, okay.
And in the town, they're trying to get a surgeon. He passed away before they can get a surgeon to him.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me too. It still bugs me.
Yeah, that's horrible.
But back to the blue
No
truck.
medical facilities up there that would treat him without.
Nothing close to where close enough to get to him in time.
I see.
To perform the surgery.
Okay, so rescue showed up and they couldn't get into a specialist in time.
They got him
essentially.
to the hospital. They couldn't get a specialist to him or him to a specialist.
Okay, well, I hate to
In
hear
time.
that. That's terrible. That's I guess there's a lot of great things about small town America, but there's some things that you don't get in the big city like a Shands or a UF Health, a Mayo Clinic, where there's specialists for everything 24/7.
I want to talk to you about.
So he passed away in 2019, but you didn't get the truck till like sometime last year, I guess.
When I started, because that truck stayed in Georgia until January of 2021.
Okay.
January of last year?
Yeah.
Okay.
Started having a problem with it up there, so
right.
I through the process of putting a new transmission filter in and changing the oil.
What kind of truck was it? What model?
It was a Ford F-150.
Okay.
Larry.
What year was it?
2004.
Okay, so that's one of the older engines. That's
like,
kind of
yeah. And that engine is crap.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, they don't. Those are.
It runs good while they're running, but that engine is crap. You start having a problem with that stuff, go ahead and start saving your money. You ever get one? Go ahead and start saving your money so you can buy a new engine and put it in. Don't go trying to work on that regular stuff, man, because
It's impossible to get the parts for them.
Huh?
It's impossible to get the parts for them because they have those.
No, it's not. They're just expensive.
Well, I guess that's why it's impossible to get them, because they're so expensive. So it makes it impossible for people like you and me. And the reason I know is I recently, last year, sold a 2004 Ford Ranger that I had had for all those years.
Okay.
And I had the same thing. That loved the truck. It had 200,000 miles on it. Never a problem.
I really want to see how far does
Did
it
you
go.
ever let
They
it?
still go, yeah. They still go a
Well,
while, so. We shall resume on another break sometime. You could see where it's going though, right? It's so fun to watch together. Oh my word. I think we have to go back now because they're already on redirect. Oh no, our break time's over. That was so fun. I'll just minimize it and then bring our court feed back up for at least not such a long cross-examination from what I could see. Okay, because we were here at the break, right? This is where we were. Fine. Okay, we'll go back to the trial day. Sound on. And off we go. Here we go. Here we are.
59.
Okay. Thank you for watching that with me. This lady's name is Lindsay Butler.
Thank you. Welcome back, members of the jury. Everyone may be seated. Mr. Hill, you can continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Butler,
Yes.
I'm going to use the technology this time.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what has been marked by agreement and entered as defendants 59. Can you see this on the page?
A little blurry.
I will do my best.
Is the autofocus on?
I'll zoom in a little more, otherwise I'm going to do it the old way. Is that better for you?
Yes.
If you could, read to the jury these additional searches starting at the top from Mr. Biggerstaff.
Starting at the top, it is a visit to a website or a URL that says how to measure your bra size at home, 4 simple steps.
The next search.
Bra size chart -- third love.
And the third search.
How to measure bra size and bra size calculator, Victoria's Secret. I'd just like to clarify, these are Chrome, looks like these are Chrome records and not searches.
Is this bigger stuff or Mario's deleted? Search it. What? Sir? one more time.
9. Can you see this on the page?
A little blurry.
I will do my best.
Okay. Bras. Who's knocking?
Is the autofocus on?
I'll zoom in a little more, otherwise I'm going to do it the old way. Is that better for you?
Yes.
And if you could, read to the jury these additional searches starting at the top from Mr. Biggerstaff.
Starting at the top, it is a visit to a website or a URL that says how to measure your bra size at home, 4 simple steps.
The next search.
Okay.
Bra size chart - third love.
And the third search.
How to measure bra size and bra size calculator, Victoria's Secret. I'd just like to clarify, these are Chrome, looks like these are Chrome records and not searches.
Mr. Biggerstaff.
Can you tell the difference? Can you explain
Maybe it was Mrs. Biggerstaff.
to the jury what that means?
Sure. So because it said Chrome at the top, based on my understanding, that indicates, that was a website that was viewed with that URL, whereas the records that we viewed previously had search at the top.
But you would agree, Mr. Biggerstaff has gone to all sorts of different types of websites that certainly seem to be unrelated to the homicide of Jared Bridegan.
Yes.
Show more of them.
I'm going to show you another document.
Okay. We're ready?
This is Defendant's 58, which is a composite of Chrome records from Henry Tenon.
Okay.
Can you see this clearly on the screen?
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. And can you start with the first one up top, including the date?
Sure. The first one says visited Form Swift, create your business plan V2. And the converted date would be March 20th of 2022 at 3:41 p.m.
Okay. And could you read the following 3 for the jury?
Sure. Choose free business plan forms templates, March 20th, 2022 at 3:40 p.m. Choose free business plan forms templates, March 20th, 2022 at 3:40 p.m. And free business plan forms templates, March 20th at 3:39 p.m.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. It's your understanding, based upon being involved in this investigation, that Mr. Fernandez provided a check in the memo line that said, Kickstarter, good luck.
Yes.
And that at some point in time, law enforcement recovered a notebook belonging to Henry Tenon that also included a page for business plan.
Yes.
And you would agree that the dates of search or for the sites visited are around the same time period of the checks that Mr. Tenon received from Mr. Fernandez?
Roughly late March.
I believe it was March 28th were 2 checks, and then
Mario is so nice. That's what the defense is saying. Look, he was just helping out his tenant who he unlisted from the property. Yet he was still living there with a Kickstarter. But it also said for the roof, you know? Okay, again, we've got it here. It says keeping up with the roof, and it says landscaping and clearing, and then Kickstarter, good luck. Wow, for the big business plan. Maybe Henry felt inspired knowing that he was offered $150,000 to kill someone, allegedly.
April 4th for the Kickstarter.
That sounds correct.
You would agree that's within a 2-week period?
Correct.
Ms. Butler, there was discussion of January 29th on your direct examination about Mr. Fernandez being at the Potomac residence.
Yes.
Okay, as well as Mr. Tenon being somewhere in the vicinity of the Potomac residence.
Yes.
Okay. And Agent Blythe previously testified, so we won't go into the timing events and his analysis, but you would agree you personally have no evidence that puts Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez actually together on that date?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
and no evidence that Mr. Fernandez was ever in the blue F-150 as it made its travel south on that particular date with Mr. Tenon.
I apologize. Can I back up?
Sure.
For the previous question, if they were together on that date, I can just say that there are periods of time where their devices were roughly in the same area.
Same area.
Correct.
And you would agree that Agent Blythe, being an expert in CAS data, that he would be more appropriate as to helping the jury determine the proximity of those devices?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the blue truck release by the media, you saw photographs of that truck, of what was released to the media?
Yes, I did.
And at the time, there was an inability to even make out what the tag on that vehicle was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. These were not perfect still shots of a vehicle. Would you agree with that?
I can't say that they were perfect or imperfect, but you're correct. There was no tag visible.
And these were snapshots taken from surveillance videos as that vehicle was driving through various areas of Jacksonville Beach.
Yes.
Okay. In essence, the public needed to help to try to identify this truck because it wasn't able to be identified just by the photograph by law enforcement.
Correct.
And your review of the data established that Mario Fernandez and Henry Tenon spoke on average about 30 times per month.
I'd have to do some math, but let's see. I can speak to the number of times per month. I apologize. I'm not sure about the average.
And no disagreement that they had fairly regular communication.
Yes.
Okay. And no dispute that for a time period, Mr. Tenon was a tenant of Mario Fernandez.
Correct.
And your understanding from being involved in this investigation that Mr. Tenon also did some landscaping and other work for Mr. Fernandez.
Based on the checks, yes.
Okay. So certainly if someone is...
Based on the checks. Right, but did we actually see that? Should we look at the poll cameras again? Please no.
Doing work for a person, it wouldn't be unusual for them to have phone calls or text messages between the two.
I would likely expect to see communication between people.
I imagine for your testimony today, you were in communication with the state attorney's office.
Yes.
Okay, the phone calls or text messages or emails.
Yes.
Okay, so it wouldn't be uncommon for people that work together in some capacity to have communication.
Correct.
And when the truck was released to the media, there wasn't what we would consider like a flutter of calls between Mr. Tenon and Mr. Fernandez.
I'm not sure what a flutter, but there were the calls that I mentioned in my direct examination.
They were actually the day after it was released to the media.
Correct.
It wasn't the same evening that that was released to the media.
Correct.
Your Honor, may I have one moment with counsel?
Yes.
Yes. No more questions, right? We done? Good?
No further questions for this witness. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
Redirect. Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Butler, Mr. Hill mentioned that you did a historical review of periods of time. That was for periods of time in which there were both no timing advance and no cellular activity.
No timing advance and no outgoing cellular activity.
Were there any of those time periods include incoming cellular activity?
Yes.
Okay, so that's different than the time period we're talking about on February 16th, because the time period from 7:10 p.m. to 8:20 p.m. was no cellular activity whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Meaning no incoming and no outgoing.
Correct.
And no timing advanced.
Correct.
And those other 4 periods you talked about were just no outgoing, but included incoming.
I can't speak to every single date, but I did look at that in my analysis.
So the presence of that time frame with no timing advance, no incoming, and no outgoing is less than 5 out of 60 times in that historical period.
Less than 5 out of 61.
Sustained.
Do you know what percentage that would equate to? 4 out of 60, let's be generous and say one of those times had incoming.
Man, I'm getting put on the spot here. I know that 5 out of 61 days would be 92%, so a little bit less than 92% for 4 out of 60.
92% of the time his phone was either recording timing advance or using cellular data in that 60-day time period?
During the time frame that I looked at in the 61-day time period, yes.
Mr. Hill asked you a bunch of questions about financial analysis. Based on his background, did Detective Johns kind of take charge of the financial analysis in this case?
Yes, he did.
The Google Chrome deletions that Mr. Hill was asking you about, you testified earlier that the primary database was bulk deletions. And the chart you made with that spike of 5,000, which database was that from, the primary or the secondary?
The secondary.
And can you explain to the jury what the secondary database deletions indicates to you, or what it means based on your conversations with Google and your experience?
So the secondary file is the one that contains the line by line. So it's an accounting of every record that was deleted from the Google account within a certain time frame. And that's the one that has the process date and time, as well as the original event date and time and the Google product affected by the deletion.
What types of Google products did you observe as affected by the deletions in the secondary database?
In the secondary database, there were a number of Google products to include Add, Google Discover, Image Search, YouTube, Gmail, Chrome, Search. There was a number of different products.
And Mr. Hill asked you about connections between a man named Jimmy Jones and Mario Fernandez Saldana. Did you observe any connections between the two of them in any of the records you reviewed in connection with this case?
Nothing in the records that I reviewed.
Did you see any connection between Jimmy Jones and Jared Bridegan in any of the records or phone downloads you looked at in this case?
Nothing that I reviewed.
And you had Mr. Bridegan's toll records and phone downloads as well to review?
Yes.
Did you see any connection between Jared Bridegan and any of the toll records or phone downloads or financial records or other records you reviewed in this case between Jared Bridegan and Henry Tenon?
No, I did not.
There were none?
There were none.
Did you see any records or connections between Jared Bridegan and John Biggerstaff in any of the records you reviewed?
No, I did not.
The only connections between all these individuals were Mr. Fernandez, obviously, based on your prior testimony, had communication with Mr. Biggerstaff and with Mr. Tenon.
Correct.
That phone call to Janie Deal on August 18th, 2022, to your knowledge, was Ms. Deal, when that call was placed, detained by Jacksonville Beach police detectives at the CJIC office for questioning?
Yes.
When Mr. Fernandez called her?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further for the witness?
Good to clarify. Yeah, they're gonna. Oh, boy.
Ms. Butler, any evidence that Mario Fernandez knew where Janie Gill was at the time he made that phone call?
I don't have any evidence about that.
I have no further questions.
Ms. Stifler, anything further? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Butler.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Calls Detective David Ostertag, JSO.
Officer Ostertag.
Ostertag. Officer Ostertag, what you got for us? Stop counting witnesses. I lost count. We were on Detective Blythe yesterday, who was, I think, number 15. So this would be witness 16. We're going to go to witness 17 now. Thank you all for being here with me on this lovely Friday as we watch this trial together, which is scheduled to last.
Good afternoon.
Till the end of next week.
If you could just pause here in the front, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Detective, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
All right, sir, if you head over this way, watch your step. There's a slight incline. Make yourself comfortable.
And
Thank you, Your Honor.
local
Good afternoon,
time,
Detective.
3 o'clock.
Could you please introduce yourself to our jurors?
My name is Detective David Ostertag. It's spelled Ostertag.
And Detective, what agency are you employed with?
I'm employed by the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office.
How many years have you been with JSO?
I've been with JSO for 20 years.
And what's your current position at JSO?
I'm a detective in the Digital Forensic Investigations Unit.
And what other positions have you held in your many years with JSO?
I was a patrol officer in what is now District 5, as well as a field training officer.
Can you give the jury a little bit of background into yourself? Tell us about your educational background.
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree from Auburn University in Management and Information Systems. I also have a master's degree in criminology from Florida State University. I have approximately a little over 1,500 hours of training in digital forensics encompassing various aspects, including cell phone forensics, data forensics network, as well as computer forensics.
And as part of your work with the Digital Forensics Unit at JSO, do you perform device extractions?
Yes, I do.
How many would you say you've performed in your career with CFIU or Forensics Unit?
I would estimate approximately 1,500 or so.
And can you tell the jury the tools and software that you're trained in order to perform these extractions?
I've been trained in various softwares and tools, including those made by the Cellbrite Corporation that is for extraction and analysis of data, as well as the Axiom program, which is also a program for extraction and analysis, and then various computer forensic softwares such as X-Ways and Forensic Toolkit. And
so what more are we going to see now, huh?
And are you trained not only in extracting information from various devices, but in interpreting data that you receive from Apple iCloud or Google Cloud or other digital forms of data?
Yes, I have been.
Can you explain to the jury how data is extracted from a device, whether a phone or a computer or otherwise?
So the data is isolated from the network to start with, and that means either putting the phone in airplane mode or examining it in a secure environment in our digital forensics lab. So what happens in the most basic form is the device, whether it's a computer or a cell phone, it's connected to a forensic extraction device of some sort. And that extraction device acts as a go-between between the forensic computer and the device that's being examined. It also prevents any sort of overwriting of data or any writing to the device itself or any changes made to the device. So the forensic extraction device acts as a go-between. It communicates with the cell phone or computer and then transfers the data over to the forensic machine where it's then analyzed.
The data that you extract from a device, do you have to take steps to make it readable to the average person?
Yes.
And can you describe that for the jury?
So the forensic extraction device reads the raw data and it writes the raw data to the forensic computer. On the forensic computer, there's analysis software, and what that does is creates reports. It goes through the raw data, it parses out the data into readable categories such as text messages, cell phone logs, pictures, videos, event logs, and then the data is then readable in a report format.
Can you search for different types of data once you've extracted and parsed that data into a readable format?
Yes, you can.
And if we're talking about specifically a phone extraction, like the ones we have in this case, what types of data are contained in a phone?
There's various types of data. There's user data, which would be cell phone logs, or call logs, and then you have text messages, application messages like Facebook Messenger and Instagram, and then you have pictures and videos and other things that the user can see. But then it also extracts some back-end data, which only the phone itself can see, and that would be device events, communication logs, like it counts the types of data that's being transferred, the amounts of data transferred between the network and the cell phone. And then there's operating system data, and that data is typically not parsed out by the Cellbrite software.
If something's not parsed out by Cellbrite software, as a computer forensics detective, are you able to look into the raw data to look for more information?
Yes, I can.
I want to turn your attention to work in this case. Were you asked to review cell phone extractions in Google returns?
What are we giggling at, Mario? Something funny at a murder trial? Were you charged with first-degree murder and solicitation to commit, huh? They're going to get your ass now, I think. I don't know what they're going to show us, but like another digital forensics expert. What you got?
Related to 3 individuals, 2 cellular devices for Henry Tenon.
Correct.
one cell phone extraction for John Biggerstaff,
Correct.
and for the defendant in this case, Mario Fernandez Saldana, one device extraction and 2 Google returns.
That's correct.
I have a PowerPoint for ease of use while we talk. We're going to start with Mr. Tenon, and we're going to start with the data from his phone, the CoolPad 0513, and I'm showing here photographs. This is State's Exhibit 186. When CFIU receives When CFIU receives a cell phone, is this how it comes to you?
Yes, it is.
What steps are taken to ensure that the data on a cell phone is preserved for forensic extraction and analysis when it is seized from an individual?
We take various steps, and that could include putting the phone in airplane mode. We also have a secure environment at the digital forensics unit in order to examine phones off the network.
And is that to ensure that data can't be remotely wiped by somebody or interfered with in any other way?
That's correct.
So in this case, we have States 186. That's a view of that CoolPad phone. Did you review the extraction completed and parsed through Cellbrite of this CoolPad cell phone purportedly belonging to Henry Tenon?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask you a few things about the reports you reviewed. So I'm showing you part of States 186. This is an extraction report from that cell phone, and it is labeled contacts. Are you able to parse reports showing what contacts exist in a cell phone?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, were you asked to pull a report to see whether Mr. Tenon had a contact for a phone number 904-566-2633?
Yes.
And
we see here this extraction report, and what does this indicate?
This extraction report indicates there is a contact on the phone stored as the name Mario with the phone numbers 904-566-2633.
And for this particular phone, were you also asked to see if there were any cell phone communications stored on the phone, communications through texting or instant messaging or social media between this phone number and the CoolPad itself?
Yes, it was.
Were there any contacts, calls, texts, or interactions between Mario 904-566-2633 and this phone?
There were none.
Interesting.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit to still in States Exhibit 186. Were you given a second cell phone purportedly belonging to Henry Tenon, which was an LG phone?
Yes.
And in that phone, was it associated with a phone number ending in 7612?
Yes, it was.
And here we see an extraction report. Were you asked to look for any communications, text messages, instant messages, otherwise, between this cell phone number, 7612, and Mario Fernandez, 566-2633, no, stored as Mario in this phone?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to find the presence of any messages in this phone?
Yes, I was.
And how many were there?
4.
And here we see one of those messages. First of all, is this the report that you pulled?
Wait. Oh. 1/4/2022. April 2022. All right, wait, when was that check again? The 4th of April. Okay. Anyway, let's see it. Heading your way.
Split it up into 4 slides, but we're showing 4 messages.
Yes, it is.
The first message, did you convert these from UTC to daylight savings time?
This is standard time, but
Standard
yes.
time, I'm sorry. So that would be UTC -5?
Correct.
So see here, we have one message from Mario, 566-2633.
Correct.
We have one message here heading your way from 566-2633. And the date on this message?
Yes, this one is January 4th,
okay,
2022.
And 7.
Oh my word. Sorry, the dates again. American versus what we all do outside of America. 1/4/2022. January 2022. All right, so heading your way. Okay, and the other phone didn't have communication with Mario. That's probably because Mario was using it, especially on that night. It's like a burner phone, right?
03:47 p.m. That would be the correct time converted from UTC.
That is correct.
On the following slide, we see what appears to be the same chat thread. The owner of the phone, which would be 7612 Mr. Tenon, presumably replying okay.
Correct.
And then this phone number belonging to Mario 566-2633 saying, I'm here, brother. And this is 7:21 p.m. and 7:30 to 50 p.m.
That's
on
correct.
January 4th.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Were there any other messages present in this cell phone between the number for Henry Tenon and Mario Fernandez?
No, there were not.
Only 4.
Correct.
I'm next going to draw your attention to some reports you pulled from a Samsung Galaxy Note 20, the phone number 5176322, purportedly belonging to John Biggerstaff, and that is State's Exhibit 187.
Yes, ma'am.
And here we see, are these photographs taken by CFIU when they receive the evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Careful now.
In the second slide, we see, what are we seeing in this picture?
This is the...
Ma'am, we got to be careful now because we know John Biggerstaff's phone had all sorts of explicit things on it. Buckle up, everyone.
The SIM card for the device. It acts as a go-between between the phone and the carrier just to identify it as a valid cell phone on their network.
And was a full extraction completed for the evidence we're discussing today?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell the jury what a full extraction means?
A full extraction just means every accessible file on the device is downloaded from the phone and then transferred over to the forensic computer.
So does that mean the reports we're viewing contain what is on the phone and available?
That is correct.
There's nothing lost during that parsing or extraction process with a full extraction.
Correct.
And I'm showing you an extraction report from Mr. Biggerstaff's phone where you asked to pull the instant messages available on this phone between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez 5662633.
Yes.
But I'm scared what we're going to see. What are we going to see? We better be careful. See, Studio Taterville is already... What are we going to look at now?
And how many messages were available for extraction and parsing?
654 messages.
Damn. Okay.
And I'm
did he call him
showing
Daddy?
you the first of these messages.
Okay, wait. We want to read it. Mario Fernandez, owner. Wait, what's the date? There. 5/12/2022. Would that be the 12th of May or what? Hey, man, we got to link up one of these days. All right. Tomorrow works for now. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Okay, here we go.
Messages, when you reviewed them, first of all, are they time dated and in time order when you're looking at an extraction?
Yes, they are.
And in this case, when was the first available message for review between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez?
The first one available was May 12th, 2022.
There were no text messages still on the phone prior to May 12th of 2022 between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez?
No, there were not.
Interesting.
And there are some texts between the two of them. The jury will have some...
No. Stop that. We want to read those. Wait. So, one more frame, right? Stop it. They go so fast through them, and it's hard to when it's like this, wait. Okay.
Yeah.
And in this case, when was the first available message for review between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez?
The first one available was May 12th, 2022.
There were no text messages still on the phone prior to May 12th of 2022 between Mr. Biggerstaff and Mr. Fernandez?
No, there were not.
Here you go. There. From Mario Fernandez. 16th of May of 2022. Remember, the murder happened February 16th of 2022. Okay, so, and we know that in March there was no communication with Mr. Biggerstaff either, but from what we saw earlier, from Mario's device. Okay, this is Mr. Biggerstaff's device. Yes and no, brother. I couldn't pull I don't even know what I'm about to read. Okay, I couldn't pull the lot I wanted out here on Beach Boulevard. gay, but they just finished attaching water and sewer to my property downtown. So we make some additions in plumbing for trailer connections out here. I did lots of updates for that house, and I plan on keep renting it. But nothing prevents us from developing the back area to put trailers and live in peace. That lot is 0.5 acres, lots of room. We'll chat, brother. Let's shoot for lunch today. Okay, well, that's boring AF. Thank goodness. Okay, carry on there.
And there are some texts between the two.
Hey, brother, if you're coming out from school today, let me know and try to be there before take. Does it say before take? And this was on the 22nd of... That's blurry AF, right? The 22nd of August?
Of them, the jury will have some of these reports for review.
Hey, bro, I could barely hear ya. It comes in distorted. What's the best time to be out there? And I'll be there.
Later. And the last... Oh, you don't need spell check.
Oh, man. The last one was like 10-4 or whatever, right? Go.
Some text between the two of them. The jury will have some of these reports for review later. And the last... Oh, you don't need spell check.
Wait, last one? Yeah. 10-4. Okay.
The last texts available, what was the date on the last text available for extraction and review?
August 22nd, 2022.
So when Mr. Biggerstaff's phone was...
August 22nd of 2022, and Henry Tenon just got arrested on the 18th, right? Okay.
Placed into that extracted, parsed the data. We have a date range of May 12th, 2022 through August 22nd, 2022.
That's correct.
No text predating that time period.
None between these two parties.
Okay. I'm going to move along to Mr. Fernandez's Google return, where you ask to parse some data through Axiom and pull reports through Axiom related to a Google return from Mario Fernandez.
Yes, I was.
And that states Exhibit 185. We'll start with this, where you asked to pull a report in relation to records under the keyword search 5239 Potomac Avenue in Mr. Fernandez's Google return.
Yes, I was.
And the jury will have those reports. I just want to go through a few records, and when they're looking at records themselves, can you explain to them what they're reading and how to read it?
So these records, this is a typical email record, and what it shows is who the email is to, who it's from, and then you have the times that they were submitted, which is when the user clicked send, and then delivered is the time that it took to go through the network, and then it was received on the other end. And then, of course, you see the subject here, the subject of the email, as well as the body of the email. And then I'll go back to where you see the submitted and delivered dates and times. It says UTC +0. That means that it hasn't been corrected to the current time zone. So during the winter, which this is February 24th, we're still on Eastern Standard Time. You would subtract 5 hours in order to get the submitted and delivered dates and times for those. For daylight time, it would be 4 hours difference. In this case, this email was sent actually on February 23rd, 2022 at 7:11 and 28 seconds p.m., for example.
And some of the records that you were asked to pull related to invoicing and the exchange of paperwork, invoices, and calendar invites between First Choice Home Rentals and a Bueller Air Conditioning under the keyword search 5239 Potomac Avenue.
Yes, that's correct.
And these show that Mr. Fernandez, or this email address stored in his Google account, was...
We saw the Bueller truck arrive with the van when it was that the poll camera footage, right, at that Potomac address. Elizabeth Gisler, thank you for your 10 Swiss franc sticker. This says, good afternoon. We are currently processing all of the installation paperwork from our work done at 5239 Potomac Avenue. Attached, you'll find the necessary documents that require a signature for both our records and the manufacturer. If you could please sign and send them back, that would be great. If you have questions, feel free to reach out, and there's their number, right? Shame. Sorry, Bueller Air Conditioning.
Coordinating for some work to be done on the home, and in doing so, they were sending what's These are notifications,
Correct.
calendar invites, invoices, and acceptance of calendar invites,
Yes, that's correct.
and acceptance letters.
Correct.
When you review the records, are you also able to see attachments to emails that are sent?
Yes, I am.
And here in this slide, this is slide 31, is this an example of an attachment that was in the body of those emails that we discussed?
Yes, it is.
And this is showing a service plan where Mr. Fernandez apparently has gotten a service plan with Bueller Air Conditioning to run from September 1st, 2022 to September 1st, 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
I want to ask about some emails you were asked to pull from September of 2022. Can you explain to the jury what this is indicating here? Is this an invitation for like a calendar invite via email?
Correct. That's an invitation sent from Brandon Hood to First Choice Home Rentals, Mario Fernandez, in reference to a meeting on September 7th at 3:30.
And what is the corrected date and time of this invite or calendar invite?
This was sent at, September 4th, 2022, subtract 4 hours. I'm sorry, September 5th, 2022, subtract 4 hours, and that would be 6:53 and 18 seconds p.m.
And in review, we were asked to pull some of the records related to an email exchange between First Choice Home Rentals and Brandon Hood at atlasHomebuyers.com. Are these those emails that you pulled?
Yes, they are.
And this is just showing more calendar invites for a seller appointment with Mr. Fernandez.
Correct.
Is this showing another calendar invite with that same atlasHomebuyers.com?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is the corrected date for this?
This would be September 8th, 2022, and subtract 4 hours would be 3:52 and 23 seconds p.m.
And we see here, is this an attachment to one of these emails that includes a DocuSign document?
Yes, it is.
And what is the name of the document that's attached?
The name of the document is pricereduction.pdf.
And then we have an email.
Is this going to take us somewhere interesting? Because right now this doesn't mean that much, right? We're building our way somewhere, I guess.
Here from a floridatitle.com.
Correct.
What is the corrected date and time of this email?
September 21st, 2022 at 12:07 p.m.
Okay, selling the
And we
property.
see here just an email talking about a contract to purchase Potomac Avenue for $90,000, hoping to close by October 12th and hoping to close remotely.
That's correct.
And
So
then
that
here's
was-
an email discuss.
Damn. September. So Henry Tenon was arrested in August of 2022. And in September of 2022, Shanna Gardner's parents bought her a property in Washington and she left. And Mario was selling this property. Okay, so that's interesting. Like, so close to, oh crap, Henry's been arrested. All right, time for Shanna to flee the state. And time with the kids as well. And time for Mario to like, oh crap, we got to sell this property. All right.
Discussing some payoff information regarding that sale.
Yes, that's correct.
Lastly, I'm going to ask you about an extraction report that you reviewed for Mario Fernandez's Samsung Galaxy A13. And these reports are in evidence as States Exhibit 185. And we're looking at an extraction report device events. Can you describe to the jury what this report shows?
So as I sort of mentioned earlier, the device stores certain events, power logs, screen on, screen off, that sort of thing. One of the events that was stored on this phone was a factory reset for this phone.
Can you tell the jury what a factory reset does?
So if factory reset, what happens is all of the files on the phone are locked. Each individual file has their own lock. It's encryption. it has a key in which the lock is opened and the data is decrypted. So during a factory reset, the keys that unlock these files are destroyed by the phone. So it's no longer able to unlock any of these files. And where those files used to reside, it's now marked that those files can now be overwritten by new data. It would be similar to one of these large self-storage warehouses where each locker is each individual file. And then these files have locks. Well, I take all the keys to those locks on a key ring and I throw them in the trash, I throw them in the river, incinerate them, do whatever. Basically, you can't get to any of that data anymore. And while that was happening, the manager of the store went and put new locks on everything and decided that other customers could come in and put their new belongings inside these lockers. So where I can't get any of the old stuff back anymore, but all you see is what is currently on the phone and currently in those lockers.
Oh my word. So Henry Tenon gets arrested. There's no more communication on the devices between Mario and John Biggerstaff, and then Shanna skips this whole state. She's like, I'm off to Washington, and then Mario is selling the Potomac rental property and then factory resetting his phone. Okay, just more coincidences, everyone.
And this device event report indicates that this phone was factory reset and wiped on August 26, 2022.
That's correct.
And everything up until this date, August 26, 2022, following the wipe factory reset, would that be no longer present on the phone?
That's correct.
That includes every photograph on the camera. I'm sorry, every photograph on that phone.
Correct.
Every text message on that phone.
Correct.
Every Google search on that phone.
Correct.
All social media.
Correct.
Any phone logs or phone records.
Correct.
Location information that predates this time frame.
That's correct.
If you wanted to keep your phone and use it further, would you have to log back into all of your accounts to get back into using that data?
Yes, you would.
So in this case, did you review Mr. Fernandez's on the Samsung Galaxy A13, the user accounts that were present on this phone when you reviewed it?
Yes, I did.
And here we see in States 185, user accounts, there are 35.
That's correct.
And what type of user accounts does a phone store in this report? Or what kind of data does it reflect in this report? I should say that's a better way to say it.
This shows login information for applications, certain websites, as well as Samsung Cloud, Google. Basically, any account that resides on the device is stored here.
Facebook Messenger.
Correct.
Social media, your Google.
Yes.
A First Choice Home Rentals Google account.
That's correct.
Cross-examination is going to be brutal. Are we going to go through all of this with the defense?
WhatsApp.
Correct.
Photos, Venmo, Gmail, basically any application you have on your phone is going to create a user account in this section of your phone.
That's correct.
Or in this database.
Yes.
So for Mr. Fernandez to have 35 user accounts present on his phone following that factory reset wipe, what does that mean he had to do?
That means he had to download these applications again from the Google Play Store and then log into those applications, install those applications, and then log into them again on this phone.
I'm going to ask you about the chats that were available on this phone when you reviewed the extraction report.
Yes.
Were there any chats between the phone number associated with the phone, Mr. Fernandez, and John Biggerstaff?
Yes.
And how many chats were present on the phone?
There were 71.
And do you recall the date range that was available for your review following that factory reset and wipe?
Yes, it was August 27th through August 31st.
Did you search and see if there were any chats available with the phone number associated to Henry Tenon ending in 7612?
Yes, I did.
Were there any present on this phone?
There were none.
And then Mr. Fernandez's phone extraction, did he have a database still available for review of his contacts?
Yes.
And I'm showing you that report where you asked to pull a report of his contacts.
Yes, it was.
How many contacts were in his phone?
1,097.
And does that include the way we store contacts in our phone as well as social media contacts?
That's correct.
That's a lot, though, I
Did you
think.
search to see if there was a Henry Tenon, a Henry at Potomac, or a phone number associated to Henry Tenon ending in 7612 within the contacts database in Mr. Fernandez's phone?
Yes, I did do that search.
And was any of those present in his phone?
No, there were not.
You mentioned the device events report can give somebody viewing an extraction report a lot of information about the activity on the phone. Does that, and you mentioned power on, power off. Can you tell the jury what data you would be able to see if you looked in device events report relating to powering up, powering off, airplane mode?
Correct. So you can see any sort of settings change, including airplane mode, turning location services on and off in some cases, as well as plugging your phone in, taking it off a charger, turning the screen on and off, and other various functions that you wouldn't normally care about. But Samsung uses it for analytics, so it stores it on the phone.
Can you even tell if somebody used their password or Face ID to unlock their phone?
Yes, in some cases.
So you could, with some certainty, actually with precise certainty, you could tell if somebody had put their phone in airplane mode or turned their phone off at a specific time and date, if you had that device log.
Correct, yes.
You could tell if somebody was connected to Wi-Fi by looking through data on their phone.
Yes.
You could tell if they turned off location services by looking at their phone.
Yes.
Were you able to get any of that information from Mr. Fernandez's phone?
No, I was not.
And why not?
Because the phone was factory reset on that August date.
May I have a moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Nice.
Cross-examination. Sure.
What do they need? A moment. Oh dear. Good luck, defense. I mean, all these coincidences are adding up quickly, right? It's like there's so many now. How can you argue them all away? Collectively, it looks extremely suspicious. The minute that Henry Tenon is arrested, it's like, oh crap, Shanna Gardner's out of the state. Mario Fernandez is selling properties and factory resetting his phone. I mean, he already deleted so much already in March. 5,000 entries. He'd already, to one extent, cleared his phone. Oh, but here he had to factory reset and make sure there is nothing found to link him to Henry Tenon. That is so suspicious. Oh, my word. It's going to be Mr. Hill. Here we go.
Phone for Mario Fernandez.
Yes, that's correct.
You do understand that for a period of time, Henry Tenon was a tenant in one of the properties owned by Mario Fernandez.
Yes, that's correct.
So certainly it would be reasonable that a tenant would have the phone number for his landlord as a contact in his cell phone.
Yes, sir.
Nothing necessarily nefarious about that contact.
No, sir.
There were messages from the defendant, Mr. Fernandez, to Henry Tenon on January 4th, I believe was your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you saw no messages on January 5th, correct?
That's correct.
Now, if I believe from your testimony, you mentioned there were 644 messages between John Biggerstaff and Mario Fernandez?
Yes, sir, I believe.
Sound about right?
That sounds about right.
You didn't recover or review any messages related to a 10-millimeter firearm, did you?
No, sir.
No messages related to the homicide of Jared Bridegan, did you?
No, sir.
But you did find messages consistent with work that Mr. Biggerstaff was completing with Mr. Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you found other personal messages between the two men?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, there's mention of this factory reset on August 26th.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when an individual purchases a new cell phone, okay,
yes, sir.
You're buying a new cell phone, so you're no longer going to use the old cell phone.
Correct.
Your understanding from own personal experience is sometimes the old cell phone is either disposed of or turned over as a trade-in to the provider.
Yes, that's correct.
That's not an uncommon situation.
Correct.
And certainly, if you were going to turn in your cell phone back to T-Mobile in this particular circumstance, you would do a factory reset of your phone so that somebody else would not have access to your data.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's not unreasonable.
Correct.
And certainly that would log you out of all of those different applications, Facebook, Gmail, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with what IMEI stands for?
Yes, I am.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
The IMEI basically stands for the international, well, it's basically a unique identifier for the phone itself. It's a 15-digit number, and it uniquely identifies a phone on the network.
International Mobile Equipment Identity. Does that sound to be what that stands for?
Yes, sir.
Maybe a simpler way of putting it is it's a digital fingerprint for a particular device.
Digital identifier, yes, sir.
And each device would be different than the other.
Correct.
Okay. So if you have one cell phone, it will have an IMEI number, but if you had a different device, because you bought a new phone, it would have a different IMEI identifier.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that's something that when you do these forensic downloads, that would be contained in those records.
Yes.
Okay. So that's going to go back with the jury, and they would be able to see for themselves if on August 26th of 2022, if there are two different IMEI numbers, they would understand that as representing two different devices.
Not necessarily two different devices, because on newer phones, they will have two IMEI numbers assigned to them. There's one for the physical SIM card, which is that chip that we saw in the picture, and then there's an electronic SIM, which is embedded into the phone itself.
But not uncommon for two devices to have two different IMEI numbers.
Correct.
And certainly that could help to provide an explanation as to why there would be a factory reset of one device, is that it could be because a second device was purchased.
It could, yes, sir.
Was it
Certainly, if any member of the jury in their own personal experience had taken a device in to get the newer version, or they broke their phone, they may do a factory reset in order to get a new phone.
Correct.
But did he get a new phone?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Hey, Mario, did you get a new phone? No? Okay, you said you didn't. He's definitely writing a lot today. Cine Loco, thank you for buying the mods of coffee. Thank you so much.
I'm showing you a document that's contained in States 170, which are the financial records of Mr. Fernandez.
Goes to Walmart.
Can you see that on your...
Okay, what we got here? We've got Amazon, hold on. Amazon Marketplace, Amazon, Target, Walmart, McDonald's, Murphy Express. Hey, YouTube, this is public record, okay? Okay, Microsoft Store, Taco Bell, Gate, Lowe's, Murphy Express, Wawa, T-Mobile Store, and when was that? 26th of August, the day factory reset, he got a phone. Interesting. Maybe. T-Mobile Store, Wawa, Murphy Express. Okay.
Your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
I want to draw your attention to August 26th.
Okay.
Do you see, can you read to the jury what you see under those USAA records for August of 2022 on August 26th?
Yes, sir. There's a purchase made at T-Mobile Store 136E in Jacksonville, Florida, in the amount of $70.46.
Would a phone be $70? I don't know, but look, the timing though.
That's the same date as the factory reset that you testified to on direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
What did he buy for $70?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any further questions by the state?
Detective Ostertag, the cell phone extraction was performed on a cell phone seized from the person of Mr. Fernandez in February 2023.
That's correct.
And if he bought another phone, he still continued to use this one because he reactivated all of his user accounts, correct?
That's correct.
And often, I know Mr. Hill asked you about people resetting their phone when they are going to trade it in. When you factory reset your phone to sell it or trade it in, you don't generally retain possession of it and continue to use it, do you?
No, you don't.
Excellent questions.
Thank you, Detective.
Nice.
Anything further?
No,
These redirects are very good. The state's very good at their redirects. We don't always see that in trials, but they've been very good at it in this one.
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Not subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
Let me see the lawyers at sidebar for
Thank you,
schedule.
sir, for showing us all that. Because there was just more shady behavior, to look at with Mario. Is it enough if you look at just one thing? Maybe not yet. However, put it all together. Oh, a lot of cases are on circumstantial evidence, I think he's going down. What do you guys think? At this point, I'm like, ooh. But he looks so confident every day. He was going to face the death penalty. It's just strange. His behavior is so strange. Not bothered at all. Having a great time. I mean, he has been arrested since March of 2023. So maybe this is fun for him to not be in jail all the time because he's been held on no bond. Right? What are they going to say? It's making him laugh again. Teeth are out, smiling. Okay. Chlorofer said he tried to be really smart about a lot of things, but he buried himself in all these coincidences, right? You can see there was an effort there to try to be like one step ahead of law enforcement, but it's looking very shady. More red than your tie, Mario? What else is happening here? What?
Afternoon break, okay?
Wait, what?
All right, if the state will...
Stop it. Stop it. Another afternoon break, is it? What the time is? 4:45, okay. We were a little bit behind, thank goodness. I don't want to skip forward too much now, otherwise we miss it when the lady says it, the judge.
Afternoon break, okay?
Damn it, I did it again. Okay, I'm just going to leave it there. Judge, just tell us it's the afternoon break. See you back in 15 minutes. And then I'm going to skip over that. Okay.
I'm going to ask that you all push through this will be the last witness for today, and that should get you out early if we just push through and not have a mid-afternoon break, okay?
Oh.
All right, if the state will call its next witness.
The state calls Daniel Hausdorf.
But then they do have
Daniel
a break.
Hausdorf.
But they do have a break.
With the court reporter? No, I don't think so. Okay. Pause the witness.
What's the problem now? Okay, so there's something going on. What happened with the court reporter? Ooh, okay, wait, they're coming back. We're back. Whatever happened there? Thank you, Beehive, for the 10-pound sticker.
Thanks, Riley. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Just prior to the jury coming in, as we mentioned, there were some additional materials we received earlier this week, and by agreement of the parties, we will have a one-page AFTE General Rifling Characteristics database document marked as Defense 60.
No objection. Okay. It'll be so entered. Anything else?
That's all.
Okay. Let's bring in the jury. freezing in here, isn't it? I'm finally freezing. I'm finally cold, Melanie. They did it. I'm like shaking. Warm it up a little bit.
Oh, is it cold in there? It sounds like it.
Mike.
It's cold.
Yes, hold of Eve, like pump it up.
Oh.
Freezing in here.
Oh, freezing in there. Okay, Donna Eldridge said, do we think Mario will testify? I don't think so. Let's see what you guys think. I don't think so. I think he'll, well, it depends how dumb he is. It'll be better not to, right? But that's actually mostly the case, isn't it? I don't think so. I can't imagine his attorneys will be like, yeah, get up there. What were you doing on that night, huh? On the couch, you know, and then showering. Tell us again. Okay.
I'm like, they finally did it. I'm cold. Maybe. Your Honor, the jurors are entering the courtroom. Thank you.
No more hot mic. Jurors are in. Off we go. Next witness.
Good afternoon. Will you please raise your right hand to be sworn in?
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, sir. All right, this way, please. Watch your step.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Waiting for his name.
You may proceed.
Please the court. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Daniel Hausdorf. My last name is spelled Hausdorf.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I am a crime laboratory analyst in the firearms section at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
How long have you been so employed?
About 13 years.
Explain to the jury briefly about your educational background and training experience that allows you to perform those duties.
Yes, sir. I have a bachelor's degree in biomedical science from the University of South Florida. I was hired at FDLE as a forensic technologist in the firearms section, and I completed the 6-month training program for that position, and then was an FT for about 3.5 years. I was then promoted to analyst and completed the training program in August of 2018, and I've been an analyst since.
And has that educational background and training experience allowed you to come into courts and give your opinion as to your expertise in your field?
Yes, sir.
At this time, I would turn to the witness for voir dire as an expert in firearms identification.
Any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
So let's give the jury a little bit of an education
That was nice and efficient. Yes, okay.
of what you kind of do every single day about firearms and how you're able to compare components of a cartridge to each other and then to potentially guns.
Sure. So a basic day of what I do is I compare cartridge cases and bullets microscopically to determine if they were or were not fired from a particular firearm. I also perform firearm function testing, serial number restoration, and imaging cartridge cases into our database. The way that I would compare bullets or cartridge cases to each other is I would use my comparison microscope. It's 2 microscopes joined by an optical bridge that allows me to view 2 objects at the same time under the same magnification. So what I'm doing is I'm putting one cartridge case on one side, another cartridge case on the other side. I'm comparing those 2, overlaying those images on top of each other, and I'm looking for a repeating pattern that's coming from the firearm during the firing process. I use the exact same procedure for looking at bullets. If they have the same pattern, I would determine they were fired from the same firearm. If they don't, that's when I can eliminate from the same gun.
Explain to the jury how a firearm manufactured by the same firearms manufacturer at the same period of time, can those individual firearms be distinguished from each other?
So when a firearm is being manufactured, the way that those unique characteristics are imparted to the firearm are during the manufacturing process. If you think about the barrel itself, it's going to have to be drilled, it's going to have to be reamed, it's going to have to be rifled. All of those tools are creating an immense amount of pressure within the barrel, and they're forming what's called chip formations as it's removing or displacing the metal. Those chip formations are creating unique microscopic imperfections within the barrel and various other parts of the firearm itself. And those unique surface imperfections are being imparted to the bullet or the cartridge case during the firing process. The barrel or other various parts of the firearm are harder than the metals used for cartridge cases and bullets. So those unique imperfections or scratches are going to be transferred over to those components. And I'm looking at those on the scope to determine if they have the same pattern as test fires that I would create or multiple pieces of evidence that I would compare to each other.
So is this scientifically accepted in the community?
Yes, it is.
Make these kind of comparisons?
Yes, sir.
For how long has various laboratories been doing this kind of work?
Over 100 years.
Is it replicatable or replicable? In other words, other labs could do the same work and go behind you and compare what you've done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's turn directly to your work in, you have your file up there with you?
Yes, sir.
FDLE number 2026-1946. You've reviewed that?
Yeah, 2026-040-1946. Yes.
040 is just to go to the, okay. You did not get a firearm in this case?
No, sir.
All right, let's go through what you did. And you briefly mentioned this. Explain to the jury how cartridge cases, how they come to be in a particular scene, and then how they're different from projectiles.
So a cartridge case and a bullet are two parts of a cartridge. A cartridge is a single unit of ammunition. The cartridge case is the body of the cartridge. There's the projectile, which is propelled down and out the barrel of the firearm by the explosion caused by the firing pin hitting the primer, which is the third component, creating a spark to ignite the gunpowder, which is the fourth component in the cartridge. When a gun is fired, that cartridge case is typically, in a semi-automatic firearm, automatically extracted and ejected out of the firearm. The bullet is propelled down the barrel and out the barrel of the firearm.
When a cartridge case is expelled from the firearm, do they typically go in a pattern that is similar?
Not typically, no.
So they go out of the firearm and they can kind of bounce around and go anywhere?
And depends on how you're holding the firearm and where you're shooting from, a lot of different variables, yes.
And I know the jury's probably seen this from movies and things, but when the cases get expelled from the firearms, are they going hundreds of yards on their own?
No.
So they're going to be in the general vicinity, but you just don't know exactly where.
Correct.
So then once you can compare those cartridge cases to each other to see if they're fired from the same firearm, how about the projectiles? Can you compare those projectiles to the actual casings?
No, sir.
Explain why not.
So when the cartridge case expels the bullet from the firearm, any markings that would be left behind from the bullet being removed from the cartridge case are going to be overwritten by the markings that are left behind from the barrel. So there's nothing for me to compare it to.
Okay. So there's kind of two different components when you have a case where you have projectiles and casings. Is that
Yes.
fair?
They're basically a separate entity when I don't have a firearm to compare it to.
Okay. In this case, you did.
Correct.
So let's go first with the casings. Were you able to perform any analysis on the 4 10-millimeter casings that were provided to you?
Yes.
How do you know they're 10 millimeters?
They have 10 millimeter written right on the head stamp.
Is that a clue?
It's a very good clue.
Did you also notice other things that made it indicate it was a 10-millimeter shell casing?
The size, the diameter, and everything that goes along with the 10 millimeter cartridge case, yes.
Were you able to microscopically compare each one of those 4 casings to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm?
That's correct, yes.
And were they?
Yes.
They approached the witness.
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence is State's Exhibit 88A, B, C, and D. And I just want you to look at those and make sure that those are, of course I mixed it up. There's 88D, 88C, 88A, and 88B.
Okay.
Are those the 4 cartridge cases, 10-millimeter cartridge cases that you compared to each other?
Yes, sir.
And that they all matched?
Yes, sir.
And may I publish those in actual display form here?
Yes.
So I think you can remain there, Mr. Hausdorf. But when we talk about the shell casings, we're talking about the pristine cylindrical cartridge cases.
Yes, the 4 on the left there.
Pointing to it here. We see other things that are more damaged. Is that going to be the projectiles?
In this case, yes.
Is it common to have your projectiles be somewhat damaged and have your cartridge cases be pristine?
Yes.
And I guess that's obvious. Why is that?
Do you want to use that table over there?
No, I think the jury can see it from here, if that's okay. I'll move it before Mr. Dresser gets up. They can all see it from there. If that's okay with Your Honor?
Yes.
We'll do these two.
We're live now, by the way.
Forgot what my question was. Why? Why do they get damaged?
Typically on what they hit, obviously it's going to be something harder than what the projectile is. If it hits a person, car, wall, it's going to create damage to that projectile.
In identifying those 4 cartridge cases, were you also able to make an opinion as to the class characteristics of those cartridge cases?
Yes, they are typically fired in a Glock firearm based off the type of class characteristics that are left behind on that cartridge case.
So can you say 100% it's a Glock?
No, sir.
Okay. But it's just
consistent with, yes.
So all 4 of those, they're all 10 millimeters 100% though?
100%, yes.
And it matches or is consistent with a Glock?
Yes, sir.
Now, did some of the projectiles that you were given, were they too damaged for any type of evaluation?
Yes, they were.
And describe, is that common?
It is common depending on the evidence that I receive. Sometimes there can be a fragment of the projectile that breaks off. It might not even be a part of the projectile that was even in contact with the barrel. It could be something inside the core of the bullet itself. It could be too damaged to have any of the markings from the firearm still be on that fragment or projectile. All of those things can inhibit my analysis to what I actually can see.
Okay, so I guess we'll start with the stuff that's inconclusive and then go to the conclusive things with regard to the projectiles.
Okay.
So I think there were 3 different things that were, I guess, either inconclusive or had no value for microscopic comparison. And the no value for microscopic comparison was items 7B and 8.
That's correct, yes.
And then the items that were inconclusive were items 5 and 7A.
That's correct.
Let's just have a look at those so the jury can see what you're doing. First of all, the ones that just had no value are going to be State's Exhibit 93A. Is that accurate?
As far as 7B on this one, yes, sir.
93A. So it kind of just looks like a hunk of metal. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
And then States 93B and 89A were those the ones that were not, they were inconclusive.
Number 5 was inconclusive and number 8 was no value.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So you were able to take 2 projectiles and actually match them to each other.
Yes, sir.
And what were those 2 numbers?
Those were items 6 and 9.
And I'm showing you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 89B, which corresponds to number 6, and States 93C, which corresponds to 9. Am I accurate in that?
Yes, sir.
So let's show the jury in 93C. It actually looks a little beat up. Is that fair?
Depends on what you're talking about, but yes.
So, but microscopically, it had information.
Yes, sir.
So you were able to compare 93C and match it to 89B. Which is going to be at the bottom. And what determination were you able to make about those 2 projectiles?
That they were identified to each other, which means that they were fired in the same firearm.
Were you able to make any determination based on class characteristics and rifling characteristics about the type of firearm?
Yes, they are also consistent with a Glock type firearm.
Are you able to conclusively say that those projectiles are 10 millimeters?
No, sir.
Why not?
Based off of the weight and the characteristics, they're not indicative of a 10 millimeter because they're going to have the same base diameter. Or sorry, they're not going to be indicative of an exclusive 10 millimeter because the base diameter is the same as a 40 Smith & Wesson, and the weight wasn't high enough to eliminate from a 40 Smith & Wesson.
But they absolutely could be Glock 10 millimeters.
Yes, sir.
And you did not receive any Smith & Wesson 40 caliber shell casings in this case at all?
No, sir.
So if the projectiles are consistent with a 10 millimeter and all the casings are 10 millimeters, is it consistent that this was a Glock 10mm firearm?
Based off the cartridge cases, yes, and the projectiles by themselves are 40/10mm, but it does have a potential for having a Glock 10mm firearm, yes.
Well, he don't know that. Anything else? That's all the question, Joe.
Thank you. Cross.
I like the way this witness was looking at everything that the prosecutor was lifting, but he wasn't amused by it. He didn't look like impressed by it or anything. It was just like the way he just looks at it. Yeah. Okay, let's see how this cross will go.
Examination.
Anything? You got something back
Briefly.
there? Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The report that was referenced from July 30th, 2026, did you author that report?
Yes, sir.
Who provides the information to you as far as case information, meaning what it's related to?
It's provided by the submitting agency.
And who is the submitting agency in this particular instance?
It was Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
And I see you referencing something. Are you referencing that report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us, it says attention. Who is that attention to?
Chris Johns.
Okay. And do you know who that individual is?
No, sir.
Your understanding is he may be affiliated with the Jacksonville Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then under victims, can you read who's listed there?
It's Jared Bridegan.
And I'll represent to you that it's pronounced Bridegan.
Right. Okay. Yes, sir.
And then under subjects, can you read the names listed there?
Henry Tenon, Shanna Gardner, Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, Jimmy Clay Jones.
Okay. And those are not names that you came up with, correct?
No, sir.
Those were names submitted to you by the Jacksonville Beach Police Department.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you didn't do any DNA testing or anything in this case, correct?
No, sir.
Just simply, you tested the projectiles and the casings that Mr. Mizrahi went over with you.
That's correct.
Okay. And if I understood your testimony, because of the absence of a firearm for you to evaluate, you can't make any solid determination of which model of Glock actually discharged those projectiles and ejected those casings.
That's correct. I cannot determine that, no.
But your closest determination based upon the characteristics from the projectiles and the fact that the casings are 10 millimeters, you would believe it's consistent with a Glock manufactured firearm.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And is it your understanding there are 3 different models of 10 millimeter Glocks?
Yes, there is.
Okay, there's a Glock 20, and I believe that's considered like the original flagship 10 millimeter.
That's their full size, yes.
And that's been in production since 1991.
I'm not sure the exact year, but that sounds approximately right.
Okay. And then there's also a Glock 29.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe that's been in production since 1997. Does that sound about right?
Sounds about right, and that's the subcompact.
Okay. And then a firearm that has been referenced in this case is a Glock 40 Gen 4. Is that also a 10 millimeter you're familiar with?
Yes, it is.
And I believe that's been in production since 2015. Does that sound about right?
I'm not sure the exact year again, but it sounds about right.
And in 2022, or specifically February 16th of 2022, would you anticipate all 3 of those models were still in circulation?
Yes, that's correct.
And I understand that there are subsequent generations of firearms, like a Gen 5 or a Gen 6. But these 3 that I just recited to you, you would understand those would have been available February 16th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I understand that from your testimony, you can make no opinion as to which model of those Glocks we just talked about would have discharged those particular projectiles.
That's correct. I cannot do that.
And you weren't asked to provide any type of determination of who would have discharged those projectiles?
No, sir.
And you certainly weren't asked to draw any conclusion of who would have been responsible for this particular offense?
No, sir.
This seems like a somewhat of a common sense question, but being that those 3 particular models of Glock have been in production, 2 of which in the 90s, 1 in the 2000s, would it be fair that Glock is one of the most popular gun manufacturers in the country?
It is one of the most popular, yes, sir.
Utilized by many different law enforcement agencies?
Yes, sir.
Not necessarily the 10 millimeter, but that manufacturer is a for-profit business.
That manufacturer is one of the most popular firearms, yes.
Something that you see a lot of.
Yes.
fair to say that there are thousands, if not tens of thousands, of those particular models of firearm?
That's fair to say, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that it?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any follow-up?
Yes, Your Honor. I know defense counsel was clear about the fact that Glock makes lots of other firearms in addition to a 10 millimeter.
That's correct.
What are their most popular calibers?
Most popular, in my opinion, would be 9mm Luger or 40 Smith & Wesson.
A 10 millimeter is less popular than that.
Correct.
I want to talk a little bit about the timing of everything, and we've kind of glossed over that. When you do your work, does it take time?
Yes, it does take time.
Do you have a lot of work to do?
Yes, sir.
When the jurors may be familiar with TV programs where you get ballistics reports in about 10 minutes during a commercial break. Is that real life?
It's not like real life, no, sir.
And in this particular case, you got the submission to you to analyze this in April of 2026?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Yeah, check that.
Yes, sir.
And your report's dated July 30th of 2026.
That's correct.
Is that kind of a typical turnaround, or is that a little quick?
That's about the same time. Depending if it's a rush case or not, we might prioritize the case sooner. In this case, it was given to me just before July, actually. I think right around about that time.
And so is that kind of time frame true throughout FDLE? In other words, it takes you all time to do your work.
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have here.
All right,
Nothing further.
okay. May this witness be excused?
He is excused, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much.
Lobo Volcano, thank you for spoiling the mods with 3 Big Bear coffees. Oh, I think that's the last witness for the day. Let's see what happens now.
We're good for the 8:30.
Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to conclude the evidence for today. I want to, again, thank you for your time and your attention in this trial. This is our first kind of longer break since the evidence has been started in the case, and I feel that it's important that I remind you, I know that you've been very vigilant about following the rules. It's important that you follow the rules over the weekend's recess. We're going to return back again on Monday to keep taking evidence. So if you leave your notepads on your chair, we are going to get you out of here early so you don't get caught up in Jaguar traffic, hopefully. Thank you again for your time, and I'll see you on Monday.
You can't even hear what I'm saying. I was muted. Let's see if the judge says anything else, is what I was saying. Anyone lip read that? I was speaking so fast.
Ponder.
Got on mic again.
All right. Please let the record reflect the jury's left the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Officer Lim, juror number 4 has her pad turned up and with the notes open. Can you turn it over? Any others like that? Okay, thank you. All right. My understanding is that we were going to do a proffer. Is that correct? Do you need a second to get situated?
I'm ready. We're just waiting on the witness.
All right. So we'll just be in holding pattern.
I was supposed to let Woody know with enough time.
Knew it.
Okay.
I got busy doing a witness.
All right. No problem.
Going to do a proffer. Is it the defense or what? So the jury's gone home.
Look at this.
Something else
Parties are
happening
just
now.
getting along here.
Oh, my word.
You're getting along?
You're getting along soon.
Oh, dear.
I love when y'all get along.
Okay, just hold on.
What?
Oh, the judge is smiling. What do you think was the most interesting evidence?
Witness.
Your Honor, state calls Javel Pond.
Wait.
That we saw today. I think it was the timing of Mario selling the property, factory resetting his phone while still keeping the old phone, allegedly, if he got a new phone. I don't think he got a new phone for $70. He was paying for something else, right? Some of you said taxes. Some of you said maybe he paid to have the phone factory reset, for all we know. That was interesting. The deleted searches, the charts, that was interesting too, right? Anything else?
Let's come over here.
I get sworn in.
Right.
Javel Ponder, Your Honor.
Mr. Ponder, if you'll raise your right hand best you can and take the oath.
Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay.
All right. Sir, come over here and make yourself
Yes.
comfortable, okay?
Jury's gone home. This is just for us now. A little proffer, a little practice round. See what they can ask on Monday. What do you know about Mario,
Can I see
sir?
the lawyers at sidebar just momentarily before we start?
Woo! Sorry. Mario, what kind of tea he's got against you? What dirt he's got? What's he got? State's calling him, right? Is it? Interesting. Okay. Hello, Bubblecon. Thank you for the 3 Mama Bear coffees. I do need those at this point. Thank you so much.
May it please the court?
Yes.
Mr. Ponder, are you able to pull your mask down for us?
Like all the way down?
All the way down so we can hear you great. The jury's not here, so you can kind of be at ease, but I need to ask you a few questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
So obviously, I'm going to kind of lead you through some of the background stuff so we can get to the meat of it. You're in jail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are an 8-time convicted felon, and you have 2 crimes of making a false statement.
Yes, sir.
And you have pending a number of different charges, including trafficking in MDMA, aggravated fleeing, tampering, another fleeing, and 6 counts of child abuse.
Mr. Mizrahi, why is that important? And just get to it.
Mr. Dreiser and I discussed that. I would put some of that on the record, so he didn't have to cross on those things.
Why would you for this one?
Those are the
Can we please get to it?
That was the extent of my questions, Your Honor.
All right.
I would do that, so I did. I want to talk to you. Do you know who Mario Fernandez is?
Yes.
You see him here in court?
Yes.
Say where he is?
Yes.
Where?
Oh, over there.
Voice up so I can hear you, please.
Your voice up, sit up straight. You can face up.
I was trying to put the thing closer to me. They said no.
Okay. Well, pull your body.
I can't. That's why I was trying to put it.
Officer Combs, help him, please.
Oh, dear.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Ponder. So I want to turn your attention to the summer of 2024. Were you in the Duval County Jail with Mario Fernandez?
Yes, sir.
Explain to the court how you went about meeting him.
I came to jail. They put me in 4 East. Put me in the dorm with them. 4 East 4.
Okay. And were you in the same cell?
No.
Were you in the same dorm?
Yes.
How did you become to talk or know or converse with the defendant?
I think I brought commissary from my first week. That was my first few days, though.
How can you describe for the court your position, for lack of a better word, in the jail? Are you a man of some consequence within the jail?
Yes.
Explain that.
The best.
You can explain it. There's no jury here. You can explain it any way you want to explain it.
It's just zero tolerance. I don't see gang members, Christians, Muslims, anybody can.
Now, let me ask you something more direct. Do you know how to fight?
Yes, sir.
Are you considered relatively a tough guy in jail?
Yes, sir.
People listen to what you have to say.
Yes, sir.
And that's your own opinion. Is that fair? Or do other people tell you that all the time?
Other people tell me that.
So, describe for the court when the defendant first started talking about his own case.
Well, I can't remember the specific date. I'd be lying to say that. I could just say the first time. I guess something went in favor in court, and he said, "Yeah, y'all beat him."
Again, so she can understand you.
I can't.
It's very hard to hear. Mr. Ponder, please. Okay. So we don't have to keep doing this. Like, yeah, I think you're okay. Like, just.
At least hold it like this, right? God, y'all strict. All right. So can you ask the question?
What's the first thing the defendant said about his case?
Oh, he had y'all beat.
Then what did he say?
Like right after that?
Just tell us everything you remember about what he said about the case.
Like you know, we gotta be. People talk a lot, so we're talking about in general, or we're just talking about one time only, like everything throughout the whole entire time with me knowing Mr. Mario.
Everything that came out of his mouth that's relevant to this case into your ears. not through hearsay, not through other people, from his mouth to your ears about
That's
his
relevant.
involvement in the murder of Jared Bridegan.
All right, so boom, one day we were all playing poker at the table. It's when the paper dope was kind of popular in the county jail. I don't know, I gotta explain what paper dope is. Okay, so boom, a spider was trying to get some coffee for him to make the smoking paper. They put the coffee in the brown napkin and they smoked. So they was all in the room talking. I come in the room. So just say from what I hear and then from when they're involved.
Mouth to your ears about what the defendant said about his case.
See, that's what I'm trying to ask. Do I say what he told another individual while I was in the room?
If you heard it, yes.
That's what I'm asking. Okay, cool. Okay, so he was telling Spider about his case. The first thing he said was, wait. Oh, okay, if I wait. The first thing he said was, it was Shannon wanted to put a rape case on the dad. I don't know the dad name. Okay. So, boom, he said that shit ain't gonna work. That's only gonna be temporarily. Blase squaze. Then I'm sitting there on the bed. He said, I wish I knew some niggas like him. I said, me. So I said, what you mean by that? I said, what you mean by that? He said, nah, all I'm saying is, if I don't know you on the street, I know this shit would have got did the right way. So.
Did you take? So what else did he say?
So after that.
Did he say who he had hired to?
Oh yeah, I was finna get to it.
Okay, just go.
All right, y'all be asking.
Are you guys following? I'm like, whoa, I'm glued. Okay, so he's saying that Mario was talking to Spider. Okay, sorry, take it seriously. Spider. He's talking to a big badass called Spider in the jail, and there was a boom. Okay, right. So Mario's talking to Spider and saying that Shanna. This is now all according to this guy. What Mario said. Mario said that Shanna wanted to put a rape case on Jared Bridegan. But then they were saying, but that wouldn't last. That it would be like something temporary. Okay, so meaning he would get consequences, what they thought, and they needed to get rid of him. And that Mario was saying, and tell me if I get this right or wrong, because this is what I heard. Mario was saying that if he had known some people from the street, meaning instead of Henry, then it would have been done the right way. That's what I understood. That he got his poor tenant, Mr. DWSL, you know, the DUIs and driving with a suspended license and someone financially vulnerable. But he's saying he wished that he actually knew some people who could kill because he knows then it would have been done right. Okay, so let's continue to listen a little more because I'm like, oh, damn, okay.
Highly educated, simple questions.
This is on you, Mr. Ponder. Keep going.
All right. So, boom, after that, he was saying he never wanted Mr. Henry to do it. He was too old. Mr. Henry supposed to have nephew. Oh, my bad. Y'all told him to go.
He didn't want Mr. Henry Tenon, because he was too old. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
You said Mr. Henry?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep going.
What? Okay.
He was saying he didn't want Mr. Henry to do it. Mr. Henry's nephew was supposed to do it. Mr. Henry was too old, but Mr. Henry played. His nephew never came through, so Mr. Henry ended up doing it and fucked it all up.
Oh, boy. Okay. So Mario didn't want Mr. Henry Tenon to do it. He's too old. He wanted Mr. Henry Tenon's nephew to do it, but then the nephew couldn't do it, so Henry ended up doing it and effing it all up.
That's how he in jail.
That's why he's in jail.
Did he say anything about that his wife did not want the kids caught in the crossfire?
Oh, yes, sir.
What did he say?
Oh, see, that's why we're trying to make sure. When he said that part, he was saying that she didn't have a problem with, I don't know his name.
Her ex.
Her ex getting killed. She just didn't want her kids caught in the middle.
And did Mr. Fernandez tell you why this was done?
Why it was done?
Why his wife wanted the victim killed?
See, he never told me why they wanted him killed. All I know is she didn't want the kids around him. She didn't want.
Okay, so Shanna's motive, according to what Mario said, is that she didn't want Jared around the kids anymore. So we know she wanted full custody. We know that part, right? Okay, but also that she didn't want her kids caught in the crossfire. Interesting, because of course it was a Wednesday date night and the Ford F-150 was around Jared Bridegan. So they wanted basically Jared to drop the children off, and it has to happen between when he drops the twins off and when he goes home. So that really narrows that timeline. 1. 2, Shanna didn't give a crap if Jared's 2.5-year-old daughter's in the car though. She didn't want her kids caught in the crossfire. That's just sick, okay? I know this is just according to this guy, I'm just saying, all right? Okay.
When the kids were the dad.
Is that what the defendant told you?
Yes.
That Shanna, meaning his wife, didn't want the kids around their dad?
Yes.
Later, did you, this is back in 2024?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions.
Okay. Could I clarify? It didn't come up on the transcript. To me, I think that might have been important. Did he say something about Shanna wanted to put a rape case?
Yes, repeat that again if we missed it.
Yes, she wanted to put a rape case against the dad.
Against the dad?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I missed.
That was her idea.
What did Mr.
Can't wait for Shanna's trial. Can he testify at Shanna's trial?
Fernandez say about his wife's idea to put a rape case on the dad?
He said that shit won't work. It would be on temporarily.
So whose idea was it to kill them?
Oh, Mario.
Oh, my word. Okay, Shanna wanted to put a rape case on Jared Bridegan so that she could get full custody of the kids. But Mario said that shit's not going to work. That's going to be temporary. So his idea was to kill Jared. Okay.
Okay. All right. Cross. No, so just the admissibility issue, his credibility, I don't weigh. As a judge, I don't weigh his credibility.
How is anything he said different than what Mr. Mizrahi proffered to you, and you've already made a ruling? That's what Mr. Mizrahi told you, in effect, he would say. And you've already ruled on this issue.
So my understanding...
I don't disagree with that, but I couldn't, in theory, I would not be able to cross appeal based on my proffers to the court. This is the way you have to preserve an issue on appeal. Now, certainly the court...
Okay, let me have him step. Are you crossing on... So what I left open was the time, date, manner in which the statements were made, the actual statements. I don't think I had any particular statements.
Correct. And
I'm
sorry. I read the order for the open-endedness had to do more with AB, whether or not there was a ability.
Let me pull up the order. Let me have him step in the back.
Oh dear.
I don't make credibility findings on witnesses.
I understand that, but you've already ruled that it's not that this case was not about. I would really ask that the order be reviewed. I mean,
I'm doing that now, Mr. Dreiser.
I know.
Okay. Do you think he should be a witness? I think so. Let the jury decide. I've decided I believe him because of everything he just said. That sounds about right. Shanna was like, let's put a rape case on him so I can get full custody. And Mario was like, actually, let's make sure that he is no longer around. Then nothing's temporary. We can sort this out forever. I know a guy. It's just some older guy that's kind of a tenant, and he can do it, but I'll get his nephew to do it. Wait, his nephew can't do it? Damn it. Listen, Henry Tenon, you got to do it, okay? Don't F this up. And then he F'd it up. Walking around everywhere, putting his DNA on stuff. Talking about his two-tone truck. Yeah, Mario, you're not going to mess with that guy. We know. You're being a very good boy in front of him. That's why I believe that guy. I think that guy is like, yeah, no, nobody's going to be messing with him. Okay, judge is pulling it up.
Impermissible testimony, docket line 622, references the statement.
Sorry, we don't want to miss a word. There we go. Say it, ma'am. Come back out. Tell us more things. What else did he do and say? And does he wear Spider-Man breeches?
All right, so the order that was filed on, that was titled Order Granting Defendant's First Motion in Limine to Prevent the Introduction of Hearsay and Impermissible Testimony, docket line 622, references the statements made to Kim Jensen. And then I pulled up the other one, relates to AB. I don't think that I covered Ponder. And like what I was isolating was Jensen, which were statements that were communicated. And Ponder, I don't believe I covered, and I'm prepared to make a ruling if y'all want.
I think we've gotten a wayward here.
You go in, Olga.
Mr. Ponder could be called if the state chose, and he could say what he just said. I agree with that. I'll say for the record that no human being on planet Earth would believe him, but he could come into this courtroom and say that if he wanted.
You're wrong. We believe him. Right? I believe him. Do you believe him? You don't have to. Don't say yes just because, okay, you want to say, I also believe him. Tell me. Let's do a poll. Okay? Hold on.
What Mr. Mizrahi is doing, and where we're circling back to the orders, is that he is trying to attempt to use what Mr. Ponder said in court today to get you to reverse your ruling about what Kim Jensen can say. That's the purpose of the proffer. That now all of a sudden they've broken the privilege between Mario and Shanna Gardner. That's the purpose. I'm saying I don't expect that your ruling is going to change. You made a very clear order that that privilege applies and that there is no abrogation of child abuse in this particular case under these particular circumstances with the abuse of their own, not their own children, the children of Shanna Gardner, meaning AB and LB. Does that make more sense?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, I put a poll up just to say, do you believe him? Well, so far, 95% say yes and 5% say no. So when the defense says, well, I'll just say off the record that no person on earth will believe him, you're wrong. Here's at least one person on earth. Okay. Why? Because what the hell does he have to lose? A lot of people will say, I've seen it in every trial where they have an inmate testifying, for example, like, no, we can't believe him. Like, why would we believe him or her or whatever? I get it if they're being offered something. If not, oh my word, why would they want to say any of that? I think that sounds about right. But then again, you never know.
Wasn't clear.
We're in agreement. I don't think Mr. Dresser needs to cross. I want to preserve for the record.
Put him on the
we
stand.
have evidence directly from this defendant.
Yes.
That states that the purpose of the killing was to stop the victim's child custody over the children.
Correct.
Okay.
Our theory goes to child abuse from Jensen.
Mr. Mizrahi, that could have been asking like 3 questions instead of all that. Like, I thought you were asking about his entire statement.
In fairness, okay, I mean, my fault.
Okay. All right.
But he did it for us, and we appreciate that, Mr. Mizrahi. Okay? It was for the Grizzlies because we wanted to hear like the full context, all the tea. We wanted to hear about Spider and the, what did they call it? That smoke that they were having. Okay.
My ruling stands.
Yeah,
okay.
I would like, the state is planning on calling Ms. Jensen tomorrow as well.
Excellent. Not tomorrow.
Monday. For the proffer. For the proffer.
Yes. At 8:30. And I will not ask any preliminary questions. I'll go right to.
That's what a proffer is. Okay. Thank you. Court's adjourned.
Okay. Okay. Kim Jensen, you say, hey? Interesting. Have you seen Kim Jensen's interviews or no? Do we have to do another poll? Let's see the poll. Do you believe him? 93% say, 94% say yes, 6% say no. Okay, now I need to do one quick other poll before we go for now. Okay, hold on. I'm going to end this one. I want to know, have you seen Kim Jensen's interviews or not? Start a poll. Don't say where, okay? It's not an airport. You don't have to announce where you cheated on me. Have you seen Kim Jensen's interviews? There's 2 of them, okay? Yes or no? Yes or no? You're on the stand now. And I am direct examining you. Yes or no? It's a simple question, ladies and gentlemen. You see it yet? Or never? Because you never know. Okay, so this court is adjourned. I can actually take that away now. Hold on. Let's see. The ex-friend. She's a friend of Shanna Gardner's. And she had a lot to say about her thoughts about Jared Bridegan's character. Shanna Gardner's friend. She also knew Jared Bridegan from when he was like 12 or 13 years old. But she was never close to him. That's what she said. Okay, let's see. Ooh, 8% say yes, 92% say no. Keep voting, keep voting. You know why? Because this will help me make a decision, which I think the decision is going to be, hell yeah, for me to put together a little case file for you. Because Grizzly Cat has obtained all. I have not only a mountain of documents to hike, but also, you know, the interviews and video files and things. So I will do that. I'm not available this weekend. I've got things that I have to do, unfortunately. I'm actually happy about it, but I'm just saying. However, I will work on that if I can right now. Like, I'm going to try and put it together right now for you guys so that you have that to watch this weekend, okay? Have you seen Kim Jensen's interviews? 91% say no. You guys are such loyal Grizzlies. You disloyal 9%. You better watch my shit. You 9%, okay? Why not put that out there? You better watch my shit. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching my shit, supporting my channel. I really appreciate it, okay? I love this community. And thank you, Mons, for everything you do. Thanks again, Grizzly Cat, for everything you do. Happy birthday, Grizzly Cat. And dang, people watching the replay were like, is it still her birthday? Still. Okay? Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to say goodbye for now. Let's see the chat. Did I end that poll? I did, right? There it is. 91% said no. I'll do that for you. I'm going to end the poll. We're going to say goodbye for now. I wish you a lovely weekend. I'm going to work right now on putting that case file together for you, okay? Including Henry Tenon's, that patch of interview that we have. I'll put that in there, okay? So I'm going to work on that right now, and then I will see you on Monday for day 6 of the trial, which I'm very excited about. Because then you'll be all in the know. You'll be all caught up. So catch up on any trial days you missed. Whatever it is you missed, everything's timestamped for you, and I'll put this case file out there for you. All right, everyone. Thanks for joining me today again for another full day of trial. And I'll do a recap for you as well. See you soon. Stay safe.